Rod there? Good. Just making sure. Oh, yes, sir. And yes, ma'am, you had better. Well, let's wake them up, get them going. It is disappointing Tuesday for the Texas Longhorn fans and fans of the Longhorns and their team who lost last night in the national semifinal here in New Orleans, where I am coming to you live from the Sheraton Hotel on Canal Street, which is media headquarters and the media center. About 20 blocks from the Superdome, where it all went down last night. Mistakes, penalties, missed opportunities ultimately for the Longhorns. And their season ended 12 yards away from a potential game-winning score, 37-31. Washington advances to the College Football National Championship game. Texas left to wonder what could have been on a exciting, thrilling, but disappointing night, and all in all for the Longhorns. And we'll hear from Steve Sarkeesian. We'll hear from some players as we move forward with 5 hours of morning conversation here on Hook 'em Up with E and Rod B. Patrick Davis producing the show this morning. He will be chiming in as well as we get this thing cranked up on a instant reaction Longhorns season ends edition of Hook 'em Up to start the new year. And good morning, gentlemen. Good morning back in Austin, Texas, coming to you live from an empty media center this morning, but ready to roll right here on Canal Street in downtown New Orleans. 37-31 final. Rod Babers, your thoughts as we launch this Tuesday morning conversation? Mistakes, safe to say, penalties, missed opportunities for Texas, and 12 yards away with 3 or 4 opportunities to maybe punch in a game-tying touchdown with a point after that would have won the football game. Instead, the season ends with an incomplete pass to Adonai Mitchell from Quinn Ewers.
It's not that surprising. I originally said it's going to come down to a game-winning drive scenario, last possession. That's exactly what happened. I was hoping it would be Texas on the winning side of that last possession. That wasn't the case. But we thought this was a very evenly matched semifinal between Texas and between Washington, and not necessarily because they, had a lot of the similar strengths and weaknesses, but because the few advantages, and I do think Texas overall, they did have a better team, but the few advantages that Washington had in this matchup were directly targeted and strategically targeted at Texas' weaknesses, which were their pass defense and their inability to cover downfield, deep ball. We talked about this. This season, they've been okay defending the deep ball, but they haven't been great, and they haven't seen really good quarterback play either. It's the best quarterback they've played, and I don't think it's a coincidence the 2 best quarterbacks they've played are the only 2 losses that Texas has on the resume. So it wasn't shocking the way the game played out. Texas stopped the run, made them one-dimensional, and that one dimension was the only dimension that Washington needed. They're the best passing offense in the country, and then we saw Michael Penix put on the show, and Texas had no answer for it at all. And the most disappointing part, I think, of the game and the way it played out was I thought Texas offense would be able to keep up with Washington's offense and make it a shootout. That was not the case at all. Texas offense, I think, underwhelmed for most of the game, and I think that was a multifactorial issue. I think Sark's a part of it. I think Quinn was a part of it. I think the offensive line had some play in that as well. They just couldn't really get in a groove offensively, and I think that was probably the most disappointing and surprising thing for me in the matchup.
Yeah, I mean, the third quarter and then early on in the fourth quarter, that 13-0 split where the Longhorns had it at 21-all at the half. It was 7-7 after one quarter. It was 14-14 in the second quarter, so 21-all at the intermission. Texas getting that 2-minute drive for a touchdown to equalize the game at the halftime. And then third quarter, 2 costly fumbles for the Longhorns, one by C.J. Baxter when the Longhorns were trying to establish a running game to start the second half, one by Jaden Blue after a long run, a catch and run. Both fumbles pop out, and right there is where Washington took that 21-point lead and went on a 13-0 spurt to build the lead. And the Longhorns could never recover from that. They nearly did, Rod. It was nearly a thrilling, unbelievable finish the way the game played out with seemingly you needed to get an onside kick if you were Texas to have a chance. Instead, the injury to the running back, and we're hoping Dylan Johnson's okay moving forward, but his injury and then a penalty on a punt allowed the Longhorns to have more time on the clock than we thought they were going to have when we were doing the math drill. They ended up with 50 seconds and no timeouts to try to move the ball down the field. Quinn Ewers did engineer what looked to be his second 2-minute drive of the game. He got the Longhorns down to the 12-yard line with shots at the end zone. And the play calling and the decision making right there in that spot will be questioned moving forward for Texas. But it seemed to me, Rod, from my eyes, that maybe a more of a bullet pass, more of a sharp throw to Adonai Mitchell on that final attempt might have been there. Kind of sailed on because pressure got to. I'll give Washington credit; they brought pressure on Quinn Ewers on those third and fourth down plays, 2 of those attempts, and got to Quinn, and that last play. Looked like A.D. Mitchell had a chance to go up and high point a ball if given it a little more juice. Instead, it kind of sailed on him and got knocked away by the defensive back. What did you make of that final scenario from the 12-yard lines for the Longhorns with a little swing pass out to Jaden Blue, which I think Steve Sarkeesian said afterwards it was supposed to go to J.T. Sanders in a high ball situation, and he was doubled. So Quinn immediately took the check down and made sure Jaden Blue could get out of bounds to save time, and then 3 shots at the end zone from there. What did you make of that play call and how the end of game scenario played out?
No, I didn't mind it. I mean, I thought Sark went with players over plays in that situation, right? He was thinking, I got to get the ball to A.D. Mitchell. He's my my best red zone weapon. He's the guy that can win those 50-50 balls. So he was thinking that. And you're right. If Quinn and A.D. would have been on the same page, I don't think they really were. There was an opportunity for a back shoulder fade there. Yep. The way the Washington DBs were playing it, they were pretty much playing inside leverage. And they were sitting on routes, right? They were playing off inside leverage and sitting on routes. But if you could press those DBs and make them have to turn their hips and defend the fade, there was an opportunity for him to throw the back shoulder fade. You can even go see my man CJ Vogel has a great screenshot on Twitter of it, and you can go check out his Twitter account at, I think it's at CJ Vogel _ TFB. If I'm not mistaken, I could have messed that up, but if I did, just go look it up. He's great. But it's a screenshot of it, and it shows you how the DB's playing it and where the ball is when Quinn releases it. He releases it obviously to throw it to a deep over the shoulder fade to the back corner, but the back shoulder fade was actually it was open. It was there, and that's just experience and chemistry with each other too.
Yeah, and I do think some pressure got to Quinn where he had to kind of bail backwards a little bit, and the ball sailed. I mean, Quinn Ewers played a fine game. It really was those turnovers to me in the third quarter and the second half that derailed the Longhorns from a chance to maybe get some rhythm offensively coming out of the half. And in the end, you mentioned Michael Penix. I think we saw last night. He was my pick to win the Heisman, Rod. I felt like he was the best player in America last year or this season, and he played like it last night and really attacked that Texas defense. He made some really high-level throws, down the field, 430 yards passing on 29 of 38, had 2 touchdown passes. He also used his legs, I think, a little bit more than we expected with 31 yards on the ground, showed his athleticism. It was just an all-around really, really elite performance by the best quarterback the Longhorns have played all year, and I think he's the best quarterback in the country. What'd you make of your breakdown of Michael Penix's game last night?
Yeah, I mean, he kept them in control of the game the entire game, and you're right about they broke tendency. I think if that game was closer, and I don't mean close like it wasn't a competitive game, but I mean it seemed like Washington had control of the game most of the game, and then they got to the point where they had a double-digit lead, and I believe 13 points, right, was the biggest lead they had. And at times, it just felt like Texas was always scrapping to get back into the game or stay in the game, and they were making really gritty plays to do it. The fumble recovery they got on the punt, the muff punt, that was a really, really big play. The defense came up and made some big plays. The 4th down stop, that was a big play. They were making plays to get themselves back in the game, but I felt like Washington controlled the game, and that was because of Michael Penix and the way that he orchestrated the offense and over again kept them ahead of the chains, kept them on schedule, and then was able to avoid sacks. It is an elite ability, and I thought we did a great job of it trying to preview how good this guy was at avoiding sacks. And I still don't think we did him justice, guys, because in that game, there were multiple times where guys had a free shot on him. Guys like Byron Murphy, guys like Ethan Burke, free shots on him, and they whiffed. got nothing. And then he ended up completing a pass downfield. That will be on his draft highlight reel. And the deep ball, right? That's one of his elite skills and within his elite traits within his skill set. And that was on full display. The deep ball, Texas could not defend it. And I was wrong. I miscalculated. I thought they would attack the safeties. They didn't need to attack the safeties. They went after the corners, and they really, guys, I got to tell you, I didn't think that the Texas corners were that vulnerable, but they exploited them and they exposed them. They went after them, and I don't know if they really even made any big plays against the safeties. They were all against the corners. Ryan Watts, Terrence Brooks, Malik Muhammad came as close as you can come to making a play on the football on that touchdown where he forces the receiver to bobble it at least and pop it up in the air because he made a play on the ball. But that's about it. Everybody else, they went after him. Hell, they even went after Jadae Barron with the tight end. They wanted to show Texas none of your guys could cover us. And when I saw that corners couldn't cover them, well, I don't even know if there was a strategy, guys, that you could deploy that would have been effective. Your guys couldn't cover them downfield. Period.
Yeah. Yeah, he's one heck of an elite thrower of the football, and you're right, his ability to almost Matrix-like stealthy, just avoid coverage or avoid pass rushers and just kind of slide, but keep his eyes downfield while still. He doesn't give up on the play to avoid the pressure. He just slides where kind of. Bobby Burton and I were talking about it last night, Rod, on the in-game watch, and Bobby made a great comparison, and it reminded you a little bit of Joe Burrow. When Joe Burrow was at LSU, just the ability to avoid that initial pressure and push the ball down the field. This offense, kind of is, when you look at the numbers, number one passing offense in the country. Kind of rivals those great, that great LSU offense of 2019. Even Sark's offense at Alabama with Tua and the ability to spread the ball around to different weapons and receivers and a quarterback that can really sling the rock. And Michael Penix wins game MVP honors, rightfully so. To your point of controlling the game, and we'll bring Patrick Davis in as well with his initial thoughts on this game. It is our after the fact post game, the reaction show brought to you by Hayes City Store and Taste on Main in Buda. We appreciate them for helping us get here and be here for this live coverage in New Orleans. Rod and Patrick back in the Horn headquarters there on West Austin. And Patrick, your thoughts. But let me mention, when you say they controlled the game, only a 6-point victory, but they did have a 13-point lead early in the fourth quarter. And the time of possession, guys, 36 minutes for the Washington Huskies to 23.5 for Texas. So pretty decisive. They both ran similar amount of plays, 71 for Texas, 70 for Washington. But we know Texas had two hurry up 2-minute drives at the end of each half, which they were trying to move to scrap and stay in it. I thought the Longhorns were gritty, Patrick, to be in the game and give themselves a chance. That's kind of been the calling card of this team. But the clutch gene belonged to both teams, and it was Michael Penix and Washington that made more plays and won this football game last night. Your thoughts, Patrick?
Yeah, I mean, first of all, I'll say the offensive line for Washington was a real deal too. That when you see those evaded sacks, the way they could move to Vondre and Byron Murphy to not allow them come straight up the middle and get them just to move them a little bit to that outside so Penix could always step up as opposed to having to necessarily get out of the pocket more than he had to, and those helped him out a ton. But yeah, I mean, when you look at the way Penix played in that game, and just as close to a perfect game as you can have for a quarterback, and we said in the pregame show, you needed Quinn Ewers to play close to perfect, and he just didn't. It had a rough start to get going, and you couldn't really get behind Washington because once they controlled the pace of the game and the momentum of the game, it didn't seem like they ever really wanted to give it up. They, of course, you get to the fourth quarter in Texas, you got to give them credit. They fought, and they got a break at the end and were able to stay in the game. And that's something that this team probably didn't have for the last couple of years, and they did this year to be able to fight back into it. But at the end of the day, it was just Washington came into the game with the right game plan, and Texas couldn't adjust quickly enough in the first half to start running the ball a bit more when Washington was allowing you to run the ball and stepping back in coverage and making it harder to throw the ball downfield and just run on them and just move the ball and don't give it back to them and go score points. It took them a little while to get in that, so you could never get the lead. And then on the flip side of it, you led the third quarter. You just don't play well in the third quarter. And you put yourself in too big of a hole that you weren't able to come back out of.
You had 5 plays in the third quarter.
Yeah.
5 plays offensively.
Yeah.
Yeah, the fumbles were killer right there. Obviously, Texas was had it stalemated at 21-all at the half because of that big muff punt by Washington. Their one big mistake that they made until the final 2 minutes and the clock management for them at the end. But because it felt like they had a chance to bleed that game out. But you're right. The third quarter was the difference in the game for me. I mean, the mistakes all night, Rod and Patrick. I mean, the penalties, getting you ahead, behind the chains, and the third and longs that you talked about, Rod, a lot yesterday and all month long, had to avoid the third and longs against that defense, and they found themselves in third and longs, and a lot of that was self-inflicted with offsides penalties, holding penalties, those type of things in the first half, and then the third quarter and into the second half, it was the turnovers that didn't allow that offense to find rhythm. But as Patrick said, Rod, I mean, they still, from 12 yards out, they had an opportunity to maybe win this football game. What a win it would have been. It fell short, and the Longhorns go 12-2 on the year. The two losses, obviously, the Oklahoma game ended with a touchdown from Dylan Gabriel. The Longhorn season ended with an inability to score a touchdown from the red zone to maybe steal a win and advance to the national championship game. But too many mistakes, too many self-inflicted wounds, I felt like, and too much Michael Penix, really the stories of the game.
Yeah, he was just too good. I mean, we can also just admit he was too good. That wide receiving core was just too good. I mean, he had 200-yard receivers out of that group, and he at one point, I mean, he just seemed like he couldn't miss. He was putting his ball placement and accuracy, guys. He was putting some stuff on film that may be some of the best throws he's had all year. And I've watched a lot of film of Michael Penix. And that was one of his best games of the season. Yeah. What more could you ask for your best player? And this is the thing about it, guys. We was having this conversation on the post game. If I asked you who the best players were for Washington, man, it was easy. They all stood out, and they were all the first round prospects we're talking about. Braylon Trice, Michael Penix, Romeo Dunze. They all stood out and played well. If I asked you who the best players were for Texas, it takes you a little while.
Yeah.
Yeah, who played right? A-level games?
Who were the who were the standout performers?
Yeah, I mean you get down to. I mean, you could say C.J. Baxter and Jaden Blue had good games, but they both had turnovers. Yeah. Because I mean, they both played well in the moments they need to play well. But if you take the turnovers in those, I mean, and then you have interesting parts in that too. That Xavier Worthy, not only does he not get open enough, and is not which not necessarily all his fault that the plays aren't going his way. But then doesn't get pulled in the special teams game either.
I think he might have been hurt.
And I think you look at something in there where he's not getting separation. Yeah. You're going to A.D. Mitchell at the end of the game instead of Worthy. And then to have Whittington back there, and you're like, I get you have to have Whittington. Keelan Robinson had, two kickoff returns, came back, and he just didn't seem like his head was in the game in the right place. But, some of those guys you really thought in the special teams could get you an edge, and you lose that part of it too in the game. You just don't have the guy that you can look at and go, wow, well, he put his whole heart and soul in this game and he couldn't get through. You're right. It just kind of feels bad because Michael Penix Jr., we can say, man, wish they gave him the Heisman because he seemed like he wanted to earn it tonight.
A lot of people said that. A lot of people said that after the game.
Yeah, I mean, it was, a strong performance from Washington, but in the end, the Longhorns still had a chance at the end, which is hard to believe. But you just said it, Rod and Patrick. I mean, who played A-level games for Texas? That was, these are, big players play huge in big games, and Washington had their best player, Michael Penix, play maybe his best game. Pretty clear that his, the month off and getting healthy helped Michael Penix to get his legs back under him and play with that accuracy. The two receivers were outstanding against Texas, and yeah, I mean, I do think Xavier Worthy was still showing some of the residual, injury, the ankle injury from what we saw in the Big 12 title game. He was not 100%, was not his explosive normal self. A.D. Mitchell really didn't get involved in the game until the second half. And you guys said it. I mean, the only three plays or only a handful of plays run in the third quarter. The penalties in the first half really stymied and stalled some drives, and Michael Penix too good last night. I also thought, Patrick, that the drive that started with 7 minutes to go in the fourth quarter when it was a 6-point game, it was 34-28. Texas had scored to get it back to within 6 points, right? I mean, the the touchdown to A.D. Mitchell with the double clutch. It seemed like he jumped and then jumped again in the air to go up and get that ball and bring it down. Another touchdown in a semifinal or playoff game for A.D. Mitchell, who did that regularly at Georgia before transferring into Austin. But he catches a touchdown. You get the extra point. You're within 6. There's 7 minutes to go. Talking to folks who were at the game, the building was electric at that point. Texas fans outnumbered Washington fans probably, as we talked about, 7 or 8 to 1. I mean, it was a lot of Texas fans, and they were in that game kind of sensing that if they could get a stop, get the ball back, their quarterback was kind of getting rolling there. And that's where, to me, Michael Penix, head and shoulders, he just coolly and calmly executed a drive, moved his team down the field. You knew any points there, even a field goal, was going to make it a 9-point game. And I thought that drive was really, really sharp for Michael Penix. He was good all game, but in that moment, Rod, I think he was – that's the veteran, that's the senior, that's the guy. When you start putting together draft tape, that drive right there was really, really high-level stuff. Just managing the clock, getting first downs, and then ending up with a short field goal to go up 9 points.
Yeah, and that's why, I think at one point early in the game, Sark in the first half might have mismanaged things. I think his game plan was what I thought it should have been, was to pass to open up the run. And he was using the RPO game to do that. I believe he wanted to get Quinn in a groove. And I do think it was wise to think about getting him in a rhythm early, because if Quinn has a great game, the offense has a great game. If Quinn has a down game, offense has a down game. Quinn started out, having a down game, and the offense started out inconsistent. So I think his thought process was exactly what I was thinking, and I agreed with it. But you as a coach, you need to have a feel of the game. And when it was obvious after the first quarter, after that sample size of coach, that your passing offense is not really, it's not clicking, don't have a rhythm to it, right? It's just, but your running game has been stellar. You're averaging more yards per rush than yards per passing attempt, right? When that becomes obvious, and also obvious, not going to pat myself on the back, but that you start running the 2 tailback set, and it was in your script, and your first touchdown drive, I'll get to that, and kind of behind the Burners curtain that Raj ran, was the 2 tailback set in the pony package, and you ran it right down their throat. You went right down the field and scored a touchdown, running nothing but 2 tailback sets, and you only came back to it, I think, twice the rest of the game. Why didn't you play the hits? Why didn't you do? I don't understand what happened there, and I don't understand about how the running game, you could average over 6 yards per rush. I think the running backs, between Jaden Blue and between CJ Bex, I want to say they averaged over 6.8 yards per rush combined. Now I know they had the fumbles, but that was in the second half. I do think early, I'm talking about the first half, I think you had a chance to play some keep away. Complimentary football, as Sark likes to say, and I don't think you did that enough. I think there was chances to limit their possessions, limit their plays, and get some time of possession on your own. Usually, that's not a value stat in the analytical era. In this game, it was, because you just wanted to limit the exposure of your defense, but also be able to control the game yourself and get back some of the momentum. I don't think Texas did that, and I think that was an opportunity missed for Sark. I think you could have forced Penix and that stellar, prolific offense to watch from the bench for a little while, watch your run game do some work, and I don't think Texas did that.
Yeah, I think by the numbers with A.D. Mitchell and Xavier Worthy, obviously the game plan of Patrick was almost to give Texas to run. I mean, just not get beat with the passing game and let the run game be there and see if Sark would stick with it, and if Texas would be clean enough, disciplined enough to stay ahead of the chains and be able to control the clock. I think Rod's right. I mean, the run game was there, but then the fumbles in the third quarter, the penalties I felt like in the first quarter and first half that got Texas behind the chains and forced them to kind of abandon that run game a little bit. But maybe should have been more stubborn with it, especially as hot as Michael Penix was. Opportunity missed right there, I think, for the Longhorns to control the game. But it wasn't a clean game for Texas. We talked about that a lot in the pregame yesterday. You got to avoid the penalties, the self-inflicted wounds. The Longhorns did not do that. They had double-digit penalties in this game last night, and the mistakes just mounted and allowed Washington, all the leash they needed to take control of the game.
Yeah, and I mean, if we look at Sark, I think that we talked all in the pregame about that this was a game where you need to throw the ball on Washington. They had a weak secondary, and you throw the ball, and you don't necessarily set up the run. You got to set up the pass early. And Kalen DeBoer and this Washington team were set up for it. They said we're pushing everything back. We're going to rush the quarterback, and we are going to put people back, but we're not really going to play run coverage. If they want to run the ball, then we'll adjust to it. And Texas never really made them fully adjust to it to then give Quinn a little bit more opportunities downfield and make them have to put people in and put extra personnel up into the box to stop the run. He was never consistent enough running. And I think, if you do have a Jonathan Brooks, then maybe you have enough guys. It seemed like, he favored Jaden Blue a lot in that game, more than I thought he would. So I don't know if C.J. Baxter had anything going on either where they were worried. We know that there was a couple times he got shooken up in the game. But it seemed that he just did not want to have 35, 40 carries in this game and make it a slow-down run game and make Washington make the adjustment. And they were still able to stay in the game without it. But you kind of think, the screen game we talked about, that they'd run the screen game, and they would get out on the outside, and they'd put guys on the outside, and they just said, we're not going to stick guys in the box. We're not going to overcommit to the run until you stick it down our throats. And they didn't.
Yeah, only 18 carries, true carries for our running backs in the game last night for Texas. C.J. Baxter had 9, and he was at 7 yards a carry. Jaden Blue had 9. He was at 6.6 yards per carry. Quinn Ewers had 8 carries. I thought he was pretty sharp with his legs as well.
But they were all scrambles, right? Were they any design runs?
Yeah.
They were all scrambles, right? So
yeah, they were all coverage plays where he took off and ran.
So those were pass attempts, to Patrick's point.
Yeah.
That's right. No, that's 100%. That's why I said they only had 19. They only had 18 true handoffs to running backs in the game last night.
I will say, congratulations to Ewers to learn how to slide, though.
Yeah, he
did. Good point.
He didn't try to take on any linebackers.
He did learn how to slide in that game. So the month off, that was one thing we can say.
Yeah.
All right, we will come back. We will hit behind the burnt orange curtain with Rod. We'll get your thoughts on this game. The text line's already lit up early this morning to start the new year with a loss for the Longhorns, 12-2. We thought that the college football playoff semifinals were the best matchups we've had in a decade of the CFP. Both games went to the final play. And however the last play happened was going to decide the game. We saw Michigan beat Alabama in overtime. A game came down to a final play where Alabama could not punch it in from the 2-yard line or 3-yard line. Texas had a chance with several shots to the end zone, and Washington's defense made the stops. But, man, a couple of great finishes, white-knuckle games in both, and Washington will play Michigan for the national championship next Monday in Houston. We'll take your thoughts on it. Text line is open, 512-447-3776. We're live in New Orleans, we're live in Austin, and we're talking Texas and Washington with you all morning long here on Hook 'em Up with Ian Rod B. Patrick Davis joining us this morning for some special coverage. championship game. Texas season ends. Heartbreaking loss for the Horns. Just too many mistakes last night in this game. Number 2 against number 3 in the country. Kind of felt like it was going to come down to who could play a cleaner game and who could play, whose best players would step up and play great games in big spots. I think both checked the boxes of the Huskies last night with Michael Penix, 430 yards and a near flawless performance in that game. Meanwhile, Texas mistakes and penalties, double digits in the penalty category, and then 2 critical second-half turnovers, fumbles by their running backs, C.J. Baxter and Jaden Blue. That led to the Huskies to run 22 plays to just 5 for Texas in the third quarter. A 21-all game became a 34-21 Washington lead, and the Longhorns couldn't get all the way back. As a matter of fact, Rod, the Huskies racked up 157 yards to 34 to Texas in that third quarter, turned that 21-all game into a 34-21 lead that they never gave up. And Longhorns, as a matter of fact, never led in the game. They tied the game at 7. They tied it at 14. They tied it at 21, but they could never play with the lead in this game. And had they been able to score a touchdown from the 12-yard line there late in the game, an extra point from Bert Auburn would have put them in front for the first time, maybe won this game. But we know how it ended with the incomplete passes to A.D. Mitchell, and the Longhorn season comes to an end. And disappointing, but still a great season for the Horns. A step forward for the program, but felt like that game was there for you had you played a better game.
It did. It felt like that, right? It felt like they were in control of the game and that Texas was scrapping and fighting and making gritty plays just to stay in it. And honestly, on my rewatch, I was shocked that Texas was in it at the end. Once again, I was still on the rewatch, still like, how the hell did Texas end up back in the chance to win this game late? Washington really mismanaged that game late. I was surprised. This is us, that no coach is perfect. I think Kalen DeBoer is a hell of a coach. He wasn't coach of the year. Kalen DeBoer, so he horribly mismanaged his game at the end of it. At one point, I want to make sure I get this right. So they have a 13-point lead, I believe it is at this point. Yes, okay, so right. Yeah, so if you go look at it, right after the fumble, the second fumble for Texas, and they're up 34-21, so they got a 13-point lead at that point. They go on this drive. It's 12 minutes left in the fourth quarter, and I think all Longhorn fans are thinking, man, this thing is over.
Yep.
All right, they're about to milk 7-8 minutes off of it. Texas ain't going to be able to get it back with enough time to score, multiple touchdowns, 3 scores. They go incomplete pass on first down. They throw it deep on second down. They got the pass interference on Terrence Brooks. They throw it deep again on first down after getting the pass interference. They throw it on second down. They throw it on third down and get 0 yards and a catch by Dylan Johnson, and then they have to punt it. Yeah. They took total they took less than a minute off the clock, basically. That. And then after that, Texas scores a touchdown on a 10-play, almost 4-minute drive, and then it's 34-28, and you're thinking, whoa, actually, Texas may got a shot. They can get a defensive stop here or there. They don't. The field. I think Washington gets a field goal there. Yeah, make it 37-28. But then Texas comes back, gets a field goal, and then it becomes way too close, I think, for comfort after the kick catch interference call, and then they give up that Jordan Whittington play was huge.
Yeah,
that was a hell of a play because they weren't getting in. They weren't moving the ball at all on that last drive, and Jay Witt gets that big play, and that's life. You get hope.
Yeah, that and then the Jaden Blue catch down the sideline.
Jaden Blue catch was big too.
Both those plays to let you get down into the red zone and get you a shot where you have actual shots at the end zone that are reasonable, and it's not we're not talking about a Hail Mary where technically they had a shot. You had multiple shots at the end zone.
You're right.
Yeah, I mean, you're at the 11-yard line. I mean, and to the point of mismanagement, you're right, Rod, and that's why I mentioned that Penix drive with 7 minutes to go in the quarter when the Longhorns had made it a 6-point game was really high level. I mean, he was good all night, but the crowd was so into that game right then. The buzz from the Longhorn fans, they felt like they had a chance here if they could get a stop, and to take it from 6 back to 9 was big. And the mismanagement for me, guys, and with Kalen DeBoer was after the onside kick, and all they have to do is take a knee, and Texas has 2 timeouts, so they can stop the clock twice, but they should have been able to bleed that clock all the way down to about 15 seconds and punt the ball. And the Longhorns would have had the ball back deep in their own territory with no timeouts and under 20 seconds to go. Instead, he was running plays and risking maybe getting the ball stripped out. You can see Sarker on the sidelines talking about strip it, try to reach for the ball. All he had to do was take knees, and instead his running back gets hurt, Dylan Johnson, which stopped the clock, and then there was an offensive injury, so they couldn't run clock there. Longhorns ended up getting the ball back with 50 seconds to go, and that was when they hit the Jay Witt play, and they were able to move the ball down the field to the 11-yard line. That never should have happened. I mean, Kalen DeBoer almost, that would have been an all-time. Screw up by the coach there, not managing that final minute of the game, and the Longhorns almost made him pay. But obviously, as we've talked about Rod and Patrick all month, I mean, both of these teams have the clutch gene. Both of these teams have found ways to win tough games, and in the end, despite as ugly as it was there at the end for the Huskies, they get 4 stops and were able to keep Texas out of the end zone, and from stealing a game from them. But that's what both of these teams do. They found ways to win games all year long.
Yeah, and I mean, and I'll give credit to the defense too. That there was a point that the fourth down stop you got earlier in that game lets you stay in the game.
Sure.
There was a couple times in there where they did make the plays they had to give to give Texas a shot to get back in the game. But it did seem like it was always just Texas making that kind of huge play out of nowhere to stay in the game, and Washington was consistently doing what they needed to do, and it just stacked up the backwards way where you don't want to be the one that needs the big break to keep getting through, and they got 2 of them in a row at the end to give you the ball at the 30-yard line, but we can look at it, and we can look at the penalties. Yep. That Texas just was undisciplined getting into the game, and Washington was extremely disciplined, and that was a thing where if you took it 3 stars versus 5 stars, and what Kalen DeBoer has built at Washington, if you're a 3-star player and you're not disciplined, you don't play. You get benched, and I think we saw that with that Washington team, that they were able to, not get called for holds, not have false starts, not go off sides, just all those things that can pile up for you for Texas. That Washington didn't have to overcome. Texas did.
No question about that. The penalties were double digits for Texas and just a handful for Washington. Their best players made big plays in big moments. The Longhorns didn't get A-level performances from their best players for a majority of the night. All right, let's go behind the burnt orange curtain for the first time this morning here on Hook 'em Up. It's a special edition. I'm live in New Orleans. Rod and Patrick back in the Horn headquarters. Let's go behind the BOC for the first time this morning.
And they were all asking themselves the same question. What is behind that curtain?
You could almost say that the entire show is behind the burnt orange curtain today, considering obviously the big topic of conversations. The Longhorns lost to Washington in the Sugar Bowl. Let's go to the defense. I think that's, for Longhorn fans, the pass defense was probably most troubling, and the offense was probably, and their performance, or underwhelming performance, was probably the second most troubling thing about the matchup. But the deep ball, Texas did not fare well defending the deep ball at all. I got them at 4 of 7 on deep shots downfield. That did include what I thought was just kind of a throwaway, but I still counted it. That did not include the PI. There was a PI on Terrence Brooks in that game on the deep ball. So hell, if you count that, then basically that's 5 of 8. This is a team that came in completing 44% of their deep balls, and against Texas, that rang true and materialized, and that really set up everything for Washington and the offense. And if you look at what PK tried to do, and I just went and charted some of the notes on different concepts that he threw out there. I saw the corners playing bump and run. I saw them playing what I call snug, which is close to the receivers, but not necessarily playing bump and run, not press coverage. They played bail coverage, which we saw them get beat on bail coverage because Ryan Watts got beat over the top, even though he was bailing out. That's what it means, bail coverage. So you do have a running start to defend the vertical route, so you should stay on the upfield shoulder. Texas was unable to do that. They played too high. They played single high. They played zone. They played man. They blitzed. Even on that 77-yard play, they blitzed on that play. They ended up with a great call to have match protection. So they had 6 in to block the 6 that you sent. And football, simple math, that gave Penix plenty of time to hit the deep post corner downfield. If you go look at there are other times that they blitzed. That was a second 10 they blitzed. They blitzed 5. And once again, you saw Washington keep in enough guys to block the 5 guys they sent. And then they were able to get another deep ball, that 29-yard deep ball. That was also when Texas blitzed. So Texas blitzed. Still didn't work. They had there were times where they sent pressure from the edge. They brought pressure from the second and third level. I saw safety blitzes. Jaron Thompson and Michael Taft came on blitzes. Like I said, they tried. There were pre-snap motions and movement, and on the defensive side, trying to confuse Michael Penix, but it mostly just led to Texas being a little bit out of position. And leverage wise, I thought Texas played with poor leverage in that game. A lot of times we'll get to some of the inside breaking routes. So I do think on just watching on film that PK pretty much tried everything and nothing worked for him. Nothing that he tried in a combination of concepts was able to work for him. And that's on him. Coaches are problem solvers. You got to solve the problem and figure it out. But against Michael Penix, when he's that hot, and against an elite quarterback, and I kept saying this going into the matchup, because I said, listen, when you have the advantage at quarterback and head coach, which Washington has that advantage arguably in every game they play. That right there are the two biggest advantages that you need in football. Everything else can really kind of fall into place and be strategically used and strategically deployed, weaponized, if you got the right head coach and you got the quarterback that can inspire the locker room, inspire the masses. That's what he does. Doesn't hurt that he's got 3 first-round wide receivers. And so what we found out in this game is the reality of not only is Texas, safeties are a liability in coverage, but the corners are as well. Especially against this group. And so in the Big 12, Texas corners can, they're okay, but they never faced a wide receiving group this good in the Big 12. They didn't face a quarterback this good. They didn't face a passing game this sophisticated in the Big 12. And I don't think it's a coincidence that the 2 best quarterbacks you played, the 2 most sophisticated passing games you played, arguably the 2 best wide receiving cores you played, and those are the 2 losses on the season. I don't think that's a coincidence at all.
No, again, that's Michael Penix. I would have voted. I did vote if I had a vote. I was voting for him for Heisman Trophy. But in the end, the fact that team's won 21 straight games and 14 in a row this year, a lot of that rides on his left arm and his ability to be cool in the pocket, avoid negative plays, and make elite throws, which he did last night against Texas coverage. That has been the weakness for Texas all year long in that spot, and it's something you've talked about, Rod, a lot. Moving forward, right? Now you start looking to the future for Texas with the season ending. They are trying to recruit coverage in the secondary, right? They're trying to recruit coverage safeties, coverage, corners, the high level players in that back end, and bring pass rush, right? Better, edge players and havoc players, and that's the goal. They've got to get caught up. But for last night, they just didn't have the pieces to execute. And the better player was Michael Penix and his receivers. All of those guys are going to be playing on the National Football League moving forward. I think it's fair to say. So good stuff right there. Longhorns fall 37-31. And as we say, it's a heartbreaking loss where it felt like Washington was in control of this game. But Texas does scrap. They do fight. They did find a way to make it a last play of the game situation. And the Longhorns could not execute. Coming up in our next hour as we roll forward this morning, we'll hear from Jordan Whittington and A.D. Mitchell on what went wrong on that final play in that final series. Also, we'll hear from Steve Sarkeesian. We'll hear from Quinn Ewers as we do the recap. We talk about a Texas loss, unfortunately, the first since October when they lost in heartbreaking fashion to Oklahoma. This one, equally a heartbreaking loss for Texas, and the season comes to an end. Washington will advance to play the Michigan Wolverines for the national championship. We'll come back. We'll get some what the facts on the game last night. We'll also take your thoughts on the text line, 512-447-3776. Special coverage this morning, live from New Orleans. Patrick is in studio, the producing this morning, along with Rod. We'll have full coverage all morning long. It's Hook 'em Up with Ian Rod B. Off to a good start in 2024. Longhorn fans bumming this morning, but good season. A lot to enjoy from 2023 into 2024, but obviously disappointing outcome last night for the Longhorns. And the bad taste in the mouth here on a Tuesday morning is the mistakes that were made. And I have to give Washington a lot of credit sometimes, and I think all the time in sports, you're going to have a winner and a loser. That's the thrill of victories. That's the agony of defeat, they say, and that's how the games go. Someone's going to win, someone's going to lose. But what you hate, guys, is when you don't, put forth maybe your best effort. The Longhorns fought. They were gritty. They were tough. But we're playing uphill all night, chasing Washington, trying to catch up, it felt like. And in the end, their own mistakes. They had 10 penalties to 5. They had the 2 big turnovers. And I felt like when we were talking about guys about not getting in rhythm offensively, give credit to Washington. If you go back and rewatch the game, early in the game when Texas was trying to get Quinn Ewers into a passing rhythm, I give Washington a lot of credit, Rod, for getting their hands up and knocking balls down. I mean, how many early passes? I think I counted 4 early in the game where they didn't get pass rush on Quinn Ewers, but they got their hands up and they knocked the ball down and forced incompletions. A couple of those looked like they were going to be completed passes for Quinn. So first, early on, it was knocked down balls. Texas adjusted that. Then it's penalties that the Longhorns can't get out of their own way. And then in the third quarter, it's the 2 fumbles that gave the ball and allowed Washington to dominate the third quarter and build a 13-point lead. Those are just, give credit to your opponent, but at the same time, mistakes made by Texas mounted, and the Longhorns had to play from behind the whole game.
That's a great point about the pass deflections. I believe overall, from defensive front guys, I think there were 5 pass deflections from the front 7. Overall throughout the game, which is a lot. And you're right, a lot of those happened in the first half because we were doing the in-game live watch on the On Texas Football YouTube channel, and you remarked about it. And I think it was their way of defending a lot of the RPO stuff. They did a great job of self-scouting, and they did a great job of, and I always talk about how you have to anticipate the game plans and the adjustments of your opponents. You have to anticipate how they're going to attack you. You should know yourself well enough to go, well, if I'm playing me, I would do this. I know what I'm good at, what I'm bad at. If I was playing myself, this is what I would do. That as a coach, you have to have that kind of man in the mirror evaluation and ability to self-scout. And I think they did that. And they knew that, and Patrick mentioned it, they knew Texas was going to try to throw the ball on early downs. Right, they kind of recognized that, so they aired on the side of coverage on early downs. Gave Texas the run with the I think the knowledge of knowing your opponent. We talk about sometimes you don't play the hand, you play the man in poker. It happens in football too. And the defensive coordinator, even last year when they played Texas in the Alamo Bowl, he remarked that he did not believe Steve Sarkeesian had the patience as a play caller to march down the field with the short underneath passing game, that he was going to take his shots. And when you take his shots, if you defend it really well, it'll put Texas behind the chains. And he was somewhat right about that old Sark. This time, I think he's tested Sark's patience in a different way, getting back to what Patrick brought up. Hey, I'm going to give you the run. I don't think you're going to take it, though. I'll give it to you. I don't think you're going to take it. Not the whole game. Not you, not the guy who likes the spectacular, beautiful, mind-blowing, eye-popping plays that make SportsCenter and all the great highlights of all this misdirection and pre-snap move and you put together and all these great weapons. There's no way you're just going to hand off the football and play old-school Michigan Big Ten football. That ain't in Sark's personality. Sometimes you play the man and not the hand. Because Texas got a better hand than Washington. They decided to play the man, and I think it was a wise decision. I thought Sark would just run the football early on when you were averaging over 6 yards per rush after the first 2-3 drives offensively and averaging less yards per attempt than you were per rush. I thought, all right, Sark's definitely going to adjust. He didn't.
No, and I mean, especially throw in the fact of, being down and constantly chasing Washington throughout the game. Kalen DeBoer knows he's not going to chase us with running. Mm-hmm. If he's up, he'll run the ball. So I think if Texas ever, got that 7-point lead or got a 10-point lead in that game, then, Kalen DeBoer is going to have to change that defense. But in the fact that he's ahead, he goes, I know what Sark's going to do. He's going to throw the football on us because he's going to want to come back and get back in this game quickly and make a big impact play. And they just were able to play the hand and we could say over and over again, you have to take what they give you. And they did enough of that in the air throughout the game. But, if you're averaging that, the average of runs it felt like, I don't know if Sark just didn't believe that any of those guys could carry the ball 20 times, if he didn't believe that Blue and Baxter could get 20 carries in the game each.
Maybe not.
But that other than that, I don't really know why you completely shy away from it points and, continue to put yourself in longer positions where then you had to throw the ball and now you're completely behind the chains.
Yeah, that's another thing too. The third and longs guys, they were just I swear I was a broken record on purpose. The month leading up to this game, because watching Washington film, the one thing that stood out was how good they were on third and long. And I swear I said it to everybody who would listen to me speak. Stay out of third and longs. This defense is really good on third and longs. That's where they shine. That's where they show exotic looks, simulated pressures, amoeba fronts. And what did they do? Got Texas in third and long, simulated pressures, exotic looks, amoeba fronts, ghost fronts. They threw it all at Texas over and over again, and Texas couldn't solve it. I believe Texas had 11 third downs, and they threw in that fourth down they went for it too. So you're talking about 12 money downs. Guys, over half of those were third or fourth and longs.
Yeah.
7+ yards to go.
Yeah, and that was, penalties a lot of times on Texas. They were creating those third and longs. There were some negative plays in there that for the Washington force because Washington checked those boxes. This is our What the Facts segment typically on a normal Hook 'em Up, and the facts are Washington checked the boxes. You mentioned it, Rod, in Behind the Burnt Orange Curtain. They hit 4 of their 7 deep balls. Also got a pass interference call on there, so for me that's 5. They were going to test you with the vertical plays. They won that box. They had the fewer penalties. They had more negative plays forced. Braylon Trice played a heck of a game and forced the Longhorns and played in the backfield of Texas, which Texas was not able to do to Washington. And then, the third downs, Longhorns were 4 for 11 on third down. Washington was only 3 for 11, but they hit so many big plays. They hit so many explosive plays down the field with Michael Penix that it kind of made up for not being great on third down. All those went in the advantage of Washington in this game, and you add all those up again. As we've said, it was amazing that the Longhorns had a chance with 3 downs from the 11-yard line to win this football game.
True.
That they really scrapped and clawed and fought their way to be there. They were kind of their own worst enemy. I'll also say this. I know there'll be a lot of folks, and you guys are already talking about the lack of running game. I can't – the penalties in the first half were killer, and I felt like the 2 turnovers, and this is maybe the first time, guys, since he was hurt in the TCU game, that you felt the loss of Jonathan Brooks, where you didn't have that lead running back. And these are young backs, and the 2 fumbles, they didn't even come on real hard contact. Those are fumbles of just ball security, basic running back ball security, where, C.J. Baxter – is breaking free and he gets hit from behind, ball comes out. Jaden Blue's fumble actually he hit Gunnar Helm, hit his tight end. Kind of a butt fumble situation where running into his own blocker led to the ball being dislodged. Those were critical, and as we said, it allowed Washington to control the third quarter, 22 plays to 5, take a 21-point game and make it a 13-point deficit for Texas. And I do feel like, Patrick, that was to the point of the adjustment. Okay, we can run the ball. They're going to give us the run. I felt like Texas wanted to establish the running game in the second half. Next thing you know, there's 2 fumbles on the ground, and you're down 13, and you kind of have to abandon the run to maybe get back in the football game.
Yeah, and you got to play what they give you. And yet the fumbles, because he did try and run it, and Washington came out and had the right plays and was able to get through. And, you do want to have, that's something you have to teach with your guys. And we saw Shard Choice on the sideline with Jaden Blue, talking to him and just trying to get him. And I think Jaden Blue had a really good game. Other than that fumble, he had a really good game. He had that one big drop and then a huge catch at the end of the game. But it was just not being able to put them all together in the row you need to put them together consistently. But you can't come over it if you're not going to run the ball on first down when, hey man, they're giving us 6 yards to carry. Let's get into second and short, and then we have passing downs. Then we can throw it twice if we need to. But once we found out that Quinn was not hitting those passes the way he needed to early in that game, you need to adjust quickly and let Quinn be who he's been this season, which is someone who can bounce back. But don't try and sugarcoat it for him and go, no, we're going to keep putting you out there. You're throwing the ball too low. You're getting everything tipped at the line of scrimmage. And, so that's some credit to the defensive line for sure. But I think it's also, if you're Quinn, you have to know, okay, they're jumping on everything. Really make sure, get out of the pocket sometimes, go find what we need to do. But don't allow to just get in those third and longs. Those third and long and fourth and longs, that's what you can't allow that to happen. And you can't allow that to happen when you're averaging 6 yards a carry. That's what's crazy. is averaging 60 yards a carry and continually being third long. That's those two things.
Yeah,
Don't go
it
together.
doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense.
Yeah, I mean, all the frustration where you're kind of playing uphill and swimming upstream the whole
Yeah.
game, and it came down to the last play of the game. So that's that tenacity, that's that grit, that's that fight the Longhorns have, and that was part of the character of this football team. But in the end, too many mistakes and too much Michael Penix leads to the second loss of the year and the end of the season. Sun coming up here in New Orleans. I'm overlooking Canal Street here, guys, from the media headquarters here on Canal at the Sheraton Hotel. You guys are back in the Horn headquarters. Want to thank our presenting sponsors and travel partners at Hayes City Store and Taste on Main, both restaurants there in south of town, owned by the Tyndalls, Travis and Tamara Tyndall. Great spots both. They're very different. One is the outdoor seating and the under the canopy of oak trees out in the hill country. Beautiful spot for big occasions and a lot of fun. That Scratch Texas Comfort Food. Taste on Main is a different concept for them. It's in downtown Buda on Main Street, 100-year-old historic building. Steak, seafood, the raw bar, but in a casual atmosphere. You're going to love both. I promise you appreciate them. Hayes City Store and Taste on Main, bringing you to New Orleans for all the coverage. We'll talk more about it as we move forward. It's a special edition of Hook 'em Up with Ian Rod B. Patrick Davis joining us as well as we talk all things Texas. Season comes to an end, unfortunately. Too many mistakes, and as we said, too much Michael Penix. The pregame and post-game recap continues on 101.9 on AM 1260, streaming on the Horn app and always at hornfm.com. Oh, man, good morning to you. Happy New Year. Longhorn season comes to an end last night here in New Orleans. 37-31 final. The Washington Huskies checked a lot of boxes last night. Longhorns fought to the end, but in the end, it was the team that played better last night for 60 minutes of football, advancing to the college football playoff. That would be Washington. They will face Michigan, who survived their game with Alabama 27-20 in overtime. Both games, we thought going in, these are the most even matchups we've seen in a college football playoff four-team scenario. And boy, both games went to the final play of the game, with Michigan getting a big stop after they took a 27-20 lead in their overtime, and they get the big stop of Jalen Milroe. Play call we can talk about that didn't seem like it gave a lot of options, but in the end, Michigan gets the stop. They will head to Houston, and then the Longhorns had an opportunity to punch in a potentially game and go-ahead touchdown on the final plays of the game, and came up shy, and so disappointment. We're also talking about the entire 60 minutes where Washington played the better game last night. Longhorns might have been the more talented team that felt like if they could have gotten out of their own way, but Rod Babers really could not do that last night. Too many mistakes for Texas and too much Michael Penix for the Huskies.
Yeah, those mistakes were early, right? Early and often. They started out with a penalty on offense and a penalty on defense in that game. Thought they may have been kind of just jitters, obviously, for a team, young team, relatively young, inexperienced, playing on a big stage, playing a game of that magnitude. But it wasn't actually. It was more foreshadowing of things to come, that this team, as Patrick pointed out, they were undisciplined. And that was one of the advantages that the football culture that Texas has really benefited them in that regard, in terms of them being a disciplined team for most of the season. That was not the case in this game. Washington was definitely the more disciplined team, and that showed. It showed offensively, defensively. Texas had a couple of coverage busts as well that we haven't talked about. I don't know if that those coverage busts did not make or break the secondary's performance in terms of their pass defense, but in terms of the discipline, I saw some undisciplined play back there from the secondary too. Texas just didn't play their A game, and you got to be able to win without playing your A game. But in this situation, when you're going up against Washington, when Michael Penix is playing at an elite level in that performance, and when you have two receivers who are going to play in the NFL, I think all three of those guys will play in the NFL. Two of them go for 100 yards, and Braylon Trice, who we repeatedly said you got to have a plan to block Braylon Trice. Got to have a plan to block Braylon Trice. They did not have a plan to block Braylon Trice. He ended up with 2 sacks, a tackle for loss. He had a forced fumble in that game. I mean, he just went. So in the 2 times he's played Texas, he's got 4 sacks. Guys, Texas going up against multiple first-round NFL edge rushers and defensive ends. Will Anderson, Felix Ndudike Uzoma, Will McDonald's another one, Tyree Wilson. I mean, hell, Dallas Turner, who they played in Alabama, he might get drafted in the first round. He's another one. None of those dudes came even close to the production of Braylon Trice.
No, and I'll go on the other side. I have to rewatch and kind of watch for this, but every time I looked for it, they were doubling Tavondre Sweat as well when they're bringing a 4-man rush. And that's why you saw that the safety blitzes and Anthony, and they just trusted that Michael Penix was going to get away from those extra guys coming. Yeah. But they basically, they let Byron Murphy come, and he made some big plays. But as many times I looked, especially on big downs, they doubled Tavondre and basically said, you will not be a factor that is going to stop us from winning this game. Yep. And if Byron Murphy beats us, and if you get another guy and Penix can't get away from, then so be it. But we're not going to let him come straight up the middle and bust these pockets on us.
Not that dude.
Yeah, and Byron Murphy had a couple opportunities to get to Michael Penix, and he avoided it. We talk about his elite ability to move in the pocket and avoid sacks. Longhorns, it was just a frustrating night. I think that would be the overall adjective I would put on it. There were so many opportunities to get Michael Penix on the ground and force a negative play that he avoided. He's very good at that. We knew going in, but that's frustrating. The penalties were frustrating. The tip balls were frustrating. And at the end of the game, because Washington played a pretty high-level game for what they're all about. And, the muff punt fumble that gave Texas a short field and a touchdown allowed them to have the game tied at the half. That and the 2-minute drill drive at the end of the first half made it 21-all at the intermission. Then, you feel like, okay, third quarter, we got to make some adjustments, get our hands around this game, and the 2 turnovers allowed Washington to really dominate the third quarter and separate. But in the end, it comes down to 4 plays from the 12-yard line. And these will be, plays that will be, nitpicked and talked about in Longhorn land for a long, long time. On first down, Quinn Ewers, when it was complete, threw a quick pass over to Jaden Blue. His initial target on that play was J.T. Sanders. He was double covered, so I think Quinn did a nice job of getting the ball to Jaden Blue to get out of bounds, just to stop the clock, because right in there you just can't take a negative play. You can't get tackled in bounds with no timeouts. So to get it to a safe place where Jaden could scamper out of bounds and stop the clock. Second down was an incomplete pass, tried to throw a 50-50 ball to A.D. Mitchell, which was incomplete, and then incomplete to Jaden Blue, and hurried again by that pass rush. Because I thought on third and fourth down, Rod, I give credit to Washington in that spot because they brought pressure. They did not let Quinn Ewers drop back in a clean pocket and look for a receiver. They got after him, forced him to get rid of the ball quickly, and both the incomplete pass to Jaden Blue and the incomplete pass to Adonai Mitchell on the final play of the game for Texas was pressure in his face, and better throw probably ends up as a touchdown.
Yeah, it's almost fitting, right, that the one area or aspect of offense that's haunted Texas all season long has been red zone offense, and and to continue their season, they had to go down there and they had to exercise that demon in red zone offense, and they couldn't do it. And we saw their they had a really extraordinary performance red zone offense-wise versus Oklahoma State, and we talked about how that was out of character. We hoped that it was not an outlier, or it was not an aberration. We had hoped it was them trending in the right direction. Scored 5 touchdowns in the red zone, 35 points, no field goal attempts in the red zone. Texas was money in the money zone where you need to be. That was not necessarily the case versus Washington, and that's when they needed it. They needed that. They needed it in that moment. And I don't necessarily think Sark, because we know Sark hasn't solved the red zone issue all season long. I think he just kind of accepted that they were bad at it. That's why Bert Auburn ended up being a first team all Big 12 kicker, is because they started kicking so many damn field goals, especially in the red zone.
I will give him a little out on it that you basically couldn't throw anything short of the goal line in those last 3 passes. So it was red zone, but you had to throw everything in the end zone, because they did get the Byron Murphy touchdown. Mm-hmm. So they were able to score earlier in the game in the red zone. You need to be able to do it. And I think, with a month being planned for this, I would have liked to seen a couple more looks that were maybe a little bit fancier than let's just throw it up to A.D. Mitchell and hope he makes a play.
Yeah.
If you get in that moment, I'd like you to be in the position of, hey, if we have a shot to win this, from the 15, from the 10, from the 5, we know what plays we have, and we have 4 or 5 different looks, and we can get something out there. And you can read if Xavier or JT or whoever's in single coverage get the ball, but that was somewhat disappointing because they basically ran the same play that they scored the other touchdown on. They said that worked once, let's do it again.
That's what I'm saying. You can tell Sark didn't have any ideas. He was thinking players, not plays there. He didn't have any plays, and he's a play guy. He's a play designer. He's supposed to have a bag. We talk about his bag all the time. It's like Santa Claus's bag. It's supposed to be never ending with all these great play designs and play concepts, and he really hadn't had anything for the red zone all season, and I think ultimately it came back to haunt him because, guys, you say what you want about the Texas offense, and yes, they underperformed, but you did have a chance. You did have 1st and 10 at the Washington 13 with 1:19 left, and you needed to score a touchdown, and you needed one badly, right? The game at that point is 37-28. Washington with the lead, and you had to settle for a field goal there, right? Then you had, obviously, when you got it back, shockingly, nobody expected you to get the ball back. You got it back. You had it 1st and 10 on the Washington 12 with 15 seconds left, with plenty of time to try to get the ball in the end zone, and you couldn't get in the end zone. And actually, the first time around, you actually got down to the 7. You had 2nd and 4 at the Washington 7 and had to settle for a field goal. Mm-hmm. Your red zone woes about being 119th or whatever you are in touchdown percent in the red zone, it came back to haunt you. It's also the reason you lost the Oklahoma game. Yeah. That's those 2 red zone miscues, right?
Yeah, well, at that point, to settle for the field goal on the first drive that we're talking about right there is right on. Rod, that is you need to punch a touchdown in there. And then if you let Kalen DeBoer mismanage the clock like he did and his team and give you 50 seconds when it should have been 15, and instead all he needs is a field goal, and you walk off with a win if you could have scored on that previous drive. And then, with the opportunity after the big Jordan Whittington 41-yard catch, then a Jaden Blue catch that gets you down inside the 20-yard line, you've got 4 shots at it. And again, I think you said it right. I think they chose players, not plays, and clearly they were trying to take away J.T. Sanders with bracket coverage and X-Man, and that left A.D. Mitchell as the guy getting one-on-one coverage in those spots, and both times they went to him. One was incomplete, and then the fourth down play was there. I mean, if Quinn had a little bit more time to step into that throw, I think it would, a little more of a bullet pass would have been that back shoulder that we talked about. And in the end, it was up too high, and the defensive back was able to jump and knock it down. And that's how the game ended for the Longhorns, 37-31. Frustrating night here in New Orleans. Longhorn season comes to an end. Washington now 14-0, and they will play Michigan for the national championship. Speaking of that, Rod, before we get to your first rant of the morning, what'd you make of the Michigan-Alabama game? Obviously, Michigan, scrapped from 17-13 down, got the lead, got it to overtime, and in the end, they made a play in overtime with Blake Corum's 17-yard touchdown run. Alabama was unable to punch it in with Jalen Milroe. And speaking of play calls, that's one that I think Nick Saban would like to have back with Tommy Rees, with Jalen Milroe from the 3-yard line.
Yeah, I agree. I don't understand that play call. When you got, a weapon like Jalen Milroe, you would expect for, the Alabama offense to want to force Michigan to defend every element of his skill set. And the thing that makes him most dangerous is when he drops back. Not only do you have to defend the pass because he can throw it, he's a quarterback, but he's a lethal runner, maybe the fastest guy on the team for Alabama, and he's got some power to his running, right? He's not necessarily an easy guy to bring down in the open field. And for them to just kind of go with an old school quarterback interior design run just didn't make any sense, because you didn't force Michigan to have to recalibrate and defend multiple concepts. They defended one concept. We got to defend the quarterback running. That's easy. And then it's go see ball, hit ball. It should have been, see him drop back. We got to defend in coverage. Oh, he has multiple options. Oh, he could go jump pass. He could run and throw, all those different things. Give him the football on the move. Flood one area of the field. Let him run to that area. Give him the option to run and throw. They didn't do any of that. That was a Pee Wee League play. It really was. It was.
Yeah.
That was the Sark. We want to be able to run the ball when they know we want to run, and you can't do that on the game-deciding play like that.
And not against a Michigan defense.
No, that bullied you the whole game.
Yes, that's what they want. They want that style of play. Come on, man. That was bad.
Well, we knew these games would be tough and tight and evenly matched, and they were. And in both cases, Michigan wins on the final play of the game. Washington wins on the final play of the game. Good stuff. Frustrating stuff for the losing teams, but good stuff on the winning side. Hey, let's get to Rod's rant at 7:15, the first of 2 this morning. We're going to hear from Steve Sarkeesian coming up. We'll hear from some Longhorn players as well, including Quinn Ewers and A.D. Mitchell. What did happen on those final series and that final play that didn't allow the Longhorns to get a game-winning touchdown. But first, let's get the first rant of the morning.
I'm as mad as hell, and I'm not going to take this anymore.
Find out what happens when people stop being polite and start getting real.
You ain't keeping it real.
My God! Okay, it's happening. Everybody stay calm.
Oh, you've done it now. It's time for Rod's Rant of the Day.
Hold on to your butts.
Obviously, there's a lot I think that I could rant about, but I do want to say that this team made me a believer, though, this season. I did not necessarily think they were going to be contending for a national title. I thought they'd win a Big 12 title, a national title. So I'll admit, they made me a believer. Sark also made me a believer, too, that Sark has got what it takes, that championship DNA. This season, we've seen growth from Sark, winning the battle. Like, I always, I was really confident in his ability to win the battle of game plan and preparation, which actually I'm not sure he won in this game. But what I think I was real highly critical of was his inability to win the battle of adjustments, the chess match within the game. This season, he has shown the ability to win both, the battle of game plan and preparation and the chess match within the game. That being said, I do think he maybe lost both in this contest. And simply put, I just think Texas got out-coached. There's nothing wrong with that. It happens. I mean, you're not going to be perfect. This happened to everybody. Hell, Sark out-coached Nick Saban earlier this year. It happens. But I think he got out-coached, and I do think in a couple of different areas here. But first of all, can we discuss why the hell is Keelan Robinson returning kicks with a cast on his arm? What? Why?
Yeah, I didn't get that either, Rod.
I mean, I understand maybe it's a culture thing, but yes, that kind of summed up really the game plan for me too. It's like that didn't make sense. That really didn't make any sense at all. And after he dropped one of them early on, and had to gather it up and then try to run, they left him out there and let him do it again. And they just kept leaving Keelan Robinson out there with a cast on his hand to catch punts. I'm like, what, guys? He can't catch anything with a cast on his hand. That made, I don't know. I don't even know. Longhorn fans, I think, were so frustrated. That was like one of the minor things they were frustrated with.
Yeah, that's a month to prepare and wishful thinking.
Yeah, right. You're a month to prepare. That was it? Come on.
Well, remember, to start the game, and early, Jaden Blue was returning the kickoffs and was doing a real good job. I mean, he brought the first couple out across the 30-yard line, and then it was Keelan Robinson back there, the senior, with the hand injury suffered here in New Orleans in a workout. And, yeah, that was questionable. You and I talked about it in the in-game watch, Rod, when there was a 4th and short situation in the first half. And Texas, Kalen DeBoer, it was 4th and short deep in their own territory. Kalen DeBoer came out to go for it and tried to draw Texas off sides, and they were going to go ahead and punt the ball, but saw that Tavondre Sweat and Byron Murphy were not on the field. They saw Trill Carter and Vernon Broughton at the tackle positions. Well, said, all right, well, if they're going to keep those guys on the field, let's go back out and run it, and they did. They got the first down. That's questionable. I'm not sure why you don't have the Outland Trophy winner and
You're right.
the All Big 12 Defensive Lineman of the Year in a game on a 4th and short that could have been a critical game-changing play. If you get a stop there, you've got the ball on a short field going in and a chance to seize the momentum. So, yeah, that was questionable. The play calling from the 12-yard line with four shots was questionable. And, but in the end, I just went back and watched the A.D. Mitchell incomplete pass, Rod, on the final play again, and it was DJ Campbell who got beat off the rush, and that allowed defensive lineman to get into Quinn Ewer's face. I mean, that play was there. It really was. A.D. Mitchell was open and had the ability to catch the ball. Quinn has to deliver a better ball, but they also got to block it a little bit better up front. So give Washington credit. You mentioned Braylon Trice earlier, Rod, and the impact he had on this game. I know you did as well. I mean, this guy, if Michael Penix was the MVP on offense, without a doubt, with his 430-yard performance, is one of just an elite performance by him. High-level throws, avoiding the rush. Braylon Trice ended up with 5 tackles, 3 for loss, 2 sacks, a forced fumble. I mean, he was a game wrecker, Rod, and that was the guy. And the Longhorns didn't have a game wrecker on their side of the ball.
No, that's a great point. I mean, Braylon Trice, I thought they would have a plan for him, and I think they did initially. That plan was ineffective, especially considering what he did last season against you. He also had 2 sacks versus Texas last season, and did he have a forced fumble? Did he have a forced fumble in there too?
He did.
Yeah,
he did.
Man.
He got credit for the forced fumble on the C.J. Baxter fumble in the start the third quarter.
Yeah, all of their first round guys showed up, and I think Braylon Trice will sneak into the bottom of the first. I don't know how he's going to test. He may end up being a second round guy, but he's got first round kind of potential. Michael Penix, Romeo Dunze, all those guys had huge games. Okay, real quick, this is something that it grinded my gears. It upset me a little bit, because I mentioned this several times leading up to the game, how last season against Washington in the Alamo Bowl, we didn't see a lot of Sark's creativity. His game plan lacked innovation. Honestly, it was a lazy, kind of boring game plan, just because it didn't even have the variety of personnel groupings in it. There was no 2 tailback sets, no 6-0 line package. This game, he actually broke it out in the script. So I don't know if he's been listening to me, but he's been listening to somebody over there who's giving him some great data about 2 tailback sets and pony packages, because after last season, he didn't use it. This season, even with Jonathan Brooks being hurt, even with Keelan Robinson being out offensively, even though you got him back there returning kicks, even with those guys being unavailable, and Keelan Robinson being your most explosive threat in the backfield, Jonathan Brooks being your best overall player in the backfield, post Bijan and post Rojo, 2 tailback sets, pony package, still your most effective, most explosive, and most efficient personnel package all season long. Highest yards per rush, highest yards per attempt, highest yards per play, and highest explosive play rate. You guys have heard me talking about this for the last 2 years, so I'm sure you're tired of it, and I'm sure it has made its way up to Sark somehow. I guarantee somebody's brought it up because somebody out there has got to be listening. In his opening script, and by the way, did you hear the update that Sark scripts now is his first 40 plays? Did y'all hear that?
Wow.
Did you hear that
that.
on the broadcast?
No, when I do the in-game watch route, I turn the sound almost all the way down so I could just talk through it. But no, I did not hear that.
I might have had the Longhorn Network
Oh,
Craig
okay.
Way call on some of that game,
yes,
too.
no, you guys, that's right. You should. I did my rewatch this morning. So I basically didn't get any sleep. Did the rewatch this morning, and the woman that on the report, the sideline reporter, I forget her name, George, is it Katie George, something like that? She said Sark scripts his first 40 plays of standard downs, basically, for the game. First 40. Remember, it used to be 20. He said it was 20.
Yeah.
His first year and first 2 years. So he's went from 20 to 40. Wow. Go listen to it. I'm gonna try to go get the excerpt, but she said, I remember because it stood out, and it was like 4 a.m. I was like, what? I wasn't sleepy because now I'm riding a high off no sleep. I'm just, just pulling an all-nighter. And she said he's scripting 40 plays. I'm like, 40 plays? That is highly irregular. And I don't know. That's a little bit, that may be a little bit too extreme. I don't even know if you need to be doing that. I think you need to be focused on being better at adjustments in the game rather than scripting 40 plays. But I digress. That's not what I'm upset about. I'm upset about the 2 tailback sets and the pony package because I've been telling you guys for the last year and a half, it's the best personnel grouping that Sark utilizes and deploys. And I've gone on rants about how this is the case all across football. Even gave you guys a quote from Nick Saban saying it's troublesome for him because teams don't play up against it. He remarked last season that Tennessee lined up in an I formation and he had to call a timeout because the defense didn't know what to do because they hadn't seen it. They don't see this. They don't see 2 tailback sets in practice. They don't see 2 back sets in practice at all. And that's why the channel runs it in the NFL, and it gives a lot of teams, it gives them a lot of grief because they just don't have practice against it. And it's very unique, even though it's retro, it's an old school concept. Well, the new spin on it is, put 2 tailbacks there. They're not a traditional fullback in your 21 personnel, 2 backs, 1 tight end. So for Texas in this game, they came out, I believe it's the second drive of the game, if I'm not mistaken. We were watching the game together, E. So you may correct me on that.
It was the second drive.
Second drive of the game. They come out, run the pony package. On the entire drive, they're just running 2 tailback sets. It's beautiful. I mean, I feel like I want to play the Genuine song. It's my pony, let's do it. I feel like we should play that in the stadium next time they run the pony package. They go down, they score a touchdown. Guys, they ran, I believe it was 7 plays. They averaged 10 yards per play, essentially, on that drive, running the football and throwing the football. And then we don't see it the rest of the game, but 2 plays. The entire game, rest of the game. Guys, they averaged over 10 yards per play.
Got to play the hits.
Play the hits. 13.5 yards per attempt you average running the pony package. I mean, it's just as productive and just as efficient as it's been all year long as it was last season. Guys, last season it was your best personnel grouping, yards per attempt, yards per play, yards per rush, and even I take it back, it was not yards per rush. It wasn't yards per rush, but yards per attempt, yards per play, and explosive play rate. And that was the case in 2021 when you looked at yards per play and yards per attempt. So it does track, even post Bijan and post Rojo. I've been throwing it out there, and I know Sark, he understands this because he used it in his script. Early on in the game, he saw the effectiveness of it. He saw it. 7 plays, right down the field, touchdown, and he didn't run it again, basically, but 2 plays the entire game. I don't know why he won't play the hits. I've been saying this forever, guys. He won't do it. He does not like to play the hits. I'm sure at home he doesn't eat leftovers either. I don't know why Sark won't just use and just get to go back to a good thing. It's a good thing, man.
Oh, it's just a fridge full of good old leftovers.
He just throws out really nice stuff from the steakhouse. He don't like leftovers. He don't like leftovers. He don't like syndicated show. He don't like reruns. He don't like any of that stuff. He don't watch any reruns. Everything's got to be new for Sark. Brand new.
What's your favorite movie? Only seen it once.
Yeah, exactly. What is happening
He's
here?
the opposite of Joe Mazzulla.
Can you guys seriously? Can you guys explain this?
I will tell you this. I will tell you this real quick. Texas ran 36 offensive plays in the first half. 4 of those were punts. So if he scripted 40, he went into halftime with some left.
Yeah, and they only ran 70-some plays for the game, or I think right at 70 for the football game.
Come on.
Well, look, I mean, again, I'll defend Sark a little bit on this. That I do think the third quarter was going to be his way of establishing the run game and trying to use that line of scrimmage advantage that they had, but they only ran 5 plays in the quarter, and his running backs both fumbled the ball. That cost you the opportunity to establish, and by the time you got the ball back, you were down 13 points because your defense couldn't stop Michael Penix, and all of a sudden you're trailing 34-21 with a touchdown and 2 field goals, and next thing you know, you're in a deep hole in the fourth quarter. So, only 5 third quarter plays don't allow you to get to much in that spot. Got to hold on to the football, but I do agree with your overall point, Rod, with Sark.
I would say this though: first half, taking quarterback runs out of it, taking the Byron Murphy run out of it, and taking the 2-minute drill out of it. All right. Let's look at running back runs, traditional runs and handoffs in the first half. Guys, they were averaging 8. They're trying to go at 8 yards per rush. But they were just handing off the ball to running backs. Throughout the game, Baxter and Blue were at 6.8 yards per rush. So before he had an opportunity, before the players had an opportunity to blow it with those fumbles, and then obviously Sark is insecure about the running game after that, and probably a lot of distrust in his running back room at that point, and I totally get it. Before that, though, he's dominating on the ground and had a chance to play keep away, and he did not because it's in his nature. What I tell you about the scorpion and the frog, I've been saying it's in his nature. He wants to throw the ball. And you know who knows that? Defensive coordinator from Washington. He wants to throw the ball. Let's force him to do something he don't want to do, which is run the ball. They gave it to him, as Patrick said. He didn't want to take it. He didn't want to.
Only 18 true running plays are handed off to running backs. They did hand it to Byron Murphy one time, but only 18 on the night. And the Longhorns lose by 6, 37-31. We'll pick it up on the other side. We will hear from Sark coming back. Also hear from Quinn Ewers and some of the other Longhorns. Jalen Ford on the loss and the end of a great career for that young guy. We'll talk about the future coming for Texas as well. We'll get some bullish or BS before the top of the hour. It's a special day after the New Year, Thanksgiving, or recap edition of Hook 'em Up with Ian Rod B. I'm live in New Orleans thanks to our friends at Hay City Store and Taste on Main in downtown Buda. We're coming right back on a Tuesday morning, the recap, bumming Blue Tuesday for sure from New Orleans and Austin here on Hook 'em Up with Ian Rod B. Weighing in early this morning on a disappointing loss for the Longhorns, 37-31. This is Jaden Blue's fumble was in the fourth quarter. That is correct. C.J. Baxter's fumble came on the first Longhorn offensive play of the third quarter. That was after Washington had come out and taken the ball down the field and put the ball in the end zone. That's how the third quarter started, was Michael Penix and that Washington offense, reestablishing control of the game coming out of the half. And that's why that Longhorn touchdown right before the half was so critical to tie the game. But the game got away from Texas early in that third quarter into the fourth quarter because the touchdown to start the half and the third quarter, and then Cedric Baxter fumbled the ball on the first play of the third quarter for Texas offensively. Ball comes loose and recovered, forced by Braylon Trice, by the way, recovered by the Washington Huskies. And then that led to a field goal. Defense did a nice job there of forcing, sudden change, defense to force the field goal. So now it's 31-21. And then to your point, Rod, is the Longhorns, I think that point is when they would like to, even though you're down 10, still trying to run the ball. The next drive, they started at the 7:29 mark. They handed off to Jaden Blue, 16-yard gain, and then another handoff to Jaden Blue for 5 yards up to the 41-yard line. Then you get a false start, and Kelvin Banks, and it moves it back 5 yards. You throw a pass to Donnie Mitchell for 5 yards, then Quinn Ewers' pass is incomplete, hurried by Braylon Trice again, and you punt. Washington goes down, kicks another field goal, and at that point now we're into the fourth quarter, and you're down 13, and that's when the Jaden Blue fumble happened. The Jaden Blue fumble did not lead to points for Washington. It just took the ball out of your hands, and it took another scoring opportunity away from you. And, at that point, that's where you can say fourth quarter became, you almost have to abandon the run because you're trying to get back in the football game. And it almost worked. The Longhorns almost came all the way back, and in the end, an incomplete pass to A.D. Mitchell. Can we hear from Steve Sarkeesian after this game? Here was his initial thought when he got to the podium after the Longhorns season came to an end. 12-2, Big 12 Conference champions, but a heartbreaking loss in the national semifinal.
But the resiliency our team showed in that fourth quarter to find a way opportunity to win the game, I think, is indicative of the character that we have on this team and the men that we have in that locker room. Those guys are fighters. They fought together. As bleak as it looked there, they never gave up hope, and they believed. And I think that's how you give yourself a chance in the end. I feel for them because I know how much they poured into this entire season. But like I told them in the locker room, we came into this season to be champions, and they are. They're Big 12 champions, and they should be very proud of that. They were a second away from playing for a national championship, and so there's a lot to be proud of on this football team. Unfortunately, in the game, we dug ourselves a hole with some self-inflicted wounds. And give credit to Washington. They played a very good game. The Penix got hot. They made some big plays down the field. And when they extended the lead, we got a little bit out of game plan to try to fight our way back into it. But we found a way to get a couple stops and force some field goals that gave us a chance to get back into the game. But in the end, came up short. But there's nothing to hang our heads about. These guys fought. And I'm very, very proud of the effort that they put into it.
All right, there's Steve Sarkeesian last night. Had to come out of game plan a little bit. And, that third quarter is where it got away from Texas. An even game, and, Washington dominated about a 15 or 16-minute stretch against Texas and built a 13-point lead that became the insurmountable number for Texas.
Yeah, I think he's right about that. Texas had to get out of their game plan, especially when you go down double digits to any opponent. There's maybe not panic, but there's definitely urgency that sets in with the play caller and with the team. And not only that, as a coach, you're looking at your defense, which can't figure out how to stop Michael Penix. So on top of the urgency of your situation that you're down double digits, you got to score, and you right now don't have a way to remedy your biggest issue, which is how do you defend Michael Penix in that passing game. So I understand why they abandoned the running game later in the game. I totally get that in the second half. My criticism would be you had a chance early on in terms of your feel of the game. I always talk about a coach's feel of the game. I think Sark should have felt that running game working earlier and felt also that his defense was getting exposed earlier, way before we start to notice it, and way before we start to point it out as a trend. As a coach, he should see it. And he should, and automatically, right after that first quarter, with enough of a sample size, it should have clicked. And Sark said, "All right, man, to hell with my game plan." I thought that I was the smartest person. That's the thing about football, right? Football, like life, all right, it's oftentimes it is a struggle between what we want to be and what we need to be in order to survive. Everybody wants to be something in life, but you got to pay bills. Right? You got responsibilities and obligations. You got what things you need to be in order to survive. Sark wants to be. He wanted to go out there, and I think he wanted to throw it on early downs. Wanted to get Quinn in the groove and with him, and have Quinn build on that fantastic performance, the best game he's ever played in that Oklahoma State game, which is a month ago. Didn't happen. The long layoff obviously affected his rhythm and his timing, and he was a little bit off. The passing game was a little bit off. The running game wasn't. He was gashing him in the running game, and as Patrick mentioned, you go look at the numbers advantage. And you know how Patrick is right about the numbers advantage that they were giving you to? Because Texas ran a lot of RPOs early, and in the RPO game, they were throwing it early on, right? They were throwing it in early on, and then they started handing off on those RPOs. So I think some of the RPOs were predetermined to start, but then they started actually running one, and I think they were reading the box, and they started handing off, and that's why they were getting such big gains in running the football with the RPO game, because the RPO game is simply reading how many guys are in the box. Do you have the numbers advantage? And Texas was having the numbers advantage. That's why in the RPO game, they were handing it off and getting chunk yards, because Washington was giving it to them because they were defending the pass, and they were erring to allocate resources toward coverage. I think Sark miscalculated there, man. I think that was your chance to control the game a little better and play keep away.
Yeah, and not only, going after the pass game in the secondary, but the defensive line was pass rushing. Which, I mean, if Braylon Trice is going to pass rush you all game, run right past him.
Also true.
I mean, that's another point is, you're not even you're saying if they're going to pass rush and drop guys back, then you should be able to run the ball. And so you can't just keep trying to throw as, when Braylon Trice is continuing to get pressure on you, run right past him. I mean, we've seen that is the recipe to beat the Cowboys. Is run right past Micah Parsons, run right past them. It's the same concept. You say, if they have a really good pass rusher, make him not be able to do that by exposing his rushing by running the ball past him.
Make him a run stuffer.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, I think in the end, as we drill down on this game for the next 4 hours and recap it, I mean, at the end of the day, Michael Penix was the best player on the field and threw for 430 yards. Braylon Trice was probably the second best player on the field, and he delivered the pass rush and the pressure on that side. Those two guys stepped up in a big way. And people are talking about the secondary, Rod, and giving up over 400 yards. Look, we talked for a month that this is the best passing offense in the country. This is the best quarterback the Longhorns will have faced all year. A good set of receivers. They're going to score. They're going to move the ball. And I think both of us had this same conversation, Rod. I mean, how many points is it going to take to beat Washington? I think both of us said 35 plus. They're going to have to go over 35 to win the game.
Yep.
31 wasn't going to be enough. If you had told me that before the game, can Texas win this game with 31 points, I would have said, no, I don't think they can do that. I think they're going to need 35 plus in this game, and they dang near got there. Obviously, if they execute better and can complete a pass there from the 11 or 12-yard line in that final series, they would have gotten to 38, and 38 would have beat 37. But in the end, they didn't convert that. In the end, 31 points. Not enough. But as far as the defense goes, Rod, I mean, it's one of those, you're not going to hear Sark throwing players under the bus, but they understand as a staff they have to get better in coverage as a program. They've got to get more pressure on the quarterback as a program. And that's being addressed through the acquisition of talent, right? That's being addressed through recruiting, where they're bringing in 5-star cornerback Kobe Black. They're bringing in 5-star safety Xavier Filsaime. They've gone and gotten Andrew Makuba out of the transfer portal. They've got Trey Moore, the UTSA pass rusher, who had 14 sacks last year. But look, tip your cap to a great player. I mean, Michael Penix, as some of the guys said, they had 400 plus yards and no pressure. Look, they had pressure. Ethan Burke came clean on the touchdown pass there in the second quarter, Rod, that popped up in the air and then was recaught. I mean, Ethan Burke came unblocked,
untouched,
and had him dead to rights. And Michael Penix stepped up in the pocket, made a play, threw a touchdown pass. To me, that play is what resonates in my head is kind of the frustration in this game for Texas, that it was right there. I mean, that you've got a sack, you've got a chance, and that would have put them into a long third down play. Instead, it goes for a touchdown because you don't take the right angle, you don't break down properly. There was pressure, but you give a great quarterback credit for being able to avoid it when the Longhorns did bring it.
Yeah, I think I'm at this point. I'm going to be critical of Texas because that's part of my job, and that's the way
Sure.
I look at football as a football theorist. I am really proud of this team. So I watched the team. I watched that game, the rewatch with some joy in my heart after a loss, which usually I do not have, because I understand what they've accomplished, and Longhorn fans should be and are really proud of that. But man, you had a chance
Yeah.
to beat Washington because Washington they allowed you they made some mistakes and you played gritty enough even though you did not play close to your best game. You played gritty enough to have a shot there in the fourth quarter. And to me, it's like I said, it's almost Shakespearean that your red zone offense came back to haunt you. That one Shakespearean flaw you've had all season long, and you've been able to win games in spite of it. And even though you've been like 119th in the country in touchdown percentage in the red zone, you've been able to survive, and it hasn't killed you because you're so explosive offensively and you got so many weapons. But the 2 games you lost this year came down to you making crucial mistakes and not being able to score touchdowns in the red zone. Oklahoma and this game against Washington. So it's, to me, I'm starting to give more props to Washington because Michael Penix was phenomenal and Braylon Trice phenomenal. And when we watched the NFL draft, and all 3 of those guys, Romeo Dunze included, are drafted in the first round, I think Longhorn fans will feel a little bit better about this loss because you'll realize, nah, man, those are just 3 NFL guys, 3 NFL players with first round talent that decided they wanted to come back to school and make something special happen. That's why they got good football character and they got a good culture too.
Yeah, and that offensive line. It was a thing of were they really the best offensive line, or was the Pac-12 just not the rush? And we saw they even when guys got past, they were able to direct them where they needed to go to work in flow with Michael Penix to allow him this space to get out and either run the ball, which he did a few times, which I know, Rod, you talked about, of breaking tendency and moving the ball. And you just ran into some guys that played really good football at the right time. And you see it when a guy doesn't win the Heisman, and as much as people talk about it, Michael Penix Jr., he came out there fully focused on making the point that he was the best quarterback in college football, and it's hard to argue it after that game.
Yeah, he played really good, made some high-level throws, avoided the rush when it was there, and directed a win. And now they'll, put a chip on their shoulder and go play Michigan because they're already established as an underdog in that game. That's kind of the role that Washington has played all year long, even though they have the longest win streak in the country at 21 games in a row now. Their last loss was last October 8th when they lost a game to Arizona State. All right, we'll come back. When we do, we will pick up the Bullish or BS. We'll hear more from the Longhorn players, Jalen Ford, also Quinn Ewers. Jalen Ford playing his final game as a Longhorn last night. Quinn Ewers likely coming back. We'll talk more about that as we move forward. We'll take your thoughts. The text line is open, 512-447-3776. It's our day after recap. Texas and Washington. Huskies win it 37-31. We're coming back on Hook 'em Up with Ian Rod B. Patrick Davis joining as well. Live with you on a Tuesday morning, day 2 of the new year, 2024. Not starting in the way Longhorn fans had hoped, and nail-biter to the end. And you just heard Steve Sarkeesian talking about despite self-inflicted wounds and turnovers in the second half, penalties in the first half, they kind of derailed the rhythm of this offense. In the end, the Longhorns had first down and 10 from the 11-yard line and a chance to potentially get a game-tying touchdown that, with a point after, would have been a thrilling 38-37 victory. Kind of felt like the way this team has come up big in clutch moments that may happen last night. But, Rod, as we talked about all month leading up to this game, to wind down the new year or the old year and into the new, Washington also has that clutch gene. They find ways to win football games. They have for 21 in a row now. And in the end, that was the battle there, where the Longhorns have found ways to win tough games all year long. Washington has found ways to keep their win streak alive, and those two met on those 4 plays, and you give Washington credit. And I got to get your football theorist thoughts on this. I credit Washington for pressuring Quinn Ewers. Sometimes coaches will lay back and let the 4-man pressure try to get there and play coverage. You go back and look at 3rd and 4th down. Brought extra people, and they got into Quinn Ewers' face, and they forced him to make quick decisions, and ended up winning the football game.
Yeah, I think what I admired about, and I kept trying to at least warn anybody who would listen, that you got to stay out of 3rd and long versus this team. That's really where they get exotic. That's where Washington they dial up a lot of kind of funky pressure packages, and they did that against Texas. Go back and look at all the 3rd and longs, and Texas had 12 3rd or 4th and longs that they tried to convert. They had 3rd and 4th downs to try to convert. 7 of those were 3rd and 4th and long. So they had 12, I think it's 11 3rd downs. That was that last 4th and 11. I think they tried to convert at the end of the game. So that's 12 total money downs that they tried to convert, and more than half of those were 3rd and 4th and long situations. They were not going to be able to survive that way. And what essentially that Washington would do, and it was really smart, once they knew Texas was in a predictable passing situation, they'd bring up 6 or 7 guys all lined up across the line of scrimmage. That's what that amoeba front I've mentioned, or ghost front, and they'd line up all the guys across the line of scrimmage, and then they would run simulated pressures and or twists and stunts with those simulated pressures. Looks like a blitz, but it's actually not a blitz, and they would bring 2nd and even 3rd level pressures with that simulated pressure, and sometimes they would just have 4 guys back, or they would drop 3 from the front line or from the defensive front, and they would rush 4, or you would see them just blitz. They just blitz 5 or 6 guys from that front. Either way, they kept Texas offensive line on their heels, and they even moved Braylon Trice around a couple of times. When they put him in the B gap, they'd go that double barrel blitz, put him in the B or the A gap, and try to find him a favorable matchup. They did a really good job of getting Texas in 3rd and long, and when they did, and there were times they were so desperate to get Texas in 3rd and long situations, they started run blitzing on early downs. They started running those amoeba fronts on 2nd down. And once they got Texas in 2nd and long, because Texas, I believe in the first, if you go look at the first quarter, at one point in their first quarter, they're averaging on 1st down 2.9 yards per play.
Yeah,
which means they were in 2nd and long constantly, and then inevitably in 3rd and long. And at later in the game, you saw Washington forcing the issue, run blitzing on early downs, and then running those funky simulated pressures and amoeba fronts even on 2nd down. That's how confident they got. Usually, you only run that stuff when you know a team's going to throw. They knew Texas was going to throw, because Texas not only was down, they had essentially abandoned the run anyway.
I agree with you 100% about Braylon Trice, moving him around. They had him on the left side up against Kelvin Banks. They had him on the right side where he went to work on Christian Jones a time or two last night. And, yes, they brought him right up the middle through that B gap to force a sack in that game. Of his 2 sacks, his 3 tackles for loss, he was a game wrecker against the Longhorns last night. But, Patrick, you said it earlier, when you had the ball from the 11-yard line with 3 tries, you can't throw a ball not in the end zone, right? And you can't get tackled outside the end zone without a timeout. So, I mean, Washington was aware of that. They were going to bring pressure at Quinn to force him to release the ball quicker. and get it out of his hand, but it had to go to the end zone, right? I mean, you couldn't risk not getting the touchdown on those spots, so I give them a lot of credit. But that was frustrating because, to Rod's point about red zone offense, if you have a play there, if you have one play to create some separation, and then I do think in the end the play to A.D. Mitchell was there. Had Quinn Ewers had a half a second more to step into that throw and deliver it, it kind of sailed on him a little bit to A.D. Mitchell on the final play of the game.
Yeah, and you also know a sack ends the game. Because
second game.
So, when you know that as Washington, you know that as Texas, that you can't take the sack, any pressure at all is going to make Quinn get that ball out very quickly because he understands that, he has to get this ball out. You wanted to see a little bit more creativity, that it wasn't, just throwing the same play you already had, which was fine because, we just complained about Sark not playing the hits. And he said, well, that one just worked. We'll throw it again. But to expect A.D. Mitchell to make two, the fact that Xavier Worthy just seemed like maybe he wasn't fully healthy or fully able to do what he normally does, because we've seen him in past, when they get down the red zone in past years especially, be able to create some separation and make really great plays in the end zone. We know J.T. Sanders was getting banged up by the end of that game as well. It may have just come down to everyone else is pretty hurt right now and pretty banged up in this game, and we trust A.D. Mitchell. He feels he's the one that was on the play before the touchdown, was hitting his chest saying, get me the ball. And they said, fine, let's get him the ball. This guy, he's shown he knows how to work in championship games and in playoff games.
Big games, yep.
Well, I think to me, you got man coverage and you got your best touchdown scorer in my mind. He's your best red zone option in man coverage, and really the throw just wasn't there. And whether it was the pressure, I mentioned that DJ Campbell kind of got beat off the snap on that play, and that defensive lineman got into Quinn's face, and he really couldn't step into it. But again, the ball sailed, and if it's a better throw, it's a touchdown. And Texas is kicking an extra point to try to win this game. What a difference that would be. That's how close this game was, despite all the mistakes by the Longhorns. Hey, can we hear from Jalen Ford? Here this morning, of course. There's a bunch of Longhorns who this was their last game last night, and obviously we'll learn over the coming days and weeks which Longhorns are intending to head off to the NFL. I think we can have our speculation of who, but Jalen Ford is one of those seniors who led this program, was here when Steve Sarkeesian and this staff got here, bought in, stuck with it, and he became the real leader and captain of the defensive side. Here's Jalen Ford last night. A disappointing loss, but a team that a lot of Longhorn fans can be proud of.
I just told him I was proud of him. Kind of like what Coach is saying. This whole year we sacrificed a lot, and in order to build this team into the way we wanted it. And I think, like he said, at the end of that, we went all the way up into the last play, and I'm just proud of my guys for never giving up. Not once did I ever believe that until that clock hit zero, that we didn't have a chance. So.
All right, there's Jalen Ford, Rod, and you said you rewatched this game at 4 o'clock this morning with some joy in your heart about the grit and the fight and the culture the program has, and now you want to hold on to that because now it's about the future for Texas. You do like the foundation that's been laid by guys like Jalen Ford and T'Vondre Sweat moving forward. The guys that are here have to keep it, but at the same time, at the end of the game, Rod, last night, I think the more experienced team with the more experienced quarterback won the football game. But now you're Texas, and now you have a chance. You'll go into the SEC next year with Quinn Ewers when he announces officially whether he's coming back or not. I think he is going to come back. You'll have a third-year starting quarterback headed into the SEC with a veteran offensive line and a lot of pieces that have learned a lot about culture this season.
Yeah, no, you're right about that, and I think the challenge for the veterans will be just to pass it down, right? Pass down those lessons, make sure that the young players understand the standard that has now been set and understand how fragile the culture is and how the guys have to kind of dedicate themselves and commit themselves to cultivating that culture. And that's about habits, right? That's about your everyday habits. You don't go in trying to check boxes to figure out what ingredients it's going to take, what players need to do, what roles they need to play, so you have a great culture. Culture is about everybody, every day, having positive habits, having habits that are going to help the team win football games and get better. And that's what this group did. And that's an everyday challenge. And that's why, a lot of these guys that are leaving are so special, because they were focused on the process and not the product. The product took care of itself. but you have to become obsessive about the process, which is an everyday grind of getting up, working out, watching film, practicing when you practice, all of that stuff. That's football's a game where you practice way more than you play. You're gonna work out way more than you practice. You got to become obsessive about those types of things and that process. And I know the older guys are. We got to make sure the younger guys are too.
Yeah, and what was the Sark line? We are who we are some of the time is who we are all of the time.
All the damn time. That's exactly right.
And that's what Sark would say, and that's the culture.
That is
Yeah,
the
that's
Amen.
right. Well, and we'll hear it coming up. We're going to play a good chunk of Sark's full post-game news conference. I know Longhorn fans waking up this morning want to hear from the coach on what he thought, what went wrong. We'll hear that coming up. In it, I think you'll hear Sark talk about the process, right? And it's a 12-month process. It starts in January. It starts with winter workouts. It leads into spring. It's all summer long. It's the outcome is based on what starts here coming up for the Longhorns with, as we've talked about, 21 new players coming in because of the early enrollees and the portal players. They'll add a lot of pieces to this roster. They'll also lose a lot of pieces from this roster who will move on to the next phase of their football journey and football career. We'll come back. We'll reset those headlines. We'll also hear that. Rod will have another Behind the Burnt Orange Curtain. We'll hit some off the record as well as we are cranking up 2024. Unfortunately, the football season over for the Longhorns. We'll talk more about it as we move forward. It's kind of our Hook 'em Up Tuesday morning edition, but also a Longhorn postmortem as we wrap it up. Longhorns lose 37-31. Live in New Orleans, live in Austin. It's Hook 'em Up with Ian Rod B. Patrick Davis joining us this morning. Oh, man, what a day of football the first day of 2024 was, with a pair of classic college football playoff semifinal games. Unfortunately for the Longhorns, they came up short. We thought we had two really even matchups, and in the end, Rod Babers, the two undefeated teams, Washington and Michigan, stayed undefeated, found ways in overtime for Michigan. Defensive stops on the final 3 plays of the game for Washington to preserve the victory, and a 6-point win with the Longhorns, threatening the end zone and a chance to win it. So we'll have a pair of 14-0 conference champions playing for the national championship next Monday in Houston, and we'll have a chance to preview that matchup. But this morning we are recapping what was a frustrating 4 quarters of football last night for the Longhorns. But as you said, Rod, and then heard from Jalen Ford on the way to the timeout, this never say die culture, this play to the end culture that Texas has played with this year, showed up despite the mistakes and the penalties and the turnovers and the it felt like they were swimming upstream the whole game.
Yep.
That they were there with a chance to win the football game. Washington made enough plays defensively and they get the victory. But I really thought when the Longhorns got the ball back with 50 seconds to go, after Kalen DeBoer and Washington really mismanaged they should have punted that ball with about 19 seconds on the clock, and the Longhorns would have had no timeouts. Instead, they had 50 seconds. The big play to Jordan Whittington for 41 yards, and then a big play to Jaden Blue, got it down inside the 15-yard line. I really thought Texas was going to win the game right there. I thought they were going to punch that ball in the end zone, and we were going to have one of the great comebacks and classic finishes we've seen. In the end, obviously, much like the rest of the night, it was a frustrating end to a frustrating night for the Longhorns.
No, that's crazy because Patrick and I were kind of talking about that too. Because that's why I had to rewatch the game, because I missed some of the fourth quarter. I'm not going to lie. I kind of missed it because I saw Texas get down double digits, and they were down with 13 points. And I was like, all right, it just don't look good. It just don't look good.
Yeah, the Jaden Blue fumble.
Yeah, so I started kind of going around. I started doing some stuff as I was watching the game, getting ready to do the post game. So I ate and did some other stuff because I hadn't eaten all day. And then, I kind of look up and I'm like, hold up. How the hell did Texas get back in this game? With about 4 or 5 minutes left, and I realized Texas got a shot. And then I'm frustrated and I'm angry because Texas not only had a shot, then I want them to actually win, because then I'm upset that they didn't win the game because they had such a good chance to do it because they couldn't execute in the red zone, even though I'll admit I had stopped paying attention and got distracted because I thought it was already over for the Longhorns.
Yeah, I mean, and we could put it was that, we talked about it, and I was talking to some other friends of mine, and, me and Rod were talking about it, and Aaron, we were talking about it on the pregame. Like, man, we've covered this for a month. We have gone through every angle and looked at it, and when you look at what Washington was doing to Texas and controlling the offensive line and being able to get the pass rush and everything, and Michael Penix Jr. playing like how he played, just watching it, once they got a double-digit lead, it felt like, okay, well, this is what they do. You fell into what they do best, and for Texas to be able to fight back, it was somewhat hard as a Texas fan to kind of make peace, say it was a great season, overachieved, Big 12 champions, everything, we're happy with it. You know what? Good shot, guys, too. Oh, just throw the ball quicker. We win. We're playing next week. So there was a bit of it where at the end it was bittersweet because the fight, but it's what we talked about all season long about this team. The difference between last year and this year is that the fight in this team and the leaders on the sideline, and when they get down, they don't stay down. And we saw that so much in the last 2 years, and even other eras and other coaches, that this team would get down and stay down, and they stayed ready. They stayed ready in a position where they were going to get the ball back with 15 seconds on their own 10, and they end up getting the ball on the 30 with 50 seconds left, and they're ready to go make plays. And Jay Witt makes a huge play, and Jaden Blue makes a big play. And so to see that, it's bittersweet because you were so close. But at the end of the day, would you rather that you had 15 and you didn't get it and you threw a Hail Mary? We could say, we didn't have a shot. Or would you say, man, you know what? It's not perfect, but man, what a seed to build on for this Texas team.
That's a great point.
Yeah, that is. That's a funny question. The double-edged sword. Would you rather? But yeah, I mean, they had their chance, and that to me, what kind of summed up the night because, excuse me, as we talked about, Mike, I mean, Longhorns had chances to sack Michael Penix, and it was dead to rights, and he would evade it and not just complete a pass. He'd complete a big pass down the field or a touchdown. And then when you felt like you could run the football and, get back in the game or maybe take control of the game in the third quarter, both your running backs put the ball on the ground and, the turnovers. But you're right, Rod. I think a lot of Texas fans kind of, turned off the intensity in the fourth quarter not just when they went up 13, but Texas went down and scored to make it a 6-point game at 34-28. If your defense with 7 minutes to go could have gotten you, off the field there in the middle of the fourth quarter, who knows? And that's where I give Michael Penix a lot of credit, because having talked to folks who were in the building in the Sugar Bowl last night in the Superdome, that was the loudest the stadium got after Texas had gotten it to 34-28, the touchdown to A.D. Mitchell. It's only a 6-point game. And that's when Michael Penix just cool and calm and engineered a really good drive that ended up in a field goal. It got it back to 9, and it made it a 2-score game again. That was really, really good stuff. As good as Michael Penix was to stare down that crowd, and that it was 80-20 Texas fans last night in the Superdome, and he was able to engineer that drive, get it back to 9, and then to your point, Rod, I think a lot of Longhorn fans, okay, well now it's two scores again. And in the end, the Longhorns go down, get a field goal. They don't get the onside kick. At that point, it's going to be long odds. But Washington did them a huge favor, which I still don't understand Kalen DeBoer not taking a knee and just taking knees, letting the clock run. Instead, he was running the ball.
Crazy.
And he may have lost his starting running back for the Michigan game, Rod.
I think you're right, yeah. It's possible.
Because he got twisted up and he'd been kind of limping a little bit on the night, and he goes out hurt, and that stops the clock. Then Washington has an offsides on the punt, which didn't allow the clock to run again. And so they punt the ball. Then they have a kick, catch interference call that gives the Longhorns 15 free yards. It was kind of adding up, like after the game they played, that it was Washington that was going to collapse here late in the game. But in the end, they made the plays. And that's why I say that incomplete pass to A.D. Mitchell on the fourth down from the 11-yard line was just kind of symbolic of the whole night. Just it's right there, but gosh, it's a mirage. It's frustrating. The Longhorns couldn't find a way, but Washington are the champs. Can we hear the post-game news conference? Good chunk of it here on Hook 'em Up with E and Rod B. I'm in New Orleans. Patrick and Rod are back at the Horn headquarters. Here's the way it sounded last night after the game. It's Steve Sarkeesian, it's Quinn Ewers, and Jalen Ford, the assembled media, asking questions of the coach, the quarterback, and the captain on defense.
Okay, I think first of all, I'll go backwards, but the resiliency our team showed in that fourth quarter to find a way to have an opportunity to win the game, I think is indicative of the character that we have on this team and the men that we have in that locker room. Those guys are fighters. They fought together. As bleak as it looked there, they never gave up hope, and they believed, and I think that's how you give yourself a chance in the end. I feel for them because I know how much they poured into this entire season. But like I told them in the locker room, we came into this season to be champions, and they are. They're Big 12 champions, and they should be very proud of that. They were a second away from playing for a national championship, and so there's a lot to be proud of on this football team. Unfortunately, in the game, we dug ourselves a hole with some self-inflicted wounds. And give credit to Washington. They played a very good game. Penix got hot. They made some big plays down the field. And when they extended the lead, we got a little bit out of game plan to try to fight our way back into it. But we found a way to get a couple stops and force some field goals that gave us a chance to get back into the game. But in the end, came up short. But there's nothing to hang our heads about. These guys fought. And I'm very, very proud of the effort that they put into it.
We'll open it up for questions. Please raise your hand, and we'll get a microphone to you. We'll start in the front row on the left side.
Joe Cook with Inside Texas. Steve, can you go through those last 4 play calls inside the 12 and starting with the swing pass to Jay?
Yeah, he was more of a check down on the play. We were looking for an opportunity for JT or Jay Witt, trying to create a one-on-one matchup for those guys to go high point it. Naturally they did a good job defending it, and Quinn did a good job of just getting the ball out to Blue with a chance in space, but had to get out of bounds. It's a tricky situation in that, you're out of timeouts. And so we have to be very careful that we don't complete a ball short of the goal line, or pretty much the game's going to end at that point. So when you're forced to throw it into the end zone each time, it makes it difficult, especially when they're defending the end zone. So we were just trying to create some matchups with some different route combinations to create some one-on-ones and to give our playmakers a chance to make a play. And we just weren't quite able to do it, so that's the way it goes sometimes.
We'll stay in the front row.
Quinn, can you kind of take us to those final 3 plays and just kind of the pressure Washington got in those last 2?
Yeah, like Coach Ruck was saying, we're just trying to take a shot at the end zone, obviously, because if you fall short, like you said, the game's going to be over. So, just was looking to give my guys an opportunity to go make a play at the end of the day. That's all you can really do.
Front row.
Eric Henry, Horns 24/7. His questions for Steve. Steve, I was wondering if you could just talk about the challenge to get pressure on Michael Penix and just kind of the challenge that placed on your secondary to defend against guys for a long time.
Yeah, no, I think, there were times we did create some pressure. We just couldn't get him on the ground. And that was probably the most frustrating part. He was elusive in the pocket, and he did a good job of avoiding the rush and then keeping his eyes. And then I thought they did a good job of taking advantage of some one-on-one matchups when they got him. And it just kind of felt like every time they threw it and we were in pretty good coverage, they made the play, and then that's a credit to them. They're a good offense and a good passing offense, especially. It showed. We just couldn't get them on the ground. We couldn't generate enough pressure. I thought our guys were fighting with the pass rush. We couldn't put enough pressure on the tackles, quite frankly, to get a holding call to even get them off schedule. They really played on schedule all night, and that makes it difficult. The times we did get them into some 3rd and longs, we had the ability to get off the field, but we just couldn't get them on the ground. I thought there were some decent pressures in there. We just didn't get them on the ground.
We'll go to the right side, second row.
Steve, I don't know if you feel like the 30 days off maybe affected y'all's offensive rhythm more. It just didn't seem like y'all were quite in sync like you were all year.
Yeah, to your point, I think for whatever reason, we had some uncharacteristic kind of anxiousness at the line of scrimmage, where we had different people kind of with false start penalties, and those things are difficult because sometimes, we're trying to play, let's get to 2nd and 5, and now we can operate, and then you get a false start and it goes back at 2nd and 10. Or you do something on 1st and 10, it's incomplete, that's okay. Then you false start, it's 2nd and 15. So those were some things that were a little disappointing. And I don't know if that's because of the layoff or just, sometimes being in the environment and you're a little excited to go play. But I thought we rebounded from those things, and we ran the ball really well early in the game. But like I said, when you fall behind, it kind of stressed us where we had to kind of not lean on the run like we wanted to. And I thought that really changed as much of the game as anything, to where, we really couldn't lean into the run and then, complement it with the passing game. We had to really start throwing it and then mix runs when we could.
We'll stay on the right side, front row.
Jalen, what did you say to your guys after the game?
After the game? I just told them I was proud of them. Kind of like what Coach is saying, this whole year we sacrificed a lot, and in order to build this team into the way we wanted it. And I think, like he said, at the end of that, we went all the way up into the last play, and I'm just proud of my guys for never giving up. Not once did I ever believe that until that clock hit 0, that we didn't have a chance. So.
All right, we'll go to the left side, second row.
Terry Middleton, Horns Illustrated, Coach Sarkeesian. You talked about the resilience of the team, the fight until the last second. Is this something that you guys practice, or is this just the culture, the character of the team?
It's a belief, we push our guys hard. Like I told them in the locker room, this has been a 12-month journey. We started winter conditioning last January, and those workouts aren't always fun, all right? But we're building character in those workouts. It's cold, we go in the morning. we practice really hard. Our practices are demanding. Our summer workouts, when we run in DKR in the afternoon and it's 120 degrees, that's for a reason. It's to build character, and it's to develop the mental toughness and the resiliency. And then we get to training camp and we practice hard. And there's a belief in our style and what we do. And I think it showed this season. There was a lot of games that came down to the wire for us this year. We found a way to win. And we put ourselves in position again tonight to have a chance to win the game. It just didn't happen. But I think that just speaks to the mental toughness that these guys have, the resiliency, and also the connection that they have for one another. That, just like Jalen said, these guys never lost faith. They believed that we were going to win that game, and it was just how. That was the biggest thing. Is, well, how are we going to do it? And we know we're going to. It's just how. And unfortunately, we came up short tonight. But that's the life of sport. When you get into sport, all you can do is put forth maximum effort in your preparation, get yourself in the right frame of mind, and then play as hard as you can. And in the end, somebody's going to win and somebody's going to lose. And either way, that should build character, and that should help these guys in whatever they end up going and doing in life, that how to go about your business on a daily basis and put yourself in position to be successful. You got a chance in this life. And hopefully they can walk out of this season knowing that.
We'll stay on the left side in the front row.
Coach, Alma Richardson, OrangeBuzz.com. Coach, obviously you've been building over the last couple of years to get to this point. How do you then, going forward, maintain this level of success and then kind of building forward to get to the ultimate goal where you want to be?
Well, I think that we have to make sure that this doesn't just happen, right? It took 12 months of hard work. We have to make sure that complacency doesn't set in. We got to be mindful of that. And then we go right back to the foundation of building the team, like I said, in those things that I discussed, whether it was winter conditioning, spring ball, summer workouts, training camp, Culture Wednesdays, all the things that we do, making sure that we still handle our business in the classroom, make sure that we still handle our business in our community, because I think that ultimately, you have to rebuild the character each year of your team. And we have to be mindful that it doesn't just happen. It takes hard work. And I think that there's a lot of lessons to be learned, that the value of that hard work that we put in is the reason that we're in this position. So we're going to have to get right back to it again.
We'll go to the right side, second row.
Kirk Bowles from the Austin American Statesman. Quinn, it looked like you hit your head on the turf in the first half. I don't know if you were treated for a concussion or examined for a concussion. And the second part is, why did you feel like it was so hard to get Xavier and A.D. Mitchell involved in the offense more?
Yeah, I mean, I hit the back of my head a little bit, got examined, but was cleared, obviously. I mean, you just go out there and try to execute plays and put the ball where you think it's going to go. And it's hard to say why I didn't do certain things. And, I don't like to play the what-if game at all. But we just go out there and try to execute each play to the best of our abilities. And, yeah.
Okay, we'll go to the back of the right side.
Coach Justin Guzman, Texas Student Television. In the second half, it looked like a lot of the receptions were more in the flat, whereas in the first half, a lot of the plays that Washington had offensively were more down the field. Was that more of a scheme adjustment? Was that just something that they were doing offensively that was putting you guys in some difficult situations? Can you just explain the difference in their first half attack versus the second half attack?
It's probably a better question for Coach DeBoer, quite frankly. We try to, obviously, try to protect ourselves a little bit more against the deep ball. And maybe that's the reason the ball was going out to the flat, but I don't know if that was their intent or not. That like I said, that's probably a better question for him.
I'll go to the left side, second row.
Quinn, Ted Lewis, from the Times-Picayune, New Orleans. I'm not sure if you're aware or not, but a year from now, the winner of the SEC will be here playing host in the quarterfinals. Can you envision Texas being in this position, or does it hurt too much right now to think that far ahead?
I mean, I guess I'm a human being and I understand what's ahead, but at the same time, there's a long ways in between here and a year from now. A lot can happen in 365 days. So, but I know that we're gonna work as hard as we can to try to be back, and that's all we can really do is attack the off season the right way, and just continue to build this team to what it's capable of being.
All right, left side along the aisle.
Andrea Adelson, ESPN.com. Quinn, we can just see the emotion on your face. I don't want to guess how you're feeling, so I was just hoping you could take us through your emotions now as you're sitting here, thinking about how this game ended.
Yeah, it's tough, especially losing a close game like this. But, when you take a step back and you look back at the entire season, I'm proud of the way that we attacked each week. And for us to have the opportunity to even play here is just I know the whole team is beyond grateful for this opportunity that we had today. And I think we all played our hearts out, and I don't question anybody's effort in that room, in that locker room at all. But I couldn't be more proud of the way that we attacked this year, because I know most of y'all didn't believe that we would be here right now. So, and we're going to continue to just focus on the opinions inside our four walls and continue to build.
Go to the right side.
Jeff Howe, Horns 24/7. Quinn, when you guys got down 13, just kind of walk through your mindset, what you were saying to guys to kind of make that comeback, and then for Sark, just evaluate Quinn's performance tonight.
Going down 13, I think the biggest thing that we were talking about was just one play at a time. You can't get all 13 points back in one single play. So, the small wins turn into big wins. So just trying to get back on track, and I think we did a good job of that.
Yeah, I thought Quinn had a really gutsy performance tonight. Thought he utilized his legs extremely well. They were really trying to deploy and match routes and cover people. And when that happened, he found some running lanes to use his legs to extend plays. Thought he made some big time throws at critical moments, especially late in the ball game. Give us a chance to win. Down 13 in the fourth quarter with not a lot of time left, and we had the ball in the 12 with whatever it was, with a chance to win the ball game. And that doesn't happen unless he's playing his heart out and making some really big time throws for us.
All right, guys, initial thoughts from Sark and the guys there in New Orleans after the game. A lot of grit, but again, you heard Sark say the word frustrating a few times. That was my adjective to describe this game. Just frustrating, the way it ended, the way it started, the way the third quarter went. I mean, just and to be that close, really adds to the level of frustration. But in the end, the team that played better, the coaching staff that coached better, the quarterback that played better, won the football game. But still not easy to swallow when you're that close to maybe winning this game and playing again next Monday.
I think that this team understands, especially when they go back and watch the film. I don't know how many of them will. Some of these guys are moving on, so they'll never go back and watch the film. If you're Jalen Ford moving on to Devondre Sweat, I don't know if you ever go back and watch this film. The guys that do, and they will, as a team, I'm sure at one point try to watch it. If you watch it and go back and you're not frustrated and think to yourself, we let a golden opportunity. We let a golden opportunity kind of slip through our fingers. Then, I think for those guys, that will probably be the time where it hurts even more so than initially. Because you go back and rewatch it, you realize you lost this game in a lot of ways too. You were your own worst enemy. Washington played a great game, and they have a great coach. They have a great game plan, but you did them a lot of favors with the penalties. Yeah. You did them a lot of favors with, Sark talked about how anxious they were, the anxiety they kind of played with early on. You felt that with the penalties. Yeah. You felt they played tight early on.
Yeah, Ewers was not on early on. There was the passes were just not really where they need to be to tip balls.
Yeah.
Everybody did seem like you were trying to be loose up until the moment, and then the moment came, and the enormity of it kind of came after them.
Yep.
And where Washington, I think had been a little bit closer to this, and they just felt like they were ready for this game a little bit more than Texas was.
Yeah, I agree. They locked in. And again, credit to Washington because those tip balls in the first couple drives were critical. A couple of those could have been easy completions and could have got the rhythm going. Didn't happen, but that was by design, right? They knew what they were doing, getting their hands up on those RPOs, those quick passes. And then, the Longhorns' self-inflicted stuff was frustrating for sure. And I also think, guys, Michael Penix hitting the 77-yarder to Jalen Polk early was big because we talked about it for a month. And on the first deep ball, goes for 77 yards. I mean, that'll stagger you a little bit too. Man, we worked on this. We had the plan for this, and this guy, is already bombs away. He also missed a tackle on that at the back end. But either way, all those things lead to the anxiety that we're talking about. Oh my gosh, here's and look, Michael Penix played a great game. Let's not shy away. I mean, when you tip your cap to a player who's really good, best quarterback in the country, or one of the top quarterbacks in the country, plays that good, going to be hard to beat, especially when you make that many mistakes and put the ball on the ground twice in the second half. All right, we come back. When we do, Rod will take us again behind the burnt orange curtain. We're talking all things Texas. Season comes to a frustrating end, but a great season for the Longhorns. Future bright, but disappointing for sure on this Tuesday morning on Hook 'em Up with Ian Rodby.
Is presented by Callahan's General Store, helping to keep your yard in golf course condition year-round for 45 years. It's always a good day to make it a Callahan's Day.
Callahan's General Store, always a great day to make it a Callahan's Day, bringing you at the turn. We're halfway through our Tuesday conversation, talking all things Texas and Washington. In the end, a bitter end of the Longhorn season. 12-2, 14-0. Washington with a 21-game win streak will advance to play the Michigan Wolverines, who beat Alabama yesterday in another thriller in overtime. Real quick, Rod, quick update because it's the new year now, and we talked a lot in the month of December leading up to December 31st about the deadline for the PGA Tour and the Saudi Arabia Public Investment Fund to come to an agreement on a new merger. That didn't happen, but I will say that there is good news on this Tuesday morning that the goal line has been moved. That the PGA Tour and the Saudi Arabia Public Investment Fund have announced that their efforts are being made to extend the negotiation deadline between the parties. So they're still talking. This isn't over. They're going to move the deadline. No new date has been given, but the conversations are ongoing. So we'll keep you posted on that here as the golf season really cranks up here in the month of January with the events in Hawaii. Then they'll do the California swing. We'll certainly cover them here at the turn halfway through our show each day. But the goal line has moved, Rod. So not done.
They always say, right, deadlines make deals. So I guess they want to move the deadline so they can make a deal.
Yeah, I think they still want to make a deal, but who knows? We're not in those meetings, and so no deal, but it's not over. There's still ongoing negotiations into 2024 now, and we will certainly keep you posted, and we'll look forward to more golf. We also will tell you about our new golf course of the month here coming up in the month of January. We got to get that to you as well. We're excited about it after having Grey Rock for the month of December. Here in the month of January, we'll crank up a brand new course, teach you their history, and it's a course that has a lot of history in Central Texas, celebrating half a century. We'll tell you about that coming up throughout the month of January here at the Turn, and with our friends at Callahan's General Store. Remember, get on over there. I don't know if you saw this, Rod, that there is and you can look this up. There's reportings of a polar equinox or polar situation coming at the end of January.
Oh, yeah.
Some of the long-term forecasts are saying it could be a really, really extended and hard freeze, not just in Texas but across the country and North America. So keep an eye on that. Point of that is, who knows if it comes or not? It's a month away or several weeks away. But before the next freeze, it's going to be some hard freezes coming here December, January into February. Get over to Callahan's General Store. In addition to helping you winterize and get your yard ready for spring and keep that yard golf course ready, Callahan's can also get you the everything you need, the essentials for the first hard freeze that's coming. Don't wait until the mad rush happens when it's actually coming. Get ahead of it. Talk to the great people there. They get everything you need to cover those pipes and cover your plants and take care of the 3 Ps when those freezes come that are inevitable now that we're here into the month of January. And that's At the Turn, brought to you by Callahan's General Store. Always a good day to make it a Callahan's Day.
At the Turn is presented by Callahan's General Store, helping to keep your yard in golf course condition year-round for 45 years. It's always a good day to make it a Callahan's Day.
And they were all asking themselves the same question. What is behind that curtain?
All right, obviously, we're still discussing the fallout, if you will, the post-mortem, the autopsy of Texas' loss to the Washington Huskies. A lot of different things that I think we can break down, and I think there are a lot of different variables that led to Texas losing the matchup. One thing that I pointed out earlier this week, and I've been talking a lot about it, has been what I saw and what I recognized in the Alamo Bowl last season with Texas and Washington. And something Sark did that I thought was pretty interesting. And, for the most part, I thought it was a vanilla game plan. And I thought it was kind of a lazy, cocky, arrogant game plan. Sark just thought he could go in and, push Washington around. That was not the case because they didn't have the running game to do so. This year they had actually some of the running game, but Texas got behind. As Sark mentioned, they really had to abandon the running game for the most part because they were playing catch up. But one thing they did really well in this matchup, and you probably noticed it sporadically throughout the game, that they also did in the last game versus Washington. And I brought it up. It was probably the most successful concept Texas had in the game versus Washington in the Alamo Bowl. They ran a lot of empty formation. It was the most empty formation they had run all season long. That's when you have no running backs in the backfield, just a quarterback. And Quinn Ewers looked really comfortable in that Alamo Bowl running empty formation. Now, a lot of the time, I think it was out of necessity. Necessity is the mother of invention. Your running game wasn't working. You were averaging less than 3 yards per carry. Post Bijan and Rojo, and X-Man had the hurt hand. I think Sark just put all of it on Quinn and decided, hey, Quinn, I need you to go to win us the game. It was also one of the first games where Quinn decided to run a little bit. He had a 12-yard run out of empty formation. So Texas was completing, or at least Quinn was completing 87% of his passes out of empty formation last season in that Alamo Bowl. You had a first down rate of over 25%. So they got first downs. You were moving the football out of empty. And I wondered if Sark would bring it back. Would he play the hits? We know he doesn't like to play the hits. He's against it because it was something that was really successful. It hasn't been a staple in Sark's offense. I have pleaded on these airwaves and other airwaves that Texas should use more empty formation. It does work well with, or at least I think hypothetically it should work well with Quinn's skill set. But it actually, unfortunately, I think for Sark, he gets upset with Quinn because Quinn's inability to work through progressions quickly. It ends up hurting him in empty formation because Quinn, he gets sacked in empty, and you're not supposed to get sacked. I think he's had 5 sacks in empty formation this year. Just so you know, sack rates, NFL, college, and even here in Texas, they usually drop out of empty formation. That's why Quinn's coming back to school. That's why he's coming back, I think, to evolve his game and develop that part of his game so he can get through progressions quicker. And so that when he gets to his second and third progressions, he is still consistent in his mechanics, still consistent in his footwork, and that's not the case. Usually by the time he gets to his second and third progressions, Quinn's footwork is a little erratic. He's probably moving around in the pocket way too much. The mechanics get a little bit lazy, and that's what happens when he goes deeper into the progressions. When he's on his first read, priority read, that's when he's great. And empty keeps you on that because empty is easy to identify the matchup advantages across the board because there will be plenty. Because most teams don't have the personnel to match up with your guys across the board, and teams are only going to play man against it. They're going to play man to one side or zone the other, or they'll zone the entire thing, or they'll go zero coverage. There are only 2 or 3 ways you're going to play empty formation, and everybody knows the ball's coming out quickly, especially if they decide to blitz or they outnumber you on the offensive line. Most of the time, they won't do that, but they may decide to blitz to force the ball to come out quickly. My point is, it should work with Quinn, but it doesn't. I think that frustrates Sark. And that's also one of the reasons, sidebar, that Texas, I think one of the reasons why their red zone offense struggles. Because red zone also speeds up the internal clock and it speeds up the progression of the quarterback. Why? Because your windows are smaller. So as you get through that progression, you don't have as much space, all right, for route development as you do when you're going in between the 20s. Everything is constricted down there in the red zone, which means everything happens quicker. Forcing Quinn Ewers to get through reads quicker, I just told you, that's a challenge for him because it seems like the mechanics, everything suffers. He becomes more erratic. So anyway, my point is it should work, but it doesn't. But it worked in the Washington game again. And I said maybe it's Washington's scheme specifically that allows you to exploit them out of empty formation. And even though Quinn has been inconsistent out of empty, even though he took a sack, the first empty damn snap they ran, I was doing the in-game live watch with E. He gets sacked. He was like, oh, they're running empty right there. I know you're going to be excited. I was like, ooh, they're running empty. It's going to be exciting. And he gets sacked. And he does that because he holds on to the ball a little bit too long. And even pre-snap, I don't think he identifies the matchup that he wants to go to. Truth is, A.D. Mitchell was probably the matchup on that sack he took in empty. That was the matchup he probably should have went. Now, Braylon Trice did just beat the brakes off of Christian Jones on that play. But the ball was supposed to come out really quickly. And if he was anticipating that, there's a chance that he could have bought himself a little bit more time and found A.D. Mitchell on the quick out because he was open on the quick out. And there's somebody that's going to be open all the time out of empty formation. So what I went back and documented was empty formation for Texas in this game and the last game. This game, you had 80% completion percentage out of empty formation, 92 total yards, 3 explosive plays. As a matter of fact, one of the plays, you go look at the Jay Witt play. The Jay Witt play, the great catch at the end of the game, empty formation. And Jay Witt ends up with a favorable matchup. So in the last 2 games versus Washington, which maybe it was game plan specific, maybe it was matchup specific against Washington and not necessarily about Quinn's skill set because it worked last season in Alamo Bowl versus Washington, and Quinn wasn't necessarily great out of empty formation then. And then this season, even though I think you should have run it more, empty formation worked, even though my numbers track that Quinn hasn't been great out of empty formation for all the reasons I just listed. So in the last 2 years, you go look at it, you got Quinn now upwards of 80% completion percentage out of empty formation in the last 2 years, over 11 yards per attempt out of empty formation versus Washington in the last 2 years, 5 explosive plays. So you're at a 30% explosive play rate, meaning 30% of the empty formation plays that you've run versus Washington the last 2 years have resulted in explosive plays, runs and or passes. See, sometimes Sark is too much of a moderate when he needs to be an extremist. Same thing about the pony package. He was moderate thinking, I'm going to sprinkle it in 9, 10 plays here. And that's all I'll need. No, when you find that it's working, become an extremist. Run it till they stop it. Run it and ram it down their throat until they stop that concept, or they allocate resources to do it, or they overcommit themselves to do it, leaving themselves vulnerable elsewhere. And that way you can anticipate what their adjustment's going to be, and then you can better win the chess match within the game, right? And he's not doing that. He's not winning that battle of adjustment. At least he didn't in this matchup. And just like in the last Washington game, there are certain concepts. He didn't even use the 2 tailback set versus Washington in the Alamo Bowl. At least he used it this season in the semifinal, and it was great. Actually, you had one of your best offensive drives of the game running that pony package. You should have ran more of it, though, because you're too moderate offensively. I need you to become an extremist at times with your offensive philosophy, and I don't think he is. I think he's overly concerned with balance and overly concerned with sometimes sprinkling in enough variety. When you find something that works, just run it into the ground. And Sark never does it. That's why he doesn't play the hits, because he likes everything to be fresh. To hell with fresh. All right, let's get effective. To hell with fresh.
Rod Babers behind the burnt orange curtain. Longhorns fall 37-31 was your final score. Somebody on the text line as you were talking, Rod, said first progression quarterback, kind of like on the weird throw to Jaden Blue from the 11 or 12 yard line. Look, I'll just say this. I didn't hate that play. I know I saw it on social media. A lot of Longhorn fans were not happy with that. The Jaden Blue play on first down really was a smart play, because JT Sanders, you just heard Sark say it in the press conference, was double teamed. That was the primary read. And if you're a 1, maybe 2 progression quarterback, which Quinn Ewers is right now, Rod, that was not a bad throw, because you can't take a sack there, and you can't let the ball get tackled in bounds. So the little swing pass over to Jaden Blue allowed him to dance out of bounds and gain a yard, but you stopped the clock, which was the most important thing at that point, with 10 seconds to play. The next couple of plays were the ones where you can kind of get frustrated, and this is what you just said. I agree with everything you said, but most about is Quinn Ewers is coming back to school to learn to be a second and third progression quarterback. But at the end of the day, Rod, on a frustrating night at the Sugar Bowl and at the Superdome, the play on fourth down, if Quinn Ewers just throws it to the pylon, right, just throws it to the front pylon, a little more of a bullet throw, not the fade, it's probably a touchdown, because A.D. Mitchell had man coverage, he had inside leverage, and if you throw it to the pylon, he's going to be able to keep his feet in bounds and get a touchdown. That's the frustrating part, that even on the one read, if he makes a better throw there, the Longhorns might win this game and might be playing for a national championship next Monday night.
Yep, it's a good point. The back shoulder fade was definitely a better option on that play.
Yeah. Or, front pylon. He's got the guy behind him. He's got to come through him and interfere with him. But again, he had pressure in his face a little bit. Those are the things that Quinn Ewers has to clean up and get better at, big picture. Michael Penix has already done that, and Michael Penix made very few mistakes last night, and his team is going to play for that national championship at 14-0. Good stuff right there, Rod. We'll come back, go off the record a little bit, some stories maybe you've missed that you need to know from around the sports world. Been a busy weekend, New Year's Eve, New Year's Day, bowl games. We'll get you some off-the-record conversation. Coming next here on Hook 'em Up with Ian Rod B. Hayes City Store and Taste on Main in Buda. Our travel partners, Travis and Tamara Tyndall, helping us get here and get back. And it's been a fun trip. Unfortunately, the Longhorn season ends. Frustrating night for the Longhorns. But, Rod, I don't know if you saw this, but we were doing the in-game watch last night. But there was one of the things you'll see when you're in New Orleans and down on Bourbon Street especially is women's breasts. That's not an uncommon occurrence, right, when you're in New Orleans?
Nothing wrong with it. Without no beads, just breasts hanging out. No exchange of beads.
I didn't see any, but I did watch ESPN last night, and did you miss the lady getting her boobs exposed on national television last night?
Did she flash the camera, or did the camera roll up on her while she was flashing somebody else?
No, she flashed the camera. It was one of these over the top kind of drone cameras, or at least a wire camera that was kind of hovering. I think it was a drone that was coming over Bourbon Street, and the lady did a nice job of kind of understanding what was coming. Well, she did, and she saw it coming.
She was anticipating like Michael Penix.
Yeah, she did, and this camera got near her, she pulled down her little tube top, and she just flashed them out.
Yeah,
and and I don't think ESPN saw it. They ran it, they aired it. Man, it was in full bore.
Now, are breasts considered indecent?
I think so.
Are they really? Because you can whip out. In a lot of cities, breasts can be out, and it is not necessarily against the law.
No, you can have the breast out at the place on TV, but then they're also, if it's ESPN and it's cable and it's 11:30 at night, the rules are different now than they used to be.
Yeah,
that you can get away with it. They normally, though, a Disney-owned company shies away from that.
That would be frowned upon in the Disney headquarters. You know what I'm saying?
I guess it's a good point about the Disney headquarters thing, but there you go. Good
she's
for her.
Not a Disney princess.
Now she's gonna be a gift, right? He's gonna be like forever.
Oh yeah.
Like she's gonna become forever like memorialized. She'll have a gift of her. Somehow.
Is this how you start an OnlyFans career?
She might already have an OnlyFans account, guys. I mean, let's be honest. If you're willing to flash a camera like that, you're probably already on your way.
It's like the drug dealers we used to hear about. First one's free. First one's free. You gotta subscribe for the rest.
That's how they get you. Yeah, I did. I saw that, but I saw people talking about it, but I didn't see the video. Now I got to go back and for research purposes. I'll go back and find that video.
It's like Janet Jackson. Research.
Yes, research, man.
So now I'm looking at it again, and it wasn't a drone camera. It was a guy carrying a camera, but the lady was acting like she didn't even see the camera when she did this.
See, exactly.
And maybe she didn't see the camera, and she was just flashing, trying to get some beads. All right, so I'm rewatching this. I saw it last night, but I'm rewatching this.
Now I gotta find it.
She didn't. Just go to X and search for ESPN Flash, and you'll find it. ESPN Flash. You'll see it. Lady, in hindsight now, I correct the record. She didn't even see the camera, I don't think. She was trying to get her some beads, and it was just perfect timing for this dog all play out. So nice job.
Is this a younger woman or an older woman? And are we talking about like working breasts? Like are these breasts like have they been through some stuff?
I think this was just someone having a good old time. You know what I'm saying? It's a short clip. I mean, you got to really watch to see it. I mean, and because she's not really paying. Okay, there it is. It's just one. She got to get a right breast nipple. I think is what we got on this deal.
See, that's why I said I think that she was having a good time, and then the camera caught her having a good time.
You're right.
Instead of her just flashing the camera.
Yeah,
you're right about that. 100%.
Wardrobe malfunction.
Oh yeah,
wardrobe malfunction.
Oh yeah. I say that. I just saw it too. Oh yeah, she was definitely trying to get some beads. She's looking up. Her eye line is up. She's looking up.
I guess when I first saw it, I thought she saw the camera and she was acting like she didn't see it, so she could sneak attack. But no, and she was trying to get some beads, which is fine to do on.
Yeah, but still, ESPN. I'm gonna need y'all to edit that though. I mean, it's clearly a breast. It's clearly out there.
Yeah.
With the nipple showing and everything.
I think their producers missed it too. So nice job.
Hey man, remember Janet Jackson just showing a nipple what it did to our psyche at that time? 20-something years ago?
It would. I will
devastated.
Say, my guess is the ESPN coverage past midnight. Not quite the same viewership ratings as the Super Bowl halftime show. Might be a little lower.
That's what it did. Get many FCC complaints for that one.
Yeah, no one's. The people watching that don't care about the FCC.
You're probably right. All right, guys. One other thing, and I want you're off the record, Rod, but I know we'll have time to talk about later in the week as we get back into a normal routine. But what did you make of the Cowboys play, the Detroit play with the who reported and who didn't eligible the other night in the Saturday night game? Obviously, it's a critical loss. Detroit scores a touchdown, go for two. They get it with the 2-point conversion to the offensive lineman Taylor Decker. He says he checked in. He says he checked in as eligible. The official says no, he did not, and it ends up being a Cowboys victory. What was your take on that whole Dan Campbell situation and the Cowboys win?
Remember, the Cowboys had a play like this early this year.
Yeah, they did.
Yeah, right. They had a play like that earlier this year where it was a miscommunication about whether the guy checked in as eligible or not. I think, first of all, I think the Detroit Lions were trying to be sneaky, and I think they were trying their best to try to be a little secretive. And why wouldn't you? Even though the official has to announce it to the opposing team, and they even announce it in the damn stadium sometimes too. You can only be, obviously you can only be so sneaky with it. But when they sent 3 linemen over to the official, and then they were trying to get, I think, 2 of those linemen essentially to declare as eligible receivers or whatever it was. I think they were doing it to confuse the Dallas Cowboys about who was going to be eligible and who wasn't. And I think that blew up in their face because I think it was so good they confused the refs and they confused everybody involved.
Yeah.
When they sent three old linemen over there instead of just sending one guy going, "Hey, I'm eligible. It's me." They sent 3, and then on top of that, I forget the name of the left tackle. He was trying to be really subtle about it, almost in a sneaky way, like, "Hey man, it's me," not trying to point at himself and not trying to be too obvious. That also hurt him. He should just went up to the ref and got in the ref's face and literally talked to him and said, "Hey man, it's me." So if the ref just didn't acknowledge him and didn't see him, I could understand that, even though it's hard considering you had 3 old linemen in your face that he didn't see one of those guys. But I think it's also on the Detroit Lions, man. They tried to be covert with it, and it blew up in their face.
Yeah, and they also said that 70 reported eligible many times throughout the game.
Yes.
Which I think was part of it, too, was like, well, we're just going to keep having the same guy eligible. And so in your brain, 70's eligible. 70's eligible, and they say 68's eligible, and they move. But the refs did that then.
They did.
They tricked the wrong guys.
They did. They tricked. You're right. It was so good. They tricked the refs.
Well, it's a critical play, and because obviously with the Eagles collapse and loss to the Arizona Cardinals on Sunday, Cowboys are now with a chance to win the division and be the 2 seed in the NFC. Obviously, the Lions needed that victory to stay even with the 49ers. 49ers have now locked up the 1 seed, and Christian McCaffrey, he's got a calf injury now, but he's going to be able to sit this weekend and have the week off, and he should be fine come playoff time for the San Francisco 49ers. So a lot of NFL to get to as we move forward this week. We'll get to all of it. Did you have an off the record, Rod B?
No, we don't have anything special because I know we're up against it, so we can just get to the break.
All right, I wanted to get your thoughts on that. We'll have all week to start previewing. Week 18 in the NFL. Cowboys still a chance to win the NFC East. Niners are the 1 seed. And how about the Baltimore Ravens, what they did to Miami Dolphins on Sunday, absolutely hammering them. They have announced themselves as the favorites in a big way in the AFC with back-to-back wins over the Niners and the Dolphins, both by double digits. That's pretty darn impressive, to say the least. We'll come back. When we do, we'll pick up the Texas-Washington conversation for you folks just waking up. That game ended late into the early morning hours. Let's talk about it all the way to 11 o'clock. It's Hook 'em Up with E and Rod B. Patrick Davis joining us this morning. It's a special edition. It is the postmortem, the recap, Texas and Washington in the CFP semifinal. We roll on this day after post-mortem recap the Texas 37-31 loss to Washington in the college football playoff semifinal. And heck of a game. Frustrating, I think, is the adjective we've used a lot this morning, Rod and Patrick. And I would also say that if you were listening to our pregame show yesterday, or Rod and myself here in the lead up to what we saw last night, I don't think a lot was surprising. We both thought that this game could go to the last play, to the last drive. It certainly did. We both agreed, Rod, too, that Texas needed probably above 38 points or 35 points if they were going to win this football game. Anything, 31 or lower probably wouldn't be enough. We also agreed Michael Penix was going to make some throws that, into tight windows and drop dimes on people on deep balls, which he did. You can be frustrated with the Longhorn secondary and lack of pass rush, but you also have to turn and tip your cap to Michael Penix, who avoided pressure when Texas was able to get there, made throws, big-time throws, NFL Sunday throws down the field, as accurate as you can find. And the Longhorns made a ton of mistakes. And despite all that, the game did go to its final play. And to add the final piece of frustration to the Longhorns, if it were a better throw by Quinn Ewers, we might be talking about a Longhorn 38-37 victory today. Instead, it was an incomplete pass, and the Longhorn season has come to an end. But a lot to break down, safe to say, the good, the bad, and the ugly from the second loss of the year and the end of the season for Texas.
Yeah, I mean, you could argue there could be a number of different variables that if they had, had a different materialized in a different way, that Texas would have had a chance to not only, win the game, but I think have a better showing overall. We know they had obviously the potential game-winning drive on the last possession, but it felt like most of the game Texas was playing catch-up. Felt like most of the game they were drinking through a fire hose to a certain extent, and it felt like Washington was in control of the game. The time of possession numbers also show Washington being in control of this game, and although they didn't do it like they did last season by converting at a really high rate, last season they converted 56% of their money downs, third and fourth down. This year they did it really with the deep ball and being able to convert the deep ball, and they kept Texas consistently off base, off schedule, and kept them on their heels with those chunk yardage plays downfield. They completed 57% of their passes, 20 yards or more down the field. Their deep shots against Texas, that is a big number. It's a team that was completing 44% of them going into the game. Texas against starting quarterbacks. Remember, I took out the sample size of backup quarterbacks because they did you no good. All they were doing was giving you guys false hope. So I tried to eliminate that. And then I came up with the number that Texas was allowing 42% of their deep balls to be completed to starting quarterbacks. And remember, I gave the number that 6 quarterbacks on the schedule had completed at least 40% of their deep balls against Texas. 7 quarterbacks completed at least 50% of their deep balls against Texas. And then I started to think, man, this could be a real problem. So we started to bring up those numbers more and more just to get Longhorn fans, just to get them at least comfortable with the idea that they could get torched in this game. And that's exactly what happened. They got torched with that deep ball early and often. And I just think ultimately, that set the tone. It really did kind of set the tone for everything that Washington was able to do after that.
Yeah, I think for me, it was a tale of two halves for Texas. In that first half, as you said, I don't disagree with you at all that they were playing, uphill all game. They never led the game. They never had a lead. They were always trailing after it was 7-0. They tied it at 7. They tied it at 14. They tied it at 21 right before the half. And so that's why I know our halftime conversation, Rod, during the in-game watch was, okay, can they make some adjustments here and come out and just control the rock, run the football, win the line of scrimmage, and as you said, as a halftime adjustment, just take away the deep ball. If Michael Penix wants to hand the ball off in the second half and run the football, that's a win for Texas. At least he's not throwing it and shredding your defense. And obviously, I think we just heard Sark say it when we played the post-game press conference last hour. That was the game plan. Well, C.J. Baxter fumbles your defense gets lit up on the first drive of the third quarter. They go down and score. So again, you're trailing. Now it's 28-21. You get the ball, and obviously your young running back fumbles the ball on the first carry. They get a field goal, so now you're down 10. Penix made it then a 13-point lead, and then another running back fumble. So it was just that third quarter, that window from the first part of the third quarter to the early fourth quarter really became the difference in the football game. And that really made it an uphill battle. But man, if you went to bed or you said, you know what, I'm turning this off, like a lot of people did when it was a 13-point game, you didn't see the Longhorns almost pull this thing off. They dang near won the game, and that's, again, leads to the frustration. I think Patrick said it just a little bit ago. Would you rather have just, lost the game or get this excruciatingly close to tying the game with a touchdown and maybe kicking an extra point to win it 38-37? I think that's a fair question for Longhorns fans, because in the end it just added to the frustration and the maddening night it was for the Longhorns. That when they would get pressure on Michael Penix, he would avoid it. When they needed when they didn't need the fumble, they fumble. The offsides, the penalties, just the little self-inflicted cuts that added up to a team that just wasn't as disciplined as their opponent. And again, Rod, we just have to tip your cap to Michael Penix, because that guy is really good. The throws he made, big time. That guy's an NFL quarterback.
There's no doubt. And there were some throws where, honestly, I thought Texas had a shot at making plays on the ball. Remember that touchdown they had? I believe it's maybe the 19-yard touchdown or 20-yard. They were close to their red zone. They were formation and boundary trips. That's like trips to the short side of the field, and ends up being a deep, a skinny post or a post route. They scored on. Jahdae Barron is on the wide side, the deep field safety, and he's actually he's the help. He's that center field help. He's going to be a late help defender there on any deep inside breaking routes like a post route. And honestly, Jahdae Barron is almost there. The window is so small.
Yeah.
You guys remember, it is so small, and Penix doesn't hesitate. He just throws it right in there. He knows Jahdae Barron is coming around there late, and he just trusts his gun, his cannon of it on him, and he fits it in the smallest window. He did that like 4 or 5 times, guys.
It felt like the game plan defensively for the backs, knowing that you couldn't just match up with them. You were going to have to basically pick your poison. Was, all right, well, let's watch their eyes a lot. Let's not watch the ball. Let's go play their eyes, and just put a hand up, and he's got to hit that window perfect, or else we'll be able to get in there and break it up. And he kept doing it.
He did it every time.
And there was so many of those plays where you'd watch like Ryan Watts on the boundary, and his hand's in the defender's hands,
right there,
but it hits him in the right hand and not the left. And you actually go, man, if you hit those over and over, and it's also positioning wide receivers and just the two things working together, you just have to tip your hat at a certain point and go, look, we knew the secondary was a problem. On most quarterbacks, it wouldn't have been as big of a deal.
No.
But on with a quarterback that played that well, that really had something to prove, that they were not happy they were underdogs. He wasn't happy he didn't win the Heisman. And I think they wanted to come out and prove to everybody that maybe you misjudged us.
Amen, brother.
I'll take that guy any day of the week. That guy can make big-time throws. And hey, what do you think, Rod and Patrick, about the thought? Because Bobby Burton and I talked about this last night on the in-game watch. And after Washington beat Oregon the first time, right, in October, in that shootout out in Seattle, it was one of the national writers, and I think it might have been Stuart Mandel. He wrote a story talking about how it was one of the best games he ever witnessed live and covered live, and he compared the Washington offense to the LSU offense of 2019 and compared Michael Penix to Joe Burrow. Do you see some of that? I know he's left-handed, and so people always make the Tua comparison. But if you go back to Joe Burrow, and look, I think these wide receivers at Washington are good with Adunze and McMillan and Polk, but I don't think they're Justin Jefferson and Jamar Chase. But same kind of thing, that you have an elite thrower of the football who buys time and makes those kind of throws with these receivers. I see a little of that in Michael Penix, that he just is so surgical in his ability to carve you up. And then the ability to be savvy in the pocket and smooth in the pocket to avoid the pressure. Do you see a little bit of that, Rod? A little Joe Burrow to him, even though he's left-handed?
There is some of that, right? You also, you talk about dealing with some adversity early on in your career. Joe Burrow had to deal with that, hit the transfer portal like Michael Penix has done too. And although, it's a circuitous route to take to being a first-round quarterback, there's no doubt stuff like that builds character. Going through adversity like that, it builds. That's what built the football character Texas has right now. going through that 5-7 season, that's a lot of football character you build trying to overcome those obstacles. And I think for Penix, you have that too. He's got that dog in him. If there is any player that I think is the epitome of, he got that dog in him. Yeah. He got that dog.
And I mean, you take the fact that you take a track guy and then tell him you can't run anymore because you're going to keep getting hurt, and make him just use his arm and rely on that. And then now I think you can see the point where now he could even add in a little bit of that run and has the speed where he can get a first down real quick if you don't guard him.
Oh, yeah.
And just 10-yard slide, and that's all I need is a first down. We'll throw the ball again.
Well, that's the thing about it. They broke tendency that way, too, because Michael Penix has not run that much with Washington. And Patrick's right. Early on, he was a track star coming out of high school, so he ran. Then he had 2 ACL surgeries, and I think even himself and the coaches they're probably telling him, hey, you don't need to run, and you need to be careful when you do it. So they're probably discouraging that in this game, guys. When I went tracked it, second most rush yards in his Washington tenure. With 31 rushing yards. First game with multiple double-digit runs in the same game. And it was the most yards per rush for him in 2023. Second most yards per rush in his Washington tenure. I think they were going to run him even more if the game was closer throughout the second half, because they had a double-digit 13-point lead for a lot of the second half, and Texas only got the ball 5 plays in the third quarter. I think they figured, you know what, that's probably stupid to just run our quarterback, and we don't need to. So we're not going to do it. But they did run him a little bit, and I think that was part of the game plan. I think they got it from Oklahoma, though, most notably.
Yeah, and I think if Dylan Johnson wasn't able to get 3 yards or 4 yards, and if they were holding Dylan Johnson to a yard a carry or something like that, you might see it more then, too.
That's a good point.
Agreed. And, here's a Texas that's watching Penix. Now I understand how teams felt when VY was shredding them. And that's kind of what it felt like. And I talked to a lot of folks who were at the game, and the crowd would get up on a big third down, and you're trying to get a stop, and you need to get him off the field. And every single time it felt like Michael Penix would make a play and make a throw or take off and run, and it demoralizes you. And it just that's what led to, on top of all the mistakes and self-inflicted plays the Longhorns had, it just led to kind of felt like you were playing upstream the whole game, and you still had a chance to win the football game on the final play if you gave up on it too early. Longhorns did have a chance 4 times from the 12-yard line, 3 times from the 11 to punch one in and win this ball game. But Michael Penix too much, and that defense for Washington stepped up and made a big play. That kind of reminded me of the Chris Peterson quote you've been quoting, Rod, this month, that this is a stats for losers defense. They're good in critical moments. They're good in big moments, and they were last night against Texas, and they needed one more play, and it didn't come. Kind of like the Oklahoma game, needed one more play, and it didn't happen, and the Sooners won that game. That's how close the Longhorns were this year. But Washington, the one that has kept their perfect season alive, they'll play Michigan, who also has a perfect season at 14-0. Can we get Rod's second rant of the day? Breaking this game down from all angles with you on a Tuesday after the college football playoff semifinal.
I'm as mad as hell, and I'm not gonna take this anymore!
Find out what happens when people stop being polite and start getting real.
You ain't keeping it real! My God! Okay, it's happening! Everybody stay calm!
Oh, you've got it now. It's time for Rod's Rant of the Day.
Hold on to your butts.
I just went back and looked at some of the plays Texas gave up defensively, the deep ball. They gave up 4 deep balls, 20 yards or more down the field, bombs. They did allow a PI to me. That was that PI that on the blown coverage, I believe at the time by Terrence Brooks. But 2 of those deep balls that were thrown were when Texas was in bump and run coverage. I remember I told you one of the checks was automatically going to be if Oklahoma State was going to check to the deep ball or to double moves, or their adjustment to Texas playing aggressive press man was going to be to take you up top, then there's no doubt the best deep ball throwing team in the country was going to do that. I thought Texas would be ready for it, especially if they were going to play bump and run coverage and press on the outside. They did, which they had to do, but they did not hold up. So half of the deep balls Texas allowed in coverage came when Washington recognized they were playing press man. And their guy is better than your guy. And they believe that even going into this game, and they definitely believed it in the way they played the game. So a couple of areas I think where Longhorn fans were frustrated watching this game from the pass defense perspective. I brought up all week long that you had to watch for certain concepts that have been troublesome for Texas all season long, certain things that they haven't defended well. And I brought these concepts up multiple times throughout the week, and even brought them up yesterday during our pregame, that you're going to see Washington use empty formation. You're going to see them use targets to bunch formation, just the things they really, really like to do, part of their DNA, part of their kind of their football philosophy, period, and very similar, almost a doppelganger feel to Sark's offense. They're top 5 in the country in pre-snap motions and shifts. Sark loves pre-snap motions and shifts. Sark loved the deep ball before he found out Texas was bad at it. And then he curtailed it. But trust me, if Texas was good at the deep ball, Texas would look very much like Washington. They just be chunking the deep ball all over the damn place. They just don't have the quarterback to do it. Quinn has the golden arm, but he's not accurate. That's not a strength of his. And I think Sark recognized it was hurting your offense more than it was hurting the opposing defense, your deep balls. So he curtailed it a little bit. And even in this game, we didn't see a lot of deep balls, right? We just see 1 or 2 deep balls from Texas, not mean it at all. So that's just something Sark doesn't do. But all the other conceptual signatures that Sark likes to deploy, you can find a ton of them in the Washington offense. So, targets to bunch formation, that's something Sark likes to do a lot of. Targets to motion. Targeting a player who was in motion at the time of the snap or before the snap. There was a lot of that in that Washington game plan, and they were really successful at targeting players who were already in motion because they used so much of it. Targets to bunch formation, which I pointed out was going to be something I was watching, because last season when Texas played Washington in the Alamo Bowl, they were subpar, all right, underwhelming when they were defending targets to bunch formation. They allowed a really low completion percentage, less than 55% completion percentage. But when you looked at money downs, they allowed Washington to convert 85% of their money downs when they were targeting bunch formation. That was not the case in this game, because Washington really wasn't great at converting on 3rd and 4th down. Texas really wasn't either. That's not where Washington excelled. They excelled in a lot of areas, but it wasn't 3rd and 4th down. So the money downs, I think that's actually something that PK did a great job in game planning for and defending. I mean, they were only 3 of 11 on 3rd downs. They were 1 of 2 on 4th down. So you're talking about, 4 of 13 overall on money downs. That's a pretty good number. What hurt them when targets to bunch formation, as targets to bunch formation are concerned, were the deep vertical shots they gave up when targeting bunch formation. So last season, if you go look at when Texas played Washington in the Alamo Bowl, yards per attempt, they were around 5 yards per attempt. All the conversions were short, high percentage passes, 0 to 9 yards. It was all quick game. This season, targets to bunch formation, you're up close to 9 yards per attempt now, over an 80% completion percentage when you were targeting bunch. And this is probably the most concerning element of Texas defense against this concept, the explosive play rate. You got 37% explosive play rate. 37% of your targets to bunch formation resulted in explosive play. That's a pass play of at least 15 yards. Inside breaking routes, Texas has struggled with them all season long. They struggled with inside breaking routes versus Washington last season in the Alamo Bowl. 69 completion percentage allowed, over 50% conversion rate on those targets to inside breaking routes on money downs. In this game, Texas did not fare much better. 87% completion percentage, 18 yards per attempt allowed on inside breaking routes. 5 explosive plays. So you're talking about over a 60% explosive play rate anytime Texas targeted an inside breaking. Anytime Washington targeted an inside breaking route. And sometimes they did that empty formation. Sometimes it was just deep shots downfield on the post routes. But that, like I said, they fixed the money down situation, because they weren't great, obviously, targeting these concepts on money downs. But they gave up so many chunky yardage plays defending these concepts that it basically made the money down defense moot. It didn't even matter. Empty formation was something else that Texas struggled to defend last season at times. Remember, U of H lit Texas up out of empty formation. They were 85% completion percentage, over 9 yards per attempt at in empty formation. They used a lot of it. They're over 10 yards per attempt when they were targeting empty formation. Any player in empty formation, you ended up with an explosive play rate of 25%, not super high, but still 25% is a pretty high clip. But being an explosive play rate, 25% of the time you run that concept or target a player running that concept. So the issues that I was concerned about, my miscalculation was they would abuse Texas with those concepts again on money downs. It just wasn't money downs. It was chunky yardage, explosive plays that they couldn't defend with those concepts this time around.
Good stuff, Rod. Frustrating continues to be the word in my head because everything you just said, the chunk plays. Michael Penix played an A-level game. Braylon Trice played an A-plus level game. I mean, they were really, really good. Longhorns had 2 turnovers, 10 penalties, and yet they were one play shy of winning. Coming back, we'll hear from A.D. Mitchell and Jordan Whittington on those final attempts of the Longhorns to salvage this game, to win this game, to steal it at the end. And it didn't happen. We'll also hear and talk more about the game. It's myself, it's Rod Babers and Patrick Davis back in the Horn headquarters. Appreciate Patrick getting up this morning and being a part of our special coverage live from New Orleans. By the way, little update, I just heard the Longhorn team leave the hotel. I'm in the Sheraton Hotel, and right across the street here on Canal is the Marriott, which is where the players have been staying. And they had their police escort and loaded up the buses, and I'm assuming at about just after 9 o'clock they're headed to the airport to fly back to Austin. So just an eyewitness account here. I want to thank our friends at Hayes City Store in Driftwood, Texas, between Kyle and Wimberley. Right there in Driftwood. You're going to love that spot. They're helping us, and Travis and Tamara Tyndall also have opened Taste on Main, which is a different concept for them. Hayes City Store, if you've been out there, you know it is scratch American and Texas comfort food, best food. I mean, there's not a bad thing on the menu when you get out there. Rod always talks about he and his wife order lunch or something, and then they order dinner just so they have it when they get home because it's so good, and you can't go wrong with any of the menu items from the appetizers to the entrees. 52 beers on tap. They've got the margarita flights. They got everything you want, and it's such a great spot this time of year when family's in town and you're enjoying maybe some downtime out at Hayes City Store. And then Taste on Main, a little bit of a different concept, obviously. It's a steakhouse, upper end with seafood and the raw bar, but it's in a very casual atmosphere. They've built it into a 100-year-old historic building in charming downtown Buda, Texas. They also have the outdoor treehouse bar on beautiful days where you can sit out there and enjoy a wonderful meal, a little higher end, great for events. But my two favorite spots, Hayes City Store and Taste on Main. We will thank you and thank them for all the help that they brought us here, and got to see Travis and Tamara. They're like all Longhorn fans, disappointed on this Tuesday morning when the Longhorn season comes to an end. Rod, I think it's also safe to say that the Horns are tired of seeing sixth-year left-handed quarterbacks, because that's the two people that have beaten Texas this year.
Oh, good one.
Are we tired of seeing this? These sixth-year left-handed QBs? Can we move off of those guys? But those are the two best quarterbacks the Longhorns have played, and the Longhorns lost both games essentially on to the game. We'll come back. We'll pick this up. Go all the way to 11 o'clock. It's Hook 'em Up with Ian Rodby. that there. Patrick Davis playing the tunes in the casino a couple blocks away from where I'm at here on Canal Street in downtown New Orleans. As soon as this, actually, I'm going to have to drop off at the 10 o'clock hour here, guys, and you guys can run it to 11. I got to get checked out. 11 o'clock is the curfew here to get out of the Sheraton. I also know it's going to take a while to get the vehicle out of the valet, because they got a madhouse down there trying to get everybody out of here on a Tuesday morning. The aftermath: Texas and Washington. Huskies win it 37-31. Longhorns, their own worst enemy in a lot of ways, still had a chance late in this game. And if you're waking up saying, man, I went to bed when it was a 13-point game or even a 9-point game once the Longhorns did not get the onside kick. I know a lot of you might have gone to bed and you're asking, well, how did it come down to a final series from the 11-yard line? Rod, I mean, the Washington Huskies last night didn't make a lot of mistakes. I mean, they had the muffed punt in the first half that the Longhorns turned into a touchdown. But boy, did Kalen DeBoer, he would have been under a lot of scrutiny this morning had the Longhorns found a way to win this game, because his clock management in the final, after they recovered the onside kick, was beyond questionable. The Longhorns should have gotten the ball back with no timeouts and about a 90-yard field to go with 10 or 15 seconds on the clock. Instead, they had 50 seconds on the clock, plus Washington gave them a running into the kicker penalty that gave them 15 more yards. So they were at the 30-yard line. And they moved it down the field. I mean, it was, Bobby Burton and I were doing the in-game watch-along on Texas Football on the YouTube channel there, and we couldn't believe it. We were already talking about next season. We were talking about, growth areas for improvement and what this game is going to signify and those kind of things. Next thing you know, Jordan Whittington catches a 41-yard play out of the empty formation, out of the slot. Jaden Blue makes a big play down inside the 15, and you're like, oh, my gosh, Longhorns are going to find a way to steal this game. Amazing. And I would imagine, now that I'm really thinking about it, Rod, I would imagine a lot of fans went to bed. I mean, it was late. I mean, it was the day
late.
after New Year.
You're right.
Yeah, it was late. Yeah, I think a lot of people are waking up going, wait a second, what are you talking about, E? They were down 9 points, and they didn't get the onside kick. They're not. Yeah. So it went to the 12-yard line on first down and 10 from the 12. On first down, there was a little swing pass out to Jaden Blue. I thought a good play because Jatavion Sanders, his primary target, was covered. Didn't want to take a sack, and then the clock was their enemy at that point. And the swing pass, got him out of bounds, and they only gained a yard. But now you still had 10 seconds left to take shots to the end zone. They did that on second, third, and then fourth down. And on the fourth down play, Rod, it looked like they got what they wanted, which was A.D. Mitchell in man coverage near the right front pylon of the end zone. And Quinn Ewers got some early pressure. Washington brought extra people, got up in his face a little bit, and the ball sailed. And instead of being a pass to the maybe lower, kind of a bullet pass that was aimed at the right, the front pylon that A.D. Mitchell could have handled, instead it was kind of floated and was too high for him. Can I play this for you, though, Rod, after the game? Here is our friend Corey Mose, who's with KVU 24. This is some sound he put out with the question to A.D. Mitchell is, did you think when the ball left Quinn Ewers' hand you were going to catch it? And you also hear Jordan Whittington in this cut, Rod, talking about that final play where the Longhorns had a chance to tie the game with 6 points and win it with a point after touchdown.
Yeah.
All right, Rod. Frustrating. I keep saying it, but that's how close it was. Even though you got outplayed in a lot of phases, Kalen DeBoer and the clock manager for Washington kind of left their chin open. Longhorns had a chance and couldn't finish the deal.
Yeah, and I think one thing, and I believe we brought it up. Obviously, we brought up everything and mentioned everything in the month-long preview that we did for this matchup.
Sure.
But I remember you even talking about this. And I talked about it too, and I brought up the Chris Peterson quote that Washington defense is if you're looking at it, it's a stats for losers kind of defense, because the stats will tell you it's a bad defense. But if you actually did watch them play, they made some clutch moments, and they made some clutch plays, I should say, in critical moments. And they had seen the best passing offenses arguably in the country, with the best quarterbacks in the country, some of the best wide receivers in the country. And I'll tell you that their secondary, I thought, played a lot better than we anticipated. Now, I do think Xavier Worthy is dealing with an injury. That I don't know that for a fact. Didn't hear that from sources or anybody. It's just me looking at the game and hearing different stuff, hearing rumors mostly more than anything. But I think he was injured. I think he was dealing with an injury, so he couldn't cut laterally. That's probably his biggest issue, because I heard, based on reports, he was running sprints before the game, 50-yard sprint straight ahead. So the guy could run, but whether he could cut, decelerate, get in and out of breaks, different discussion altogether. A.D. Mitchell didn't get involved in the game until late in the second half of the game, basically, is when he got his first target. And Jay Witt, I think they tried to get Jay Witt involved a little bit earlier, but, I mean, Jay Witt's just not a focal point of the passing game, never has been. And they waited too late to get J.T. Sanders involved. I think their pass defense was underrated. I think the stats were deceiving because they had played and overblown, inflated because they had played so many really good passing offenses. And Texas pass defense numbers were actually close to being more legit because they hadn't played any great quarterbacks. Texas pass defense was bad, and they only played one good quarterback the whole damn year. And that was Dylan Gabriel. He was the only one they played. The rest of them, they got lit up by whoever the hell TCU's quarterback was. They got lit up by Donovan Smith from U of H. They got lit up by, when K-State tried to abandon the run, Texas got lit up by Will Howard throwing the football. He's not even a great passer with the football. So I think in retrospect, looking at it, probably should have given a little bit more respect to Washington's pass defense. Probably should have given a little bit more, I don't know, we tried to have more anxiety and less confidence about Texas pass defense, because when Texas played a real quarterback with a real sophisticated passing game, they looked that bad against Oklahoma at times, and they looked the same way against Washington.
Yeah, and I mean, and we talked a lot going up to it. They weren't great in the screen game, and they missed the tackles. They really set out to try and slow that screen game down too.
They did,
and they sent a lot of guys over on those screen games because there was a few of them you'd watch, and there would be an extra guy, and he would just basically come barreling downhill, and you have to make the tackle, and they did, because there a couple broke for Texas, but other than that, you saw some get hit behind the line, and it's just devastating when you think, okay, well, minimum this plays 5 yards, and you end up losing 2 on it on a screen that you think should be able to move you down the field. Those kind of plays just hurt, and then again, you get those third and longs, and those third and longs kill you.
Yep.
Yeah. Well said, guys. And I would also say this to everything y'all just said. I mean, they got healthy. I mean, we talked to a lot of Washington insiders, and they talked about how they had 2 safeties that were banged up late in the year, and they got those guys healthy, and they did cover well. They covered the Longhorns, and they executed their game plan. I wanted to play this for you too, Rod. I know you mentioned that you're frustrated like all Longhorn fans, and the coulda, shoulda, wouldas are always going to be the conversation, but you also have joy in your heart for the clutch way the Longhorns played, and they played it to the final play. Listen to Jordan Whittington. He made the big 41-yard catch and just won a 50-50 ball and set the Longhorns up with a chance to win this game despite all the issues of last night. Here's Jordan Whittington, also from Corey Mose of KVU 24. Gave his heart and soul to this program. His career now comes to an end out of Cuero, Texas. And here's some interesting sound from Jordan Whittington after a heartbreaking loss for Texas. Right, there you go, guys. Good stuff, Patrick. Thank you very much for that. How about that, Rod? You talk about what Texas can do for you, what you can do for Texas. That's pretty good stuff right there with guys who, help elevate this program back to a place where it's playing at a national scale and a national level here at the Final Four. You come up a play or two short. You don't play your best game in a big moment. But man, the future's still bright for the program, thanks to those guys who did give give everything they had 365 days a year.
I mean, I always say there are 2 types of Texas football players, right? The guys that come to play at Texas and the guys that come to play for Texas. And there's a big difference. And you can obviously become one of the guys who come to play for Texas, but the guys that come to play at Texas, they want to know what the university can do for them. What NIL opportunities can I have? How can y'all hook me up with this? Hey, can I get some tickets to this? They want to know what the university can do for them. The guys who come to play for Texas, and hopefully this is where guys are toward the end of their tenure at Texas. When you're a veteran, when you're a senior, when you're a junior, you want to play for Texas. What can I do for the university? How can I help this team? How can I help this program? What can I do? All right, to leave this place better than I found it. And that should be the goal for all these players. And this group definitely is leaving the program way better than they found it.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that is something you talked about, Rod, when you got here and wanted to do that. I think we're seeing very similar. Sark did talk in the lead up to this game that, whereas last year they had 3 or 4, maybe 5 leaders that were true leaders that everybody looked to for the leadership, the Rojos, the Bijans, the names we know. He said now we've developed, 20, 30, 40 real natural leaders in our program, and that's what builds it for Patrick. You got to have – because Jordan Whittington's going to move on, right? I mean, a lot of these core guys that have been the driving forces who learned from Bijan and Roshan and understood what this culture means. We heard Sark say it's a 12-month process, right? It starts with winter workouts, and it builds to what we just, came up short in. But that has to be carried on. That culture has to be carried into January this year with all the new players that are coming in, another recruiting class, portal players. That bar has to be kept, and it's got to get better, right? It's got to keep growing, and this team will have a chance to be playing and back in these spots in a 12-team situation starting next year.
Yeah, and I mean, when you look at, the leadership and passing it on to more and more people, it gives more and more people a reason to fight for this team and a reason to stay. And in the transfer portal era and NIL, to give people more and more of a role and give them, more accountability and everything else is what that, building the culture, which Sark has done. You do see the guys want to build it and be a part of it and be a part of something bigger than themselves and get that to the next step. And I think as disappointing as it is, how it kind of unfolds at the end, it also is, if you're looking at the storybook of how Texas football is going, that's a great chapter before you get to the next one. It's a great way to set up what's coming for Texas. I mean, if you look at Michigan last year to what they're doing this year, you say, okay, well, this is the next step. And, you have a lot of young guys, like, a lot of freshmen played big minutes this year. You're going to see some freshmen, especially in that secondary, play minutes next year. And as long as the team can continue to grow on the sideline and in the weight room and in the practice facility and all of that, then when they get back on the field next year, this Texas team could take that next step to where we'll be expecting them to be winning all the games. And we won't be having conversation at the end of the year, can this team get double-digit wins? That will be now the standard again at Texas. And this is the right path to get there, and that's what you feel good about at the end of a season, even though it's disappointing. You feel good that the standard is now back at Texas.
Yeah, we saw Rod and his crew and his era build that into something that became very, very special beyond it in 2004 into 2005 and on. We'll see with Sark if this group has passed it up. But good stuff there from Jordan Whittington and on his way out. We have lots to talk about moving forward, obviously, who's staying, who's going, what Quinn Ewers, what JT Sanders, what A.D. Mitchell, Xavier Worthy, all these guys, what their plans will be. They do know that they'll have 21 new prospects coming in through the portal, so a lot to talk about moving forward for the Longhorns. And as I said, maybe next year they won't see any left-handed sixth-year quarterbacks on their schedule. I mean, those are the kryptonite right now. We'll come back. When we do, we continue these conversations. It's the day after the Longhorn season came to a disappointing end, 37-31 to Washington in the Sugar Bowl. We continue to talk about it on 101.9 AM 1260, streaming on the Horn app and on hornfm.com. All right, we roll on. As we mentioned, 10 o'clock hour, we'll hear more from Sark in the post-game aftermath of a 37-31 loss for the Longhorns. The Washington Huskies now 14-0. They will face the Michigan Wolverines, and that will be your national championship game this coming Monday night down in Houston. A couple of 14-0 teams who will, by the way, be sharing the same conference as of next year. They'll be Big Ten teams with Washington in their final year in the Pac-12. And bittersweet for the Pac-12, Rod and Patrick, that it's the first time they've had a college football national champion contender since the CFP began, the 4-team playoff, and it's their last year. I mean, they had their best year as a conference. They had all the great quarterbacks, and we've been really the story of college football this year, starting with Deion Sanders and then the Washington-Oregon battles and Caleb Williams and USC. And this is it. I mean, the Pac-2 moving forward, but they have a chance to win a championship on their way out. Obviously, we'll preview the matchup with Michigan and Jim Harbaugh having his team back in this spot. Of course, they were in the national semifinals each of the last 2 years and came up short. This time they find a way to win it in overtime, 27-20. And Rod, you and I were both on this, that both of these games could go to the final play. And I think it's hard to believe that both of them went to the final play of both games before the outcome was decided. Pretty impressive.
A lot of people believe this might have been, you talked about this earlier, right? The best college football playoff matchup we've had so far. And yeah, it is bittersweet for the Pac-12. This is the best year for the Pac-12 probably in the modern era of college football. I mean, they had multiple quarterbacks who were in the Heisman conversation. They're going to have a lot of these quarterbacks going to be drafted in the first round. They got an undefeated team, Washington, coming out of the Pac-12. And yeah, last time they were in the last time my Pac-12 team was in the college football playoff championship with that Oregon team, I believe, right? Got Mark Helfrich was that team that coached that team, and they got the blowers, I think, blown off of them in the championship game by Ohio State, Urban Meyer's group, I believe. So, yeah, I think this Washington team believes they're a team of destiny. My favorite little factoid is that, Washington doesn't have a 5-star player on their roster. If they win the national title, they would break a trend in modern recruiting that is unprecedented. They would be the first team in the last 20 years to win a national title without a 5-star player on their roster. Nobody.
Yeah, you mentioned
they
that
don't
during
do that.
pregame. That's stunning, right? I mean, meanwhile, what you mentioned, Alabama has like 54 4- or 5-star players. Texas is in the 30s or 40s. They recruit at the elite levels. Michigan does too with Jim Harbaugh. Let me ask you this, Rod. You've evaluated a lot of quarterbacks, and this is going to be we're going to pivot now when the college football season's over to the NFL playoffs and then the NFL offseason, which will include the draft. And the quarterback draft is as deep as we've seen it. Where do you slot Michael Penix in this conversation based on what you saw last night and what you've seen this year? A winner, got the dog in him. I mean, Caleb Williams is going to be the assumed. Drake May is in this conversation. I think Michael Penix, and he's got a chance to continue the show coming up Monday night against Michigan. He has a chance to play himself into the top 10 of this draft, in my opinion, as far as the quarterback goes.
Yeah, I would have him right now as my third best quarterback behind Drake May and behind Caleb Williams. And I guarantee there's an NFL scout or some team that probably has him higher than one of those two quarterbacks. They love him so much. In terms of the intangibles, he's got the arm strength. And this is something that we talked about with my man Bobby Burton. More and more NFL teams are now leaning toward the old Bill Parcells model, where they want these really experienced quarterbacks who started, 26, 27 games, 2 seasons worth of starts under their belt. They want these types of quarterbacks. And now you're talking about a 6th-year quarterback, all right, comfortable in a system and showing elite sack avoidance and decision-making. I mean, Michael Penix checking a lot of boxes, and his draft stock is actually, I'm with you, it's increasing exponentially in these playoff games.
Yeah, and I'll tell you, I think with what C.J. Stroud did this year, and had some of the similar, well, he's a system guy or he has really good wide receivers and he may not be the guy, and we see what he's doing in the NFL, I think maybe that'll open up some more eyes to people saying, well, he's going to be playing with NFL wide receivers anyway. Why don't we give this guy a chance?
Yeah, and I like the word intangibles. And Rod, you said it. There's probably a team that's got him ranked higher than maybe those guys, and they're not liking what they saw last night. They're like, "Dang it,
exactly.
We don't want this.
Yeah,
we want this guy under the radar. What are we doing?"
I think we
Go
know
ahead,
that
man.
you're going to see a lot of in the next few months coverage about how many injuries he had, as we'll see all these teams try to
drop that draft
kibosh it,
stock.
to try
Yeah.
to drop the draft stock so they
He's
can
gonna
get a
have
shot at him.
low cognition score, guys, on that test, like
We'll see that.
CJ. Yeah.
Yeah, well, remember C.J. Stroud played his best game as a collegiate in the national semifinal last year when he almost beat Georgia and made some of the same kind of throws we saw Michael Penix make last night. But, man, experience, big arm, elite thrower of the ball. And you said sack avoidance. I know Longhorn fans are mad this morning about no pressure. I saw Texas get some pressure at times, and just like we talked about for a month, the number that jumps off the screen when you look at the numbers is he's now over 1,600 attempts in his career, Rod, whether it's in Indiana or Washington. 1,600 dropbacks, and he's been sacked 31 times. 31 times.
Crazy.
It's ridiculous.
It
It's
is.
ridiculous. And that's not – he's got a good offensive line, but that guy you saw last night, Ethan Burke had him dead to rights, couldn't get him. Byron Murphy had him dead to rights and missed him. There were several times. He's just really subtle in the way he moves in the pocket to feel the pressure, but he's always got his eyes downfield looking to make a play. It's really, really what do you call it? Your superpower, Rod? I mean, every
X-Man
great
ability.
player has to have a superpower. He
Yeah.
has that X-Man ability to avoid the pressure. It really is. Joe Burrow had it back when he was at LSU. Tom Brady was maybe the best that's ever played, and not being the most athletic guy, but the ability to move, to keep the feet alive, to keep the play alive, and make a throw. And all that said, the Longhorns were a play away from winning this game last night against that player. So Michael Penix, I agree with you. I think and it'll be interesting to see him when he goes to the combine and he goes to throw in in individual workouts, because he is going to get red flagged for injury history.
Yep.
There's no doubt about that. But man, he checks a lot of boxes in the other places, and it'll be fun to see where that goes. And it'll be interesting to see what the Longhorns guys do. Does anybody surprise us? We assume J.T. Sanders and X-Man and A.D. Mitchell. All these guys, Alfred Collins, are off to the NFL. Several are headed to play in the Senior Bowl later this month. Same time, we'll see if any make surprises and want to come back and be part of the Longhorns into 20 and 24. All right, guys, I'm going to cut bait here and head out. I got to go get checked out. The checkout time is 11 o'clock, and I'm assuming it's a madhouse trying to get out of here this morning. So if you can beg my pardon, I'm going to let you guys handle the final fabulous fifth hour. And thanks for all you guys. Thanks to Hayes City Store and Taste on Main for helping us get here. It's been a fun time in New Orleans. Wish it was on to Houston, but instead it's on to 2024 and a new year for the Horns. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
All right, thank you, E, and be safe, brother, and be safe on that road too.
Yeah,
getting
it
back.
looks like there's some rain showers coming into the Austin area today on a cold day. So, we'll be careful. We'll be back with you tomorrow morning as a normal Wednesday. Rod and Patrick will take you through the final hour on 101.9 on AM 1260, streaming on the Horn app and always at hornfm.com.
Welcome back to Hook 'em Up with E and Rod B. My man E is actually breaking things down, probably getting ready to hit the road here in a couple of hours, on his way, like a lot of Longhorn friends, back to their home, back to Texas, back to Houston, back to Austin, back to Dallas, from New Orleans, where they had a Longhorn revival of sorts, a fellowship event down there for the Sugar Bowl. Unfortunately, it did not turn out the way we all were hoping, which was with a Longhorn W. Longhorns lose to the Washington Huskies. Huskies are headed to the national title game. They will be playing the Michigan Wolverines. We'll talk a little bit more about the Huskies here in a second, but let me not waste any time introducing my co-host for Hook 'em Up with Ian Rod B today, because my man Aaron Hogan is on his way back to Austin. Patrick Davis, who is the host of the Sports Complex. You can catch it weekdays right here on the Horn, 1019 and AM 1260. You can catch it from 4 to 6. That's the new time for the Sports Complex. So Patrick Davis is hooking us up, and we appreciate it because, man, you up early. This is not what you're supposed to do. You don't get used to getting up this early, man.
No, not especially when you came up and working in the nightlife and working at clubs.
Oh, yeah, that's right. You're a band. Yeah, you're a band guy. You like traveling with bands. That's you guys go. Basically, you guys are on New Orleans kind of time.
Yeah, no, that's it. I was having this conversation with the guy, with the sound guy I know, that he's like, my dad still doesn't get it. It's like, yeah, work hard. It's just people don't understand. You're working hard at 2 a.m. loading out from clubs and breaking down equipment and stuff, and it's like I got in that mindset, and I've always been a night owl kind of guy. So yeah, getting up but you know what? We were hoping this was gonna be a happy day, but we'll come in and we'll get it done, and then I'll come back and we'll do the show this afternoon, and we'll hit the text line up on the afternoon show and get everybody's reactions.
Yep.
And I'm sure I'm going to replay some of this, too. I might take a nap during the show. Who knows?
You think that, but the show's going to fly by because I think all we've talked about pretty much today, we devoted the entire show to kind of the post-mortem of the Texas-Washington game. And I still got stuff that we haven't really talked about or haven't gotten into. So I'm sure we'll do that as the week goes on. But, man, there's so many different storylines to this matchup between Texas and Washington, and the different variables and factors, obviously, that played a huge role in Washington winning the game, Texas losing. One of the things I just saw that I thought was really interesting, and we talked about third downs for both Texas offense and the Texas defense defending third downs. They want to be really the Texas offense. I think that their inability to put themselves ahead of the change or stay on schedule, I think really was detrimental to their overall rhythm on offense. Okay, they were 6 of 11 on third downs. That was also a 4th and 11 they went for, obviously, on that last play of the game that didn't work out for them. So they ended up essentially 6 of, if you go look at their third and fourth downs, I guess they end up 6 of 11 on money downs, period. But 6 of those 11 money downs, I said that wrong, are third and 7+ yards to gain. So they ended up actually, Texas overall, they were actually, like Washington, they were pretty bad on money downs. They weren't great on the money downs, but where Texas was bad on the money downs is because most of their third and longs were early on in the game. And by the time they got to a point where they could get themselves in manageable third downs, it was too late in the game, and then they were playing from behind, so then they were throwing the ball on early downs anyway. So that's really what hurt Texas, is third and 7+ yards to go. They just could not convert those. As a matter of fact, 54% of all their third downs were third and longs, and most of those were third and 10+ yards to go. Texas only averaged 2.9 yards per play on first down in the first quarter. That hurt them because that made it inevitable that they were going to be in third and long. And that's the down where Washington's defense were able to throw exotic looks at Quinn Ewers. They threw a lot of different simulated pressures at Quinn Ewers. They really confused them on those third and long situations. That was half the battle for Texas, and unfortunately, they failed.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm sure, like, Sark today and watching that film, I'm sure laying in bed last night, he was like, man, if I would have known what that game plan they were going to throw at us, I would have ran the damn ball.
Yeah.
I would have ran the ball because they're averaging over 6 yards a carry. We're not going to be in any third and longs if every first down we pick up 6 to 7 yards.
Yep.
And if he would have known that Washington basically was going to sell out to stop the pass and not the run, that he thought it would go the other way, he probably would have run the ball a lot more. But, that's hindsight of his game plan and the script that we found out was apparently longer than the first half.
40 plays now. This
40
script
plays,
is
36 plays in the first half. 4 of those were punts.
so it. But I think that's crazy because you never hear about it. It was 20 like 2 years ago when he got here. Now it's 40.
And most teams are 10 to 15. 20 was already a longer script than a lot of people had.
Yeah. So is he doing that because of early on in his tenure here at Texas, he had those big leads and he couldn't close teams out? And they basically, the script was giving you 20-plus point leads and you were losing that lead once you had to go off script and then, obviously win the chess match within the game, the battle of adjustments. So is he deciding now just to lengthen the script?
I don't know. It may be
that
just,
the whole point?
It may just be, having his guys ready and he has 40 plays on the script, but it's not necessarily, we're only going to run 20 off of it. But I need to do my walkthrough with my guys over and over on those 40 because
just in case,
because those need to be executed. However, if you're saying, well, we did that and then the execution was not what it was with the false starts and the holds and everything else, then maybe you need to shorten that script again going into 2024. But it seemed like everyone was pretty uptight at the beginning of the game, and that may have been issues of, knowing Keelan Robinson was not going to be able to be much of a factor with his hand. Maybe knowing that Xavier Worthy, we don't know. There's no reports on what his injury was, but it would lead you to believe that he was not returning a punt in one of the most crucial moments in Texas.
I don't know why.
In the last decade of Texas football, maybe one of the most important punts.
I don't know why he was returning kicks with a cast on his hand.
No, I'm saying Xavier Worthy, though.
I'm talking about. I thought you were talking about
Keelan Robinson. I think, and I mean, but that one too. I don't know.
I don't know why he was back there.
That seemed like it was because they were worried about Jaden Blue getting blown up, and they needed him more in because C.J. Baxter was getting beat up. Which I know I've seen a couple of people talk about today about him getting hurt. An offseason in the weight room in strength and conditioning from Texas is going to do that kid a lot. He needs it back.
He needs armor.
Yes, and he just doesn't have it right now. He came straight from high school where he was able to run away from a lot of guys and didn't necessarily take the hits like he did.
Yeah,
it's going to happen. That's why a lot of true freshmen don't excel at the running back position.
Because you got to have a grown man body. You have to be calloused up to a certain extent, and that comes, like you said, weight room, putting on the right type of weight. Yeah, he'll be fine. I'm with you on that.
And so he'll continue to get better. But that was, it may have been that issue with Sark of why they didn't run the ball too. That he felt that he could not run the ball with those two guys and give each of them 15 to 20 carries a game. On the fact.
That's a miscalculation then, I think.
You have to have somebody then.
I understand that because, listen, it seems like when they go into these Alamo Bowls against Washington, they went against the Alamo Bowl against Washington, and when they went into this matchup in the semifinal versus Washington, they had injury issues at running back both times. Right, you had post Bijan and Rojo when you played in the Alamo Bowl. No Bijan and Rojo. Then Jonathan Brooks, he was a little banged up in that game, so he was on a pitch count. And you didn't even play Jaden Blue in that game. It was the Keelan Robinson show, and I think we were all a little underwhelmed at the Keelan Robinson show.
Yeah, and that was what with there was the hernia injury or something like that.
Jonathan Brooks was dealing with. It was just a lot going on. And this season, obviously, Jonathan Brooks, your Doak Walker Award, front runner before he got hurt, he's out, and then you have Keelan Robinson who was dealing with the injury, so he wasn't available to you on offense. So you were just dealing with Jaden Blue and C.J. Baxter. So I can understand, and maybe you wanted to be careful about the usage of those guys because those are only two backs that you're willing to use at this point. But when I'm telling you in the first half, guys, and take away the 2-minute drill in the first half where Texas scored a touchdown right before the half, take that out of it. If you just look at running back runs, traditional running back handoffs in the first half, Texas was averaging over 8 yards per rush. Damn near 9 yards per rush. That's before the 2-minute drill. So everybody wants to go to, well, the running backs fumbled and Sark may have lost a little trust in the running backs because of the fumbling. I get that. I totally understand it. Or Texas was down double digits. Once you get down double digits, you have to abandon the running game. You got to throw it to get back in the game to score points. I get all that. I'm talking about before that. And I'm talking about before that, limiting the possessions, limiting the plays, playing keep away from the Washington offense, which was just, they were just eating up and heating up your secondary. They just exposed your secondary. Why would you allow your defense to stay on the field when you can actually play keep away, keep that offense off the field and keep your defense off the field and just convert and put together long, sustained drives. Essentially, what they did to you.
Yeah, and not only that,
They didn't do it with the run game, but they did it by staying on the field for long drives.
Why would you not want to put yourself in second and short? And I get you want to go, well, first down, we want to get the ball and we want to throw it. I go, I get it. But you have to change that philosophy
when it wasn't working.
When it wasn't working and how well your running game was working. That this is the time, let's go ahead and start putting it out there and going and run the ball and start it. I mean, you'd be 2nd and 3, 2nd and 4, and that is so much more manageable, and it puts Washington on their heels now where they may have to step up and start guarding the run, which they never did. There was never a point in that game where Washington changed their philosophy, and I think at some point you had to kind of push that the narrative that we will just run down your throat if you're going to let us.
And they were letting you.
And they let you.
They were defending. They were basically deciding they were going to allocate resources to win the numbers battle in the passing game, which makes perfect sense. And they were going to let Texas win in the running game, and they were going to rally to the football and tackle the football, which actually doesn't make a lot of sense because they were the 3rd worst tackling team in the Power 5, the the 3rd most missed tackles in the Power 5, and Texas was really good at forcing missed tackles in the running game, and yet for some reason Sark. And I'll say I go back to a statement that was made by the defensive coordinator in the Alamo Bowl last year when he said that Sark doesn't have the patience to march down the field with the underneath quick game. He doesn't have the patience. He's going to take his shots every now and then because he didn't say this, but I'm saying this. It's in his nature. That's just who he is. And I think also that played a role here. It was testing Sark's patience as a play caller in a different way. As you pointed out, Patrick, it was asking him, all right, you know what? We're going to give you this running game because we know you don't like to win that way. We know you want to close with the running game, but you don't want to open with the running game. That's not in your nature. You want spectacular, mind-blowing plays that bring the crowd to their feet with all of this elaborate design and pre-snap motions and shifts and all this great eye candy. That's what Sark wants. Matter of fact, you can argue it drives him as a play caller. Yeah. He's even admitted it. He's even admitted that he likes the crowd to be excited about the plays he's calling. He's admitted that. He's admitted he likes the players to be excited about the plays he calls. That's why he calls a lot of trick plays. He's like, oh no, I want them invested in the plays. I like when they're excited about the play calling. So he's admitted that there are outside factors affecting his play calling. And I think in this game, instead of being patient as a coach and deciding, you know what, let's just go with what works. The running game is working. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. If they stop the running game, great, and then we'll figure out another solution. But right now, we're moving the ball 6 yards a pop. We're averaging more yards per rush than yards per attempt in the passing game. Let's run it. That is not in Sark's nature. We all know that. Yeah. We all know him very well, and we know him well enough to know he's done great this year developing and evolving as a play caller. I think now he is becoming a chess master, but he got out-coached in this game, and he lost the battle of adjustments, and it was mostly because he became impatient, and he did not want to win this game by running the football. Quinn Ewers, basically, they only had 18 handoffs in this game to running backs. 18!
Yeah.
They had like 51 passes?
Yeah, neither running back got 10 carries.
Crazy.
Yeah, and it's, I mean, I get, too, that you can look at it and go, it's a lot easier to win the coaching battle if you have Michael Penix, who plays like that, instead of Quinn, who didn't have a terrible game, but the first half wasn't good.
No.
And so, that's fine. But if you look at it, and I think there's probably 100 coaches in college football that said, if you can give me 8 yards a carry, 7 yards a carry, I'll win every single game. And I think that was where Sark just couldn't get into his head. Let's just and there was 2 fumbles, which will give him an excuse that he can't do it. They were down. They did not have a lead at any point in this game. So there wasn't a point where they could say, we could run the ball and do that.
The game.
But at the same part, there was a lot of time left, which clearly there was enough time left that you somehow had a shot at the end of this game.
Yes. And I'll give a lot of credit to Texas.
Huge. Yeah.
Because it took a lot of grit and fortitude to be able to, because rewatching the game, I still am dumbfounded and stupefied how Washington didn't milk the clock.
Yeah.
Actually, on the last 3 drives for them, they did it. They had that field goal drive, so that's out of it. But they had another drive early on. It was more on Kalen DeBoer, where he threw it, I want to say on 5 to 6 consecutive plays that took less than a minute off the clock at the beginning of the fourth quarter when they were up by 13 points. And it was inexplicable. It didn't make any sense. And I think that drive alone, if you had just run the football, looking back in retrospect, 1 or 2 times on that drive, hell, I don't know if Texas has enough time to even put together a drive at the end of the game to come back.
Yeah.
And he instead of kneeling the football when they got the ball back with like 2 minutes left or a minute left or under, they ran the football, giving Texas an opportunity to strip the football. Then you also get Dylan Johnson hurt, would stop the clock when you were supposed to milk it down to 15 seconds for Texas. They ended up getting 50 seconds. Those were miscalculations and bad coaching decisions by Kellen DeBoer. And he's a hell of a coach of the year. So it shows you not all these guys are perfect by any stretch, but he made better decisions overall throughout the game than Sark did. And I think his adjustments were better than Sark's.
Yeah, and I mean, there was and we can say Michael Penix made a mistake there was a play where he threw the ball away near the end of the game. And he just go, take 2 steps and slide.
You're right.
Take 2 steps and slide.
You're right.
Because you stopped the clock, and if you could have wrecked off another 40 seconds by just going down, the yardage didn't matter.
Mm-hmm.
At that point, you just go down, and you'll save more time. And so there was plays like that where it was just, you weren't thinking game management at that point. You were trying to win the game, which
that's
is
true.
You
play to win the game.
That's hard to do. That's hard to do in the moment. But yeah, it was. I mean, the Dylan Johnson thing too. Hearing the stories of how beat up he was going into the Pac-12 championship game, where he said he was so drugged up he didn't know what he was doing, and Kalen DeBoer just told him, "Don't fumble."
Wow.
And he said, "Okay, I won't."
Wow.
And he got up. He was like, "I didn't even really know what was happening because how bad he was hurt," and still having him carry the ball at the end, and then the injury go down. But that was the point. He goes, luckily I have a high pain threshold. And then you see him rolling around the field. You're like, that seems like that hurts.
Exactly. If this guy's got a high pain threshold, then I feel bad for what actually has taken place. And I'm with you. I don't understand that. You just added another great reason. The guy was already hurt. So why would he be in there to take that kind of, it's not a meaningless carry, but it's definitely a carry where you have one goal. Hold on to the ball. You don't care about positive yards. You don't care about anything. You really could have just given the guy the ball and told him to fall.
Yeah.
Which probably would have worked out better for you.
Yeah.
Because at least he wouldn't have gotten hurt on that play. And they wouldn't have been able to stop the clock with the injury timeout. So, I think that was the thing that bothered me the most was Texas did not avoid the third and longs. 54% of their third downs ended up being third and longs. That number for Washington's defense, by the way, for perspective, for Washington's opponent is usually 20%. So usually Washington's defense forces their opponents in the third and long 20% of the time.
Yeah.
They did it to Texas 54% of the time. Like, exactly. How does that happen? And Texas, by the way, Texas offense is usually in third and long 20.4% of their plays. They're in third and 7+. So it was out of character for Texas to be that bad and to be in third and long situations. And it was out of character for Washington's defense to overachieve to that extent to force an opponent into third and long that many times.
Yeah.
There you go. Okay, another side. Let's go to the other side of the ball. We're talking about the Texas offense versus that defense. And by the way, since we're talking about the Washington defense, we'd be remiss but not mentioning Braylon Trice, who is he's just a grown man. I saw this tweet from my man CJ Vogel, so I'll give him credit. So how about this little nugget for you, Patrick? Talk about X factors. Braylon Trice had 8 pressures, according to my man CJ Vogel on here. The rest of UW had 6. The rest of the whole team had 6. He had 2 sacks. The rest of the team had 0. He had 3 tackles for loss, and the rest of the Washington defense had 2. He was a man possessed. He was a one-man wrecking crew. Literally, He was out there just wrecking shop, man. And Texas didn't really have a plan for him. So, that's the defensive MVP. There's no doubt.
Oh, no doubt at all. I mean, the secondary played better than we thought they were, but, part of that secondary, too, is making Quinn have to make quick decisions and not give him time back there. And they were able to do it enough and had the game plan of, bringing some pressure on one side and wherever the side was, kind of overload one side and let Braylon Trice just take over on the other.
Isolate him on a one-on-one.
Yeah.
Just trying to get those.
And so the other pressure, you could feel the pressure on one side and then he would come on the other. And Quinn has to get the ball out because he can see, well, the other way I'm going to run, there's guys.
Yeah.
So there's not really a lot of room for me to run away from him either. And Quinn did good in a couple of positions to get away from.
He ran.
Missed, blocks, and there was times where guys came basically untouched, and he was able to still get the ball out in time. So it wasn't so much that was a problem. He had too many tip passes in the game. He had too many.
Yeah, we should
where he just kind
that.
of missed where just kind of threw off him and JT Sanders near the end of that game. 2 plays in a row,
miscommunications,
where
on
it just-
crucial 2-minute drill.
Yeah,
It's like,
and
dude,
both of them. And I think what it kind of looked like was JT Sanders like, I'm in the middle of the field. Why are you throwing me the ball?
X-Men had one of those.
Yeah, it's
Remember,
like
it was a deep ball where
Yeah.
he and Quinn miscommunicated on where Quinn. I thought Quinn threw it in a nice spot, and
Yeah.
X-Man didn't see it, missed the release point. It was
Yeah.
weird. They had a few of those. You're right. They had like 3 or 4 of those in the game.
Yeah, so I don't know what the timing or what was off on that, but
The layoff, man, that month layoff.
that month
It
layoff
looked like it
and-
affected the rhythm of the offense.
And I mean, it just seems, and this is, one thing we can say about Kalen DeBoer that with anything else, and I know Sark has done a playoff with Alabama, so he can't say he fully has no experience in this, but Kalen DeBoer has done playoffs in the smaller levels.
Yeah, you're right. In that higher
enough
levels,
of knowing how to take time off, then come back, and then playoff games and training and doing that. So it's not at the level he's at, but that timing of trying to get guys in and knowing how to get guys up for it, he does have a lot of experience in, because he did that a lot when he was at Sioux Falls.
Yeah.
So there's a little bit of that where you maybe say he just knew how to get his team ready for a playoff game, maybe more than Sark did.
I don't disagree with that because I think it's fair to say he's a better big game coach than
Yeah.
Sark. And Sark's won big games too. Kevin DeBoer has won a lot of big games. He's
Yeah.
only lost like 11 games in his entire coaching career.
Yeah.
I mean, that guy's real deal.
Yeah, we saw him beat Oregon twice, neither one at home.
That's hard to do. First of all, they basically beat Texas twice in the season too, guys.
Yeah.
It's hard to beat any team twice in the same year. That's why in the NFL we talk about the division races, playing a team twice in the same year. That's tough to do in football, and Oregon's done it to 2 really good teams. Beat them twice basically in the same calendar year.
Yeah.
That's a great point to bring up there. And also, going back to another point you brought up, the pass deflections. There are at least 5, I think, batted passes on the front line for Washington. And I'm going to go out of my way and say that they did that as their adjustment to the RPO game.
Yeah.
And it also kind of goes to mechanics from Quinn too. And I wonder, I'm mainly talk to a quarterback guy and see if they can give me clarity on it. Is it his release point when he's throwing from certain arm angles with those RPOs? Because maybe he gets really relaxed with them, right? And at times you can tell he's kind of just side arming, and he's got a golden arm. So he gets there with plenty of velocity, and he gets there accurately. Ball placement's on the money. But I wonder if at times the release point's a little low. And maybe Washington noticed that. They're like, hey, guys, you ain't going to get there because it comes out too quickly. And they love the quick game, which is basically RPO is the quick game plus the run game. So just get your hands up because the release point is low enough. They don't have like really tall defensive linemen. They don't have Alfred Collins over there. They ain't got Tavondre Sweats over there. They got smaller guys over there, but they still able to get their hands on the balls. And I think it may be a release point thing.
It may be because some of those passes too, they're 12 yards down, and you're like, there should be enough arch on this.
Yeah.
That you're getting the ball over the line.
He's like
you're not
Quinn
a small
Tall.
guy. You're not Drew Brees.
Yeah, you're not Dylan Gabriel, dude. Like you got height on you. So I wonder if it's like he's just releasing a little low on some of them throws.
I don't know. I don't know what it is, but I'm sure, that's if Quinn is coming back, it will be discussed.
Oh, well, I guarantee you team's going to add it now to the blueprint.
Yeah.
It's like, you know what? We got to get our hands up on this guy. Maybe we can bat a few balls.
And what Texas was actually really good at was a 1-2 that they did a lot this season of Tavondre being the guy coming and giving pressure and Byron Murphy being the guy with his hands up.
Mm-hmm.
And you might have seen that some of the game plan too, to let Braylon Trice go at him. And with the other guys, go overload, but you don't necessarily have to rush as much as get your hands up.
Lane.
He's going to go in there, going to force him right to you. Then you throw, and then he's going to arm angle it because he's moving. And when he likes to move, he maybe doesn't get his feet set and get the arm up high enough. But I agree with you. Those passes I test from one watch of it when watching the game last night. It didn't look like they should have been tipped as many were.
I agree.
And they weren't tipped like the tip of the top of the fingertips. They were blocked forward.
Yeah, they were like knocked to the point where the ball was like moving all crazy and it lost all of its spiral. So I'm with you. I don't know what it is, but I may have to go back and look at it, and I wouldn't be surprised if other teams are doing the same thing. All right, we come back. We will hear from Steve Sarkeesian, and we'll hear from the players. I think we'll hear from Jalen Ford. He's up there with
Jalen Ford and Quinn Ewers.
And Quinn Ewers as well. So we'll just let Sark's post-game media availability. We'll let you hear that audio when we come back. This is Hook 'em Up with Ian Rod B. live on 1019 and AM 1260. Welcome back to Hook 'em Up with E and Rod B, except it's just, well, not just Rod B, but no E, because E is on his way back to the ATX. Got my man Patrick Davis, host of the Sports Complex. You can catch it 4 to 6 weekdays right here on The Horn. Before we get back to some more conversation about the Texas-Washington game, the whole entire show has basically been devoted to Texas-Washington. Let's hear from Steve Sarkeesian and hear from Quinn Ewers and hear from Jalen Ford, two of the leaders on this Texas football team, about their disappointing loss to Washington, and hear them reflecting on last night's matchup. Here it is.
Okay. I think first of all, I'll go backwards, but the resiliency our team showed in that fourth quarter to find a way to have an opportunity to win the game, I think is indicative of the character that we have on this team and the men that we have in that locker room. Those guys are fighters. They fought together. As bleak as it looked there, they never gave up hope, and they believed. And I think that's how you give yourself a chance in the end. I feel for them because I know how much they poured into this entire season. But like I told them in the locker room, we came into this season to be champions, and they are. They're Big 12 champions, and they should be very proud of that. They were a second away from playing for a national championship, and so there's a lot to be proud of on this football team. Unfortunately, in the game, we dug ourselves a hole with some self-inflicted wounds. And give credit to Washington. They played a very good game. Penix got hot. They made some big plays down the field. And when they extended the lead, we got a little bit out of game plan to try to fight our way back into it. But we found a way to get a couple stops and force some field goals that gave us a chance to get back into the game. But in the end, came up short. But there's nothing to hang our heads about. These guys fought. And I'm very, very proud of the effort that they put into it.
We'll open it up for questions. Please raise your hand, and we'll get a microphone to you. We'll start in the front row on the left side.
Joe Cook with Inside Texas. Steve, can you go through those last 4 play calls inside the 12 and starting with the swing pass to Jay?
Yeah, he was more of a check down on the play. We were looking for an opportunity for JT or Jay Witt, trying to create a one-on-one matchup for those guys to go high point it. Naturally they did a good job defending it, and Quinn did a good job of just getting the ball out to Blue with a chance in space, but had to get out of bounds. It's a tricky situation in that you're out of timeouts, and so we have to be very careful that we don't complete a ball short of the goal line, or pretty much the game's going to end at that point. So when you're forced to throw it into the end zone each time, it makes it difficult, especially when they're defending the end zone. So we were just trying to create some matchups with some different route combinations to create some one-on-ones and to give our playmakers a chance to make a play. And we just weren't quite able to do it, So that's the way it goes sometimes.
We'll stay in the front row.
Quinn, can you kind of take us to those final 3 plays and just kind of the pressure Washington got in those last 2?
Yeah, like Coach Rex was saying, we were just trying to take a shot at the end zone, obviously, because if you fall short, like you said, the game's going to be over. So, just was looking to give my guys an opportunity to go make a play at the end of the day. That's all you can really do.
Front row.
Eric Henry, Horns 24/7. His questions for Steve. Steve, I was wondering if you could just talk about the challenge to get pressure on Michael Penix and just kind of the challenge that placed on your secondary to defend against guys for a long time.
Yeah, no, I think, there were times we did create some pressure. We just couldn't get him on the ground. And that was probably the most frustrating part. He was elusive in the pocket, and he did a good job of avoiding the rush and then keeping his eyes. And then I thought they did a good job of taking advantage of some one-on-one matchups when they got them. And it just kind of felt like every time they threw it and we were in pretty good coverage, they made the play, and then that's a credit to them. They're a good offense and a good passing offense, especially. It showed. We just couldn't get them on the ground. We couldn't generate enough pressure. You know, I thought our guys were fighting with the pass rush. You know, we couldn't put enough pressure on the tackles, quite frankly, to get a holding call to even get them off schedule. You know, they really played on schedule all night, and that makes it difficult. The times we did get them into some 3rd and longs, we had the ability to get off the field, but we just couldn't get them on the ground. You know, I thought there were some decent pressures in there. We just didn't get them on the ground.
We'll go to the right side, second row.
Steve, I don't know if you feel like the 30 days off maybe affected y'all's offensive rhythm more. It just didn't seem like y'all were quite in sync like you were all year.
Yeah, to your point, you know, I think for whatever reason, we had some uncharacteristic kind of anxiousness at the line of scrimmage, you know, where we had different people kind of with false start penalties, you know, and those things are difficult because sometimes, you know, we're trying to play, let's get to 2nd and 5, and now we can operate, and then you get a false start and it goes back at 2nd and 10. Or you do something on 1st and 10, it's incomplete, that's okay. Then you false start, it's 2nd and 15. So those were some things that were a little disappointing. And I don't know if that's because of the layoff or just, you know, sometimes being in the environment and you're a little excited to go play. But I thought we rebounded from those things, and you know, we ran the ball really well early in the game. But like I said, when you fall behind, it kind of stressed us where we had to kind of not lean on the run like we wanted to. And I thought that really changed as much of the game as anything, to where, you know, we really couldn't lean into the run and then, you know, complement it with the passing game. We had to really start throwing it and then mix runs when we could.
We'll stay on the right side, front row.
Jalen, what did you say to your guys after the game?
After the game, I just told them I was proud of them. Kind of like what Coach is saying, like, you know, this whole year we sacrificed a lot, and in order to build this team into the way we wanted it. And, you know, I think, like he said, at the end of that, like, we went all the way up into the last play. And, you know, I'm just proud of my guys for never giving up. Not once did I ever believe that, you know, until that clock hit 0, that we didn't have a chance. So.
All right, we'll go to the left side, second row.
Terry Middleton, Horns Illustrated, Coach Sarkeesian. You talked about the resilience of the team, the fight until the last second. Is this something that you guys practice, or is this just the culture or the character of the team?
It's a belief, you know. You know, we push our guys hard. Like I told them in the locker room, this has been a 12-month journey. You know, we started winter conditioning last January, and those workouts aren't always fun, all right? But we're building character in those workouts. It's cold. We go in the morning. We practice really hard. Our practices are demanding. Our summer workouts, when we run in DKR in the afternoon and it's 120 degrees, that's for a reason. It's to build character, and it's to develop the mental toughness and the resiliency. And then we get to training camp and we practice hard. And there's a belief in our style and what we do. And I think it showed this season. You know, there was a lot of games that came down to the wire for us this year. We found a way to win, and we put ourselves in position again tonight to have a chance to win the game. It just didn't happen. But I think that just speaks to the mental toughness that these guys have, the resiliency, and also the connection that they have for one another. That, you know, just like Jalen said, these guys never lost faith. You know, they believed that we were going to win that game, and it was just how. That was the biggest thing. Is, well, how are we going to do it? And we know we're going to. It's just how. And unfortunately, we came up short tonight. But that's, you know, that's the life of sport. You know, when you get into sport, all you can do is put forth maximum effort in your preparation, get yourself in the right frame of mind, and then play as hard as you can. And in the end, somebody's going to win and somebody's going to lose. And either way, that should build character, and that should help these guys in whatever they end up going and doing in life, that how to go about your business on a daily basis and put yourself in position to be successful. You got a chance in this life. And hopefully they can walk out of this season knowing that.
We'll stay on the left side in the front row.
Coach, Anwar Richardson, OrangeBuzz.com. Coach, obviously you've been building over the last couple of years to get to this point. How do you then, going forward, maintain this level of success and then kind of building forward to get to the ultimate goal where you want to be?
Well, I think that we have to make sure that this doesn't just happen, right? It took 12 months of hard work. We have to make sure that complacency doesn't set in. We got to be mindful of that. And then we go right back to the foundation of building the team, like I said, in those things that I discussed, whether it was winter conditioning, spring ball, summer workouts, training camp, Culture Wednesdays, all the things that we do, making sure that we still handle our business in the classroom, make sure that we still handle our business in our community, because I think that ultimately, you have to rebuild the character each year of your team, and we have to be mindful that it doesn't just happen. It takes hard work, and I think that there's a lot of lessons to be learned, that the value of that hard work that we put in is the reason that we're in this position. So we're going to have to get right back to it again.
We'll go to the right side, second row.
Kirk Bowles from the Austin American-Statesman. Quinn, it looked like you hit your head on the turf in the first half. I don't know if you were treated for a concussion or examined for a concussion. And the second part is, why did you feel like it was so hard to get Xavier and A.D. Mitchell involved in the offense more?
Yeah, I mean, I hit the back of my head a little bit, got examined, but was cleared, obviously. I mean, you just go out there and try to execute plays and put the ball where you think it's going to go. And it's hard to say why I didn't do certain things. And, I don't like to play the what-if game at all. But we just go out there and try to execute each play to the best of our abilities. And, yeah.
Okay, we'll go to the back of the right side.
Coach Justin Gooseman, Texas Student Television. In the second half, it looked like a lot of the receptions were more in the flat, whereas in the first half, a lot of the plays that Washington had offensively were more down the field. Was that more of a scheme adjustment? Was that just something that they were doing offensively that was putting you guys in some difficult situations? Can you just explain the difference in their first half attack versus the second half attack?
It's probably a better question for Coach DeBoer, quite frankly. We try to, obviously, try to protect ourselves a little bit more against the deep ball. And maybe that's the reason the ball was going out to the flat, but I don't know if that was their intent or not. That like I said, that's probably a better question for him.
I'll go to the left side, second row.
Quinn, Ted Lewis, Matthias PQ, New Orleans. I'm not sure if you're aware or not, but a year from now, the winner of the SEC will be here playing host in the quarterfinals. Can you envision Texas being in this position, or does it hurt too much right now to think that far ahead?
I mean, I guess I'm a human being and I understand what's ahead, but at the same time, there's a long ways in between here and a year from now. A lot can happen in 365 days. So, but I know that we're gonna work as hard as we can to try to be back, and that's all we can really do is attack the off season the right way, and just continue to build this team to what it's capable of being.
All right, left side along the aisle.
Andrea Adelson, ESPN.com. Quinn, we can just see the emotion on your face. I don't want to guess how you're feeling, so I was just hoping you could take us through your emotions now as you're sitting here, thinking about how this game ended.
Yeah, it's tough, especially losing a close game like this. But, when you take a step back and you look back at the entire season, I'm proud of the way that we attacked each week. And for us to have the opportunity to even play here is just I know the whole team's beyond grateful for this opportunity that we had today. And I think we all played our hearts out, and I don't question anybody's effort in that room, in that locker room at all. But I couldn't be more proud of the way that we attacked this year, because I know most of y'all didn't believe that we would be here right now. So, and we're going to continue to just focus on the opinions inside our four walls and continue to build.
Go to the right side.
Jeff Howhorns, 24/7 Quinn. When you guys got down 13, just kind of walk through your mindset, what you were saying to guys to kind of make that comeback, and then for Sark just to evaluate Quinn's performance tonight?
I mean, going down 13, I think the biggest thing that we were talking about was just one play at a time. You can't get all 13 points back in one single play. So, the small wins turn into big wins. So just trying to get back on track, and I think we did a good job of that.
Yeah, I thought Quinn had a really gutsy performance tonight. Thought he utilized his legs extremely well. They were really trying to deploy and match routes and cover people. And when that happened, he found some running lanes to use his legs to extend plays. Thought he made some big time throws at critical moments, especially late in the ball game. Gave us a chance to win. Down 13 in the fourth quarter with not a lot of time left, and we had the ball in the 12 with whatever it was, with a chance to win the ball game. And that doesn't happen unless he's playing his heart out and making some really big time throws for us.
All right, there you go. That's Quinn Ewers, Jalen Ford, and of course Steve Sarkeesian in the post game discussing their loss to the Washington Huskies. All right, we come back. I'll give you a couple other nuggets about this matchup. We'll be talking about the post mortem of Texas loss to Washington all week long, but I got a couple other nuggets about Kalen DeBoer as a head coach, which I think are a little. I think are very impressive. Not a little impressive. They're very impressive. We'll talk about that. Also, more macro discussion about Texas football and where this loss to Washington leaves the program. We'll get into that and more. All of that coming up right here on Hook 'em Up with Ian Rodby. Last segment of the day right here on 101.9 and AM 1260. Welcome back to the show, Hook 'em Up with Ian Rod B. A little different, a little remix to Hook 'em Up with Ian Rod B, because my man E. Hogan headed back from New Orleans, so he'll be in the ATX tomorrow. Everybody who's also headed back from the New Orleans to wherever you are from, Texas and Dallas, Houston, Austin, whatever, please be safe on the road there. Also, want to remind everybody, tomorrow we are back, all right? Same time, same channel, everything will be back. My man Patrick Davis, who's joining me right now. He is the host of the Sports Complex, 4 to 6. That'll be back tomorrow as well. So all your regularly scheduled programs will be back on and added coming up tomorrow.
If Ty survives New Orleans, we don't know.
Yes, I have not heard from Ty, so I don't know what. I don't even because Ty wasn't with E just now, was he?
No, but I mean. If Ty was not working the morning show, there's no way he was waking up for the morning show.
No, I know, but I don't know the status of Ty because I haven't heard anything from him. Last thing I heard from Ty was before he left. So like that Thursday, I think I heard from Ty, but after that, I don't know what's going on.
I talked to him on. I talked to him before the game, I believe, and I talked to him Monday morning. And his phrase was, "This is the biggest day of my adult life."
No, I know he was thinking about getting a tattoo to commemorate the event if Texas won and all that kind of stuff. So obviously, I hope he didn't get the tattoo beforehand to commemorate the event. But remember, he's got a Longhorn tattoo commemorating like
Vince Young and the
last national title.
Yeah.
So he's serious about it now. He was going to New Orleans, and I think if they won, he was going to get a tattoo. That was the vibe that he was giving out. But I haven't heard from him. And Texas losing and the way they lost, it's very possible that Ty made some bad decisions down there in New Orleans. So I hope he's okay, and I think Ty's going to be back with the crew as well. But you're right. I never know about Ty, man. So I'm always hoping that Ty's taking care of himself. Okay. The Washington Huskies. Let's get back to something impressive about that win and about Kalen DeBoer. I just found this little nugget about Kalen DeBoer, and it may give you reason to pick Washington even as another underdog in the national title game versus Michigan. I believe the line now says they're a 4.5-point dog. In that game, they were was it a 4-point dog?
They opened at 4.5 though, I think, against Texas.
They opened at 4.5. Okay, there you go. And I think it went to like 3 at one point, and then went back up, whatever. Man, Washington and Caleb DeBoer love being the underdog. They got that dog in them, that underdog.
Yes.
Caleb DeBoer 5-0 straight up and 5-0 against the spread as an underdog at Washington. The only coach 2-0 straight up or better as a dog since he was hired. So overall, Kalen DeBoer is 6-1 straight up. That's 86% win percentage as an underdog with Washington and Fresno State. So you're talking about an 86% win percentage as an underdog at Washington and at Fresno State as a head coach. That is the best underdog. You got that dog in him. The best underdog win percentage for a college football coach in the last 30 years. Since 1990. He's just a great underdog. Whatever, mastering that, and maybe you brought it up about his experience at the NAIA level, being a coach there at that level. Maybe it's something about that lower level in those playoffs. He's a big game coach, but in big games where he's an underdog, he's even better.
I mean, we saw the discipline that Texas got the penalties that Washington didn't get, and people will say, well, why did Texas get holds and they didn't? The holds that Texas got were holds.
They were obvious.
They were ones that you watch on the replay, and as much as I want to complain and be a homer, they'd show the replay and you went, you can't do that.
Looks like a hold to me.
And so I'm sure Washington held too. Everybody holds on every play. We know that. So, but none were that obvious.
I agree with you. And think about all the pre-snap penalties. There's no way for an official to cheat that, or an official to be biased toward a pre-snap penalty or false start.
As good as Kelvin Banks is, when false start he had, where even he hung his head afterwards,
and
I just messed up, and it's just that, and Washington didn't do that, and I think that's part of Kalen DeBoer and what he has with this team of just a very well disciplined machine, and to get a guy like Michael Penix who fit perfectly and. I mean, machine-like is what you could describe that accuracy.
Yeah. No, I got to go back and check. Guys, that might have been his best game ever. Like some people were saying it might have been his best game he's ever had, potentially. I got to go back and look. But even if it's in that realm on this stage versus Texas, the caliber of opponent Texas is, that is amazing. And it is why, listen, I would not count them out. I would not. Honestly, I think I might be ready to pick Washington in that matchup versus Michigan. I know it sounds crazy, but and it is kind of crazy because matchup-wise, they don't have the roster and talent-wise to compete with Michigan, but they didn't have the talent roster-wise to compete with Texas. If you look at blue chip ratio, they're the only team in the college football playoff that is less than a 50% blue chip ratio, which is the ratio or the percentage of 4- and 5-star recruits on your roster.
Yeah. No, and I mean, that battle of O-line versus D-line, that Michigan D-line that was just destroying 5 sacks on Jalen Miller in the first half of that game.
That was wild.
So, I mean, if you have that's going to be it's going to be a lot of fun to watch to see who can win that battle. But that O-line, it did what it needed to do against Texas.
I mean,
it did exactly.
Outland Trophy winner, T'Vondre Sweat.
Just double team, and it worked.
I expected Texas to be able to make more plays in their defensive front, and they made some plays. They pretty much just stopped the run. But in terms of pressuring Penix, I don't know if there's anything Texas could have done. He just moves in the pocket like Houdini, savvy.
Yeah,
I mean, he made himself a lot of money. A lot of NFL scouts buzzing about Michael Penix now. So nothing to be ashamed of if you're a Longhorn fan. Basically, you lost to the best quarterback in the country. A lot of people are saying having his best performance of the season.
Yeah.
All right, Patrick. Any last thoughts before we get out of here?
Hey, man, I'm hopeful for the future. As positive it is, this is probably the best season end and a loss that we have had in a long time.
That's a great point. I don't feel like crap.
No, I don't.
Actually,
I feel hopeful.
I feel hopeful about it, and I hope Longhorn fans feel hopeful too. We'll be talking about it tomorrow, of course. Patrick will be talking about it as well on the Sports Complex 4 to 6 tomorrow. Until then, same time, same channel. Remember, the revolution will not be televised. We'll be talking about it right here on Hook 'em Up with Ian Rod B. Peace.